staff will be on hand for helpful advice and to provide direction if you need support. Make some time to visit the office hours and app reviews tent to meet one-on-one with Googlers, ask all your technical questions, and get feedback on your projects. If you're looking to network with Googlers and fellow developers, join one of the several meetups hosted in the Community Lounge. Finally, we'd like to invite you to visit the Sandbox Domes, where you can explore, learn, and play with our latest products and platforms, interactive demos, physical installations, and more. After sessions end for the day, stick around for food, drinks, music, and fun, and be prepared for some surprises along the way. We'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that we are dedicated to providing an inclusive event experience for everyone, and that by attending Google I/O, you agree to our code of conduct posted throughout the venue. Your opinion is valuable to us. After the event, look out for a feedback form to share your experience. Thanks for attending, and have a wonderful time exploring Google I/O.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. Our session will begin soon.
It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new. Can you feel it getting better all the time? Can you feel it getting better? Can you feel it getting better all the time?
Welcome. Thank you for joining. Our session will begin soon.
Chance to save somebody when they Don't try to tell me now how you think I missed out. Don't try to bring me down. It's time we get out this town. Rise up, 'cause I can't go on hoping this thing ain't working out. Rise up, 'cause I'm already growing, and this thing can't stop me now. We were so young, we couldn't help but love each other. But now I know nothing hurts deeper than a first love, a first love. And don't try to tell me now how you think I missed out. Don't try to bring me down. It's time we get out this town. Rise up, 'cause I can't go.
Hello everyone. We are very excited to have you all here today. My name is Eileen, and I'm a product manager for Actions on Google.
And I'm Nick Felker. I'm a developer programs engineer for the Google Assistant and IoT.
Today, we will talk about best practices for testing your actions and the tools we have built to make it easier for you. But before getting into details, I want to mention why testing is so important. It's important because your users care about it. How do we know that? By looking at play reviews, we noticed 42% of the users mention app stability and bugs in their one-star review. And 62% of the users uninstall the app if they notice crash, freeze, or an error. On the flip side, though, 73% of the users mention speed, design, and usability in their 5-star review. So this tells us users want 5-star apps. And this has been the trend we have been seeing in mobile world. And it's no different when it comes to actions. So today, we will walk you through some tips and tools that will let you build your own 5-star actions. Our journey today starts with Jane. Jane is a Node.js developer. She works on a startup, and she wants to build her own action. Her action is called Trailblazer, and Trailblazer will return nearby bike trails for a given user location. So together, we'll start our journey designing and building Trailblazer with Dialogflow. Then we will test it locally by using Simulator. And we'll show you how you can write your own unit test for your actions by using automated testing library. And we'll show you how you can test your actions with your own users by using alpha and beta release environments. This is something we just announced yesterday, and we are super excited to show you the details later today in the session. And once you deploy your action to production, we'll show you some tools like health analytics and stack driver logging to make sure your actions remain healthy throughout the life cycle. Awesome. Let's start with design and build. So we'll do that with Dialogflow. Dialogflow enables you to build rich conversational experiences. How does it do that? It gives you natural language processing out of the box. So it takes unstructured user response, and it automatically matches that to intents and entities you defined. And you can handle this in your own server. So as a developer, you don't need to worry about knowing or writing your own machine learning models. It just works for you if you use Dialogflow. Let's see what it means for Trailblazer. So as you can see, Dialogflow sits in between Assistant server and your own server. So for Trailblazer, we use Google Cloud Platform to build our own server logic. So when user says, talk to Trailblazer, Assistant server takes that response and takes our welcome intent from Dialogflow and returns back to user. So after that point, user may say, find me a nearby bike trails, or where are the nearby bike trails, and multiple other variations of these type of text responses. And then Dialogflow automatically match that to intent we defined. Let's call it find trails. And that intent may be reading the logic from our own server. Our own server, we may have the location services, we find the trails, and we respond back to user. And we don't need to worry about natural language processing.
Thank you. So now that you've built your action, how do you start testing it? Well, the first step is to use the Actions on Google simulator. And this works on your laptop or on your desktop. And you can also test on your device if you have a home or a phone. You can enter text, or you can just talk to it, and you'll get the response that you expect. And you can do extra things like changing the user's language and their language location. How does this work? Let's go to the demo. All right, let's go to the demo. And click on the simulator tab here. We're going to jump right here into the action. We're going to say talk to Trailblazer. All right. We can say find trails nearby. You notice I did make a typo there, but Dialogflow is going to be able to map it to the intent regardless. You can look. We have a request and response tab on the side, and that will help you debug your actions. We'll say yes, show the location. You notice in the top right corner, I've actually mapped it to my hometown of Glassboro. So you can actually show the different types of locations as well. In the display tab, you notice that it has picked a park that is pretty close to where I used to live. And that's a very basic overview of how the simulator works. Let's go back to the slides for a second. So you can do this and manually test your actions every time you make a change. But as actions grow more complicated, you want to make sure that users continue to have a reliable experience. And to make this easier, we are introducing the automated testing library for actions on Google. So if you're familiar with Node.js, then you'll be familiar with using this testing library. It's written with Node.js. It supports all of the actions on Google locales. And it works with your existing testing infrastructure, whether that's a linter or continuous integration. All of those things work out of the box. So there's 3 key features that this library will do for developers. First, you can send text queries to your action. And this can be unstructured queries, exactly what the user would say. And this is important because users can say anything to your conversation, and you want to make sure that you can handle that. You're going to get back SSML, text, rich responses, and everything else that you would expect. And it is your account to send the queries. So things like user storage and the last time you visited the action will be exactly what it would be for yourself. How is this going to work for you as a developer? Let's switch over to the demo, and I'll show you. So you notice I've got this test.js file here. And we'll just go down. So first we import the library, and we're going to instantiate it. We're going to pass in my user credentials, so it's going to talk to this action as myself. And we start a test, and we give the test a name. We can also set things like the location, so we can change the location and see how the action performs in different areas. And then we're going to start by returning a promise that will start the conversation with Trailblazer. We're going to go and send this query, find trails nearby. And then we're going to send yes after it asks for our location. You make sure you also try no and test different flows with different permissions. At the very end, we're going to get back text-to-speech and cards. And you can do assertions to verify that those are exactly what we'd expect. At the very end, you end the test. How does this work? Let's go over here and run npm test. OK, so now we started our test. And in a few seconds, it's going to send talk to Trailblazer. And we're going to get back a response. OK. And you see a variety of parameters in that response. It's the mic open, text-to-speech, SSML cards, etc. OK, so we send found trails nearby. We're going to get back that thing. We're just going to ask for permission to use our location. We'll say yes. OK, and then at the end, you see we've got the card, we've got the text, and everything else from our action. At the very bottom, you see that it says 1 test passes. All right, there you go. So using this tool, you will be able to more easily verify that your actions do exactly what you'd expect. So let's switch back to the slides.
Awesome. So far, we built Trailblazer, and we tested it locally in our simulator. And we wrote our own unit test and make sure they were all green. But it is always important as a developer to test your actions with your own users. Why? Because they may find bugs and usability issues that you didn't think or you didn't catch. Let's see how you can do it by utilizing our new alpha and beta release environments. So alpha is the quickest way to test your actions. Once you submit alpha, it doesn't go through the review process. So it can be live just in a couple hours. And you can invite your friends, family, and your teammates up to 20 testers. And you can iterate by releasing alpha and acting on the feedback from your users and keep this iteration going on until you have the stable version. And once you have the stable version, you can submit that for beta release. Beta is live after going through regular Google review process. So your actions would be live if they are approved after the review. But once they are approved, you don't need to go through additional review to deploy those to production. So as a developer, you can decide when to deploy this to public audience at your own flexible timing. And you can invite wider audience for your beta release, up to 200 users. Awesome. Let's see how that works in action. Let's go back to demo mode. Perfect. So let's take it from where we left off in simulator. So now you can see a new release tab in the left-hand side navigation in the Actions console. Let's go ahead and click that. And you'll see, aside from production, we also have now alpha and beta release. These are totally optional. You don't need to utilize those. But since you are in this session today, I'm sure you care about testing your actions with your own users. And before getting into the details of alpha, I just want to show you the versions I already deployed before. So currently, I have 3 different versions, once in alpha, once in beta, and once in production, that is already deployed to my users. So let's go ahead and deploy an alpha together. But before doing so, let's change something in our actions so we can tell our users if they like the new change. So now you see the actions under the build section. I'll go ahead and click that. And if you are familiar with the action console, you may notice that we just redesigned the whole UI for you to make it easier for your navigation. So we'll see our default welcome intent here that we already built with Dialogflow. I'll click on that, and it gives me option to edit that in Dialogflow. Let's see how that looks like. So this is my welcome intent, but we also have other intents that I mentioned to you before that we can handle in our server. So I'll go back and go to default welcome intent. So right now, our welcome message to the users says, "Good day from Trailblazer." Let's change that, and let's see if our alpha testers would like it. So instead of Trailblazer, let's say, "Good day from Google I/O stage 7." So I'll save this. And after it is saved, I can go ahead and see how that works by clicking right-hand side. And this is going to bring my draft version into the simulator to see the changes that I just did. So let's see, talk to Trailblazer. And let's make sure it's reading from the draft. Let's try it again. Awesome. So it says, "Good day from Google I/O stage 7 as we expected." So we want to test it with our alpha users and see if they are going to like this response instead of the previous version. And also, please note that you can see all your versions here and test them to see the difference. So I'll just click done. I'll go ahead and click on the release tab now. And on the release tab, let's push this version into our alpha testers. So while my production and beta remains like a different welcome that says welcome to Trailblazer, our alpha is going to be taking this version and changing the welcome response. So we just need to click that we tested it in simulator. We gone through the checklist and we are complying with policies. And once we submit, this is going to run our pre-submit checks and will be done in few seconds. And while it is doing that, oh, it's already done. So you can see now that our version will be in deploying state. Perfect. So we created version 7, and now it's being in the deploying state, and it will be deployed just in few hours and live to your testers. But how do we invite our own testers? You'll see a manage alpha testers. And same applies to beta, by the way. The only difference, if we did beta, we would see the status as under review. So we'll go ahead and click on manage testers. So in this section, you can add your own testers to make sure they are whitelisted to receive your alpha version. So we can add this to my list. And I already had some other emails before. And once I hit save, all these users are whitelisted to get my alpha version. Just couple things to note here. The users you are adding should have valid Google account, either Gmail or Google Apps user. Otherwise, you would see that a validation would fail, and you can remove and add a new users. So the last step as a developer for you is to invite your own testers. So you see in here, there is an opt-in link. And this is static link that directs users to your directory page. So if your users already using your action in their mobile, they can just search your action name, like Trailblazer, and they would see your invitation in the action directory page. But if they are not familiar with that, you can just share this link, and once they click this link on their mobile phone, either iOS or Android, they would land into your directory. Let's see how that experience looks like. Let's go back to our slides. Perfect. So we now created an alpha release, and we took the opt-in link, shared with our tester. So the first screen here is the place they land in. So this is my action directory page on mobile. And when they scroll down, they see that the invitation that I added them to my beta, or same applies to alpha. And once they are all OK to be your alpha tester, they say I'm in. And after that point, they will start talking to your test version. And at any time, they can opt out, or they can switch between alpha and beta if you invited them to both channels. How cool is that? This was something, this feature was a top developer request, and we are so excited to actually make it happen. So let's recap what we have been doing so far. So Jane built her Trailblazer action with Dialogflow. She tested locally with Simulator. And also, she was able to test it with her own device that was connected to her preview account. And she wrote her unit test by using automated testing library. And once everything was green, she moved it to her teammates and made an alpha release. Her teammates gave her a feedback, and she was able to iterate and make her actions more stable. And then she released it to her beta testers to more wider audience. And once she made sure her actions are stable, she is ready to go for production. But before going to production, I would like to share some best practices while you are testing your actions. So as a developer, we always think about end-to-end journeys and try to capture those use cases in our test. But what does it even mean in a conversational space? So in assistant world, your users may be in multiple modes. And these modes are determined by input and output of your device. So if a user is talking to Trailblazer in Google Home, they would only get voice. But if they are talking to Trailblazer on their mobile phone, not only they would get voice, but they would also get image of the nearby bike trails. So as a developer, it's important to think about where our users may be interacting with our actions and handle these test cases accordingly to make sure their experience is smooth in all devices that actions are offered. And the second important point is to make sure your users are able to enter your actions. So it's good to test your invocations. They can invoke your app in multiple ways, either explicitly by saying, talk to Trailblazer, ask Trailblazer, or you may also have some built-in intents or some implicit invocation that may be triggered in different way. Let's say play a game, or find the nearby bike trails. So actions on Google today are offered in multiple languages. And it becomes even more important to test your users' languages in a conversational world. So this is a great one to be able to test programmatically by using unit tests or in simulator, as well as you can offer your alpha and beta environments to the users that speaks one of these languages and see if they can navigate. And same applies to location. Today, Nick pointed out that in simulator, you are able to change the location and see how your action responds back. And Actions on Google offers multiple functionalities to developers, like facilitated payments, account linking, re-engagement, order updates, push notifications. Some of these may be hard to test programmatically. For example, let's take payment as an example. So this may be a perfect use case to test with your alpha or beta testers and make sure that they can get the functionality that you want to be. And last but not least, our action may be touching into multiple stack. So Trailblazer we built not only have Dialogflow and Assistant on the client side, but we also built our own server. So it's important to make sure and handle all the cases in each of these stacks in the architecture.
All right, so you designed, built, and tested your action, and now you've deployed it to users. But it doesn't stop there. You have to continue to ensure that users have a great experience. And we have a couple of tools that help you do that. The first of which is the health analytics section in the console. And this will show you graphs for the number of errors that users are experiencing, as well as the latency. And we do periodic checks on your action. And if we determine that they are unhealthy, we'll let you know over an email. And if it continues to be unhealthy, it will actually be disabled until it becomes healthy again. So let's switch over to the demo. So here we are in the analytics page. We can jump over to health and use the errors that are happening. And let's go ahead and jump to over the last 3 months, what kind of errors have we had? All right, and you see that there are a couple of errors that started out a few weeks ago. We can go ahead and look at the errors themselves: invalid response, timeout, unknown error. And we can learn a little more about why these errors might be happening. We can also filter these out and see, okay, well, people might be having a different experience on a phone compared to a Google Home. And it seems like all these errors relate to mobile devices. You can also look at the latency. And you see for 50% of users, they're getting about 200 milliseconds. And that's a pretty good response time. As you jump out towards the 95 percentile, it gets a little higher. And so maybe you want to see what kind of things are happening for some of those users to help reduce that latency. And there's more graphs as well. Now the second part, in making sure you have a reliable action, is Stackdriver. And to show you how to do that, I'm going to go back to the simulator. And we talked a little bit about finding bike trails, but there's also a bug in our action. So if I say, give me a tip, it's actually going to crash. And that's intentional for this demo. OK, so it says final response must be set. Now, you might have experienced this when you're using the simulator, but you might not know what this means. If you click this View Logs button, we're going to jump directly into Stackdriver, which is our logging tool. And it'll show all the things that have happened, all of the logs for our action. We can go ahead and filter something like errors. So we'll find all the errors that have happened. All right, you see, right now, we just got this final response must be set. There's a lot of information here. But what exactly does this mean? Well, since we're using cloud functions, we actually also log what's happening there as well. And we have this error in our cloud function. It says reference error, trail tips is not defined at index.js line 30. OK, well, let's just jump over to our code and figure out what's happening. OK, index.js line 30 says, oh, well, this is actually correct. OK, so you might see that there's a syntax error in our index.js file. And once you figure out that this is a problem, we can go ahead, make the change, and do another Firebase deploy. And then the next time we run our tool, and through the simulator or through our automated testing, it will work as we expect. So let's jump back to the slides and recap what just happened. So with Stackdriver logging, you can examine error logs for your fulfillment. And you can filter these logs based on types of errors and anything else that you might be logging. And what's really cool is that no custom code is required. If you're using Actions on Google, you get those logs. And if you're using Cloud Functions, you get those logs as well.
Awesome. So this concludes our journey today. So let's review what we have been doing together. So it started with Jane, and Jane had an idea for an action called Trailblazer. She built that with Dialogflow. And once she was done with designing and building, she moved it to her simulator and tested locally on her device and on the simulator tool on the Actions on Google Web. And then she wrote her own unit test by using automated testing library. And once it was all good and tested, she released it to her alpha and beta testers to make sure she gets a stable action. And once she got there, she was able to deploy it to public, all assistant users. And she was able to grow her audience, and she was able to get more engagement. And throughout this journey, once her action was in production, she was able to monitor it by looking at the health analytics in Actions on Google Console or Stackdriver logging that comes out of the box, and was able to check and monitor and catch the bugs if her production users have been seeing any issues. So she was able to fix those and make sure her action was healthy. And as a result, Jane was able to get her own 5-star actions. And we want to make sure that all the tools and tips we'll share today would help you get your own 5-star actions. Thank you so much for coming. And we would love to hear from you, so if you can go and provide us feedback in this link up here, we would be so happy. And also, please visit actions.google.com if you want to learn more about the things we talked today. And Nick and I will be available after the session in Sandbox if you have any questions. And we would love to hear from you either through our developer channels or in person in I/O.
Yeah, so make sure you follow us on Twitter, and make sure you follow Actions on Google, and use the hashtag AOGDevs.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of our Developer Festival. It's a gorgeous morning here at the Shoreline Amphitheater, the backyard of our Google Mountain View campus. During each of the session breaks will be our conversations with special guests like the visionary production designer for Black Panther and the astronomer who is using AI to uncover the origins of our solar system. We'll also take you to the sandbox for some playtime. And when we're not in the sandbox, we'll be taking you around the festival to enjoy everything that's happening here at Shoreline. During your first session break, I'll be speaking with Jeff Dean, head of AI at Google.
Yo, yo. What's up? All right, good morning. I know, it's 9:30, we're all sleeping still, right? Ubers and traffic, I know all the excuses. So my name is Sandeep. Today, I want to talk to you about microservices with Kubernetes and Istio. So I'm a developer advocate on the Google Cloud. I've been working with Kubernetes for the past 3 years. It's grown a lot, and Istio is the next new hot thing coming out, so you're all here to learn about it, so let's go. Are awesome, right? When you have a traditional application, like a monolith, you'd have all of your logic in one app, right? So a Java app, Ruby app, Node, whatever. You would have all the code in your one app. It would do all the parts. Maybe you're using like object orientation, so you have different classes that do different things. But at the end of the day, it's like one big program that does all the stuff. And there's a lot of advantages to doing this monolithic type of development. It's easier to debug, it's easier to deploy. You just have one thing, you just push it out and you're done. And when you have a really small team and you have a really small app, it's really easy to do. But the problem with the monolith comes when your app starts to grow a little bigger. So now you have all of these things and all these different pieces, but you still have one app that's doing all of it, right? So anytime you want to make a change in invoicing, that means you had to redeploy the whole thing, even though the ETL pipeline might have not been affected at all. And maybe the invoicing part is really good to be done in Java. The ETL pipeline, you want to use Python, and in the front end, you want to use Node.js. But if you have a monolithic app, you can't really do that. You're kind of stuck into using one language. So a team that wants to make an update to one little part has to touch the whole thing, and things start to get really hairy really quickly. So with microservices, each one of these becomes its own individual component that can be written in its own language, that can be updated and deployed independently of the others. And so this gives you a lot more agility, a lot more flexibility, a lot more speed, and a lot more cool things like that. And so you're like, yeah, that sounds really good. Why is anyone using monoliths? Because once you start growing even bigger, it gets even more complicated, right? Honestly, a monolith would fall apart at this point too, but even all the advantages of the microservice start to get really hard to manage. Because now you don't have just 20 microservices, you have 2,000 microservices, right? And how do you know which one talks to which one and how the intricate spider web of connections even works? You might have a single request that comes into your load balancer that gets sent to like 20,000 different microservices and then all the way back up, and anywhere that chain breaks, your whole application looks like it's broken, right? And so debugging this becomes super hard, deploying things, making sure everything's in lockstep with each other. It becomes really difficult to try to manage this huge stack of services. So are microservices terrible? Maybe, but we can use a lot of tooling to try to make them more manageable, right? So let's use tools to kind of automate this infrastructure components, automate the networking components, automate the management side of things. And so when you look at a monolith versus a microservice, they both have a lot of complexity. The difference is, unless you know something that I don't, there's no tools out there that automatically write code for you and can maintain a 2 million line Java app, right? There's like some magic AI that can write code, but it'll all be out of jobs, maybe in a few years. But now we do have tools like Kubernetes, like Docker, like Istio, like Google Cloud that can automate infrastructure a lot more easily, right? So a lot of the issues that we have with microservices can be automated away. So let's take a look at some of those tools. So how many people are familiar with Docker? I expect a lot of hands to go up. Yep. So for those of you who are not familiar with Docker, Docker is basically a way to package your application. So it doesn't matter if you're writing Node code, Python, Java, whatever. It doesn't matter if you have ImageMagick, some random library that some 13-year-old kid in Ukraine compiled. Doesn't matter. You put it in your Docker container, and you're good to go. All you have to do is care about running the container. You don't have to care about running what's inside of it, right? So basically, you take your code and your dependencies, and you put it into some sort of generic container format. And so it doesn't matter what's inside. As long as you can run a container, you can run all the containers. So now you have a container. You got to actually run it on your cluster, right? Because logging into a single machine and then running Docker run and then doing that 1,000 times seems like a waste of time to me. So instead, we can use something like Kubernetes, which is a container orchestration system. And what we can do with that is we can say, hey, Kubernetes, run this container like 5 times somewhere in my cluster. And so what it'll do is it'll run your containers for you automatically, right? And so let's say you want to run this container, that container, that container, and that container, and you want 2 copies of each. You just tell Kubernetes that, and it figures out how to run them. And so the really nice thing about this is if a server crashes, it'll figure out that that server crashed and run them somewhere else. If an application crashes, it'll figure that out. If you want to scale it up, right, you want to go from 2 copies to 4 copies, you can say, hey, make it 4, and it'll spin up 2 more. You want to go down to 1 because you like, want to save some money, you can say, hey, make 1, it'll remove 3, right? And so this is like a declarative syntax that makes it really easy to manage these containers running on your cluster, right? You might have thousands of these running. Trying to do it manually is going to be impossible. And how many people have heard of Kubernetes? And keep your hands up if you've used it before. About half. OK, cool. But that's kind of just a starting point, right? Now you have these containers running. You have to manage the services. Because you have container A talking to container B, talking to container C, talking to container D. How do you manage that set of points going between each other? How do you set rules on who can talk to who can talk to what? How many tries should you have? How much network traffic should you send? All this kind of stuff becomes really complicated. And that's where Istio comes into play. So Istio is a service mesh, which at the end of the day, it means that it manages your services and the connections that they make between themselves, right? So if you look at it, we take orchestration, and we go to management and communication. So you want to manage how these services interact with each other, because that's what really causes microservices to be so useful, is the communication between each other. You can reuse one service, you can talk to 3 different ones, give it the same information, you can mix and match, you can do all these really powerful things, but it becomes hard to really understand what's happening. And Istio makes it a lot easier to understand what's happening and control what's happening. All right, so that's enough of me just talking about random things. Let's actually move to a demo. And if we can go to the screen, thank you very much. OK, and I can't see anything. Sweet. So what we're going to do first, actually, can we go back to the slides real quick? I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is walk through the end-to-end story of taking an app and making it into a microservice. So we're going to take an app, put it into a container, run that container locally, store the container on the cloud, then we're going to create a Kubernetes cluster, run our app on that cluster, then scale it out, and then we're going to do something a little bit more interesting. We're going to run multiple apps that work together, a true microservices pattern, and then we're going to monitor and manage them with Istio. Awesome. So let's move back to the demo. Cool. So here I'm using Google Cloud Shell. If you haven't used it before, it's basically a free VM in the cloud that lets you do your development work. I'm on a Chromebook right now running the dev build. If it all crashes, we're going to do like jumping jacks until it comes back or something. I don't know. It happens before. So basically here, I have some code. It's a little Node.js application. If you don't know JavaScript, that's fine. It's a really simple app. Basically, it's a web server that listens to /, and it will basically ping a downstream. So in this case, it'll ping time.jsontest.com, and then it'll concatenate that response and then send it to us. So let's run this locally right now. Nope. Don't want node modules. OK. Ugh. Internet. OK. So if I go npm start, see what happens. Cool. So it's listening on port 3000. So I will. That's fine, I'll do this. Let's go to port 3000. So on Cloud Shell, we can do a web preview. So it looks like we're basically running a local machine. Awesome. So you can see here that we go to time.jsontest.com, and we print out our current service name, which is test1 version 1, and we're seeing the current time. So if I refresh this, the time will change, right? Awesome, cool. So now let's take this and put it into a Docker container. So to make a Docker container, basically what we do is we make something called a Docker file. And so a Docker file is basically a set of instructions that creates this like endpoint. So you can almost think of it like a bash script. It's basically what it is. So here we start with Node 8 Alpine. So that's kind of a base image. It gives us a bunch of the Node stuff out of the box, so we don't have to worry about installing Node.js. Then we copy in our package.json, which has our dependencies, run npm install to install those dependencies, copy in our index.js, which is our code, expose some ports, and then run npm start. So once we run docker build, it'll create a Docker container. So let's actually build and run that container. Just for sake of time, I've already built it. So run local. So here, when I run that container, once I built it, OK. Oh, nope, I need to build it. Cool. So let's actually just build it. It's just not found. So this might take a little bit of time. And while we're building this, let's switch to going and building our Kubernetes cluster. So here, in our Kubernetes, if I go to the Google Kubernetes Engine, Google Kubernetes Engine is Google's managed Kubernetes offering, right? And so it's probably the easiest way to create a production-ready Kubernetes cluster. So what you can do is just click Create Cluster, and you get a bunch of options on what you can do to create this cluster. So here you can give it a name, you can give it a description. You can make it a zonal or a regional cluster, and this is a really cool feature where you can have multiple masters, so it's highly available. So even if a zone goes down, your cluster will still be up and running. You can choose the version of Kubernetes you want, the size of the cluster, and then a bunch of, not -21, let's not do that. You can do a lot of other cool features, too, that Google Kubernetes Engine gives you out of the box. Things like automatically upgrading your nodes, automatically repairing them if they get broken, logging, monitoring, and a lot more, too. For example, auto-scaling. You can turn auto-scaling on, which means that if you have more containers that can fit in your cluster, Google Kubernetes Engine will actually automatically scale it up to create that space. And even better, if you have less containers, we'll actually scale it down to save you money, which is really cool. So cool, a lot of that cool stuff. And then all you have to do is click Create, and it'll create that cluster. So I'm going to click Cancel because I already did one. It's like a cooking show. We have one ready in the oven. This is still going. That's OK. What we'll do instead, because I've already built this, and I've pushed it, so we're going to do the opposite of what I said, and we're going to pull it down. Sweet. So I kind of cheated, but that's OK. So let's run that container locally. OK. So what we're going to do with Docker is we're going to say Docker run, and then we're going to open up that port 3000. And so if you go back here, you can see that it's basically the exact same thing, except now it's running in Docker. And so the really nice thing is we didn't have to change any of our code. We just put it into a Docker container, and we're good to go, right? OK, cool. So the next step is actually pushing it to a container registry. And the reason why we have to do this is because we can't just run containers running on our local machine. We're going to push them to a secure location so we can run them on our cluster. And Google Container Registry is probably the best place to put them if you're running Google Kubernetes Engine, right? You get automatic authentication and stuff, and a few other features we'll look at in a second. So let's actually push it up. That's not how you spell make. M-A-K-E. I love using make. It makes demos super easy. So what we're going to do is run docker push. And can people read that, or should I make it a little bigger? All right, people can read it. So docker push, and then give the name of the container. So what will happen is it'll actually go to Google Container Registry. And so here in my Istio test container, you can see that we have the newest one pushed up right now. and it's tagged as version 1.0. Now, if I enabled it, one really cool thing that it could do is vulnerability scanning. So we can actually scan your containers for known vulnerabilities automatically for any Ubuntu or Alpine-based images. So that's a really cool thing, especially if you have older containers that you haven't updated in a while. You go back and look, and you'll have tons of vulnerabilities. So it's a really good idea to check this out. It's in beta right now, but it'll find a bunch of stuff wrong with your things and tell you how to fix them, and then you just go usually just update your containers, and you're good to go. So it's a really good thing, especially running in production and running older containers. So now we have this pushed up, we actually can start to deploy it to our Kubernetes cluster. So like I said before, we already have a cluster created. So let's go back there. Now, basically, to connect to it, we just run this command. All right, let's run it. Great. So now we can say kubectl, which is a Kubernetes command line tool, get nodes, just to make sure everything is working. Is everything working? It's a good question. Yep, there it is. So we have a 4-node Kubernetes cluster. They're all good to go. We're running version 1.9.7. So here, now that we have our Kubernetes cluster and we're authenticated to it, we can start running the same container that we ran locally. So what we're going to do is do kubectl run demo, and then give it the name of that image. And demo is going to be the name of the deployment that we're going to create. So if I say kubectl get deployment, and then give that namespace. The namespace is just for this demo's sake. Don't worry about it. You don't need that in real life. So you can see that we have our demo deployment created. And if you say get pods, and so pods are basically the containers in Kubernetes. You can see that we have our container created, it's ready, and it's running. But now that it's running, you have to be able to actually access it, right? And so this is where it gets a little bit more complicated, where in the old world with Docker, you just kind of access it directly, because this is running on your local machine. But in the Kubernetes world, it's running on one of those 4 nodes, and we really don't care which one. So we want a static endpoint that can route traffic and access that, that node, right? So what we're going to do is create a service. Nope. And now I forget what my make command is. That's OK. I'll just go look. It's like a cheat sheet. Let's see. Expose. There it is. Cool. So what we'll do here is we'll run kubectl expose, and then we'll give it the target port of 3000, which is where our Node.js app is listening, and then run it on port 80, so that's a normal HTTP port, and we'll open a type load balancer, which will give us a public IP address using a Google Cloud load balancer. So now we can say get service. And I assume most people here are familiar with Kubernetes. If you're not familiar, come and just talk to me. I know I'm going kind of quickly, but there's more exciting things to happen soon, so we want to get to them. So you can see the external IP address is pending. So let's just run a watch on that. And it's done the moment I try anything complicated. It just finishes. It knows. All right, cool. Let's go to that URL. That did not copy it. All right. Ugh, all right. All right, all right, all right. We'll just do this. Cool. And if we go here, you can see the exact same app running on our cluster. So now we actually have it running on a public IP address. If you go there on your phone or laptop, it'll work. And what we can do, let's say all you go on your phone to this IP address, will probably overwhelm this app. So in Kubernetes, we can actually just scale it out with the scale command. So let's do that. So let's say kubectl scale deployment. demo, the name of the deployment. Then we'll say replicas equals 5. And again, that namespace. Awesome. So it'll say deployment demo scaled. So now if we go back to our get pods, you'll notice that we actually have 5 of them running in our cluster, which is really cool. So, and then if we say get deployments, you can see it also says that we have 5 desired, 5 current, 5 up-to-date, and 5 available. So now if we go back to this IP address, it still works. The only difference is it's now round-robining traffic between all 5 instances of our application, right? So we have a lot more scalability, a lot more robustness. And you might notice that we're running 5 copies even though we only have 4 VMs, right? That's because we're able to run multiple copies on a single VM so we get more utilization out of our machines. OK. Let's see, clean. All right, so let's clean that up. We no longer need that demo. Let's start looking at Istio. So now we had a single service running, kind of useless in the long scheme of things, right? No one just runs one thing. You don't need Kubernetes to do that. What you really want to do is run multiple applications together and make sure they all work together well. So what we're going to do is, cool. What we're going to do is run this same application 3 times and then chain it together. So you might have noticed in our code, I'm going to go back to it for a second, that basically I can set whatever I want as the upstream URI using an environment variable. And so what I can do is actually tie multiple of these together using one to talk to the other, and then finally to time.jsontest.com. And then they will all concatenate their responses and finally like show it to the end user. So that's a really cool thing. And in Kubernetes, we can actually dynamically set these environment variables when we're deploying. So let's actually look at that. And so normally in Kubernetes, what we would do is we would create a YAML file. And I'll make this a little bigger. And in this YAML file, we will define our deployments. So I'm going to make 4 deployments. So the first one's going to become called front-end prod, so front-end production service. As you can see here, I'm giving it the service name front-end prod, and the upstream URI, I'm going to call it middleware. And so Kubernetes will automatically do DNS-based service discovery, so I can actually find my middleware application by just pointing it at middleware. This is really cool. I don't need IP addresses or anything like that. And you can see here we're giving it some labels, app frontend, version prod, and then the same container name that we used before. And then in our middleware, everything looks exactly the same, except it's app middleware version prod, and then the service name is different, and the upstream URI is now backend. Then we also have a canary version of our middleware, so it's like our test version that we're just kind of working on, but we want to see how it works in the real world. So again, this also points to backend, and then finally our backend, which points to time.jsontest.com. OK, so at this point, we can deploy it into our cluster. And so now we'll create these deployments. But of course, we also need to create the corresponding services so they can actually find each other. So let's take a look at that. So here in our services.yaml, it's pretty straightforward. We have a front end, a middleware, and a backend service. They all open up port 3000 to port 80, which makes sense. The only difference here is the front end service is of type load balancer, so that we get that public IP address. Cool. So let's go to that public IP address and see what happens. Great. OK, still pending. That's fine. Let's do it one more time. There we go. OK, so interesting. It's a little bit different than before. You can see that our front-end prod went to our middleware, then the middleware went to our backend, and our backend went to time.jsontest.com. But we're getting a 404, which is really weird because, I mean, if I go to this website, clearly it works. We're seeing it working all this time before, right? It's working. So why are we getting a 404? And so now we go into the world of Istio. So I actually have Istio already running in this cluster. And what Istio is going to do is it's going to really lock down and help you manage your microservices. So it knows that time.jsontest.com is an external service. And by default, it's going to block all traffic going out of your cluster. And this is really good for security reasons. You don't want your app just talking to random endpoints on the internet, right? You want you as a cluster administrator to be able to lock down and only talk to trusted endpoints. So by default, everything is blocked that's going out of your cluster. So how do you unblock it? Well, in Istio, we have something called egress rules. So it's a pretty simple thing. You can see it's only like a few lines of YAML. And so here, we're going to say, allow traffic to time.jsontest.com on both port 80 for HTTP and 443 for HTTPS. So let's deploy that rule. Cool. And for Istio, we use the Istio control command line tool. It's just like the kubectl or kubectl, istioctl. I don't know how to pronounce it. Your guess is as good as mine. But it's very similar to the kubectl tool. And so now we've created that. We can go back to our website and hit refresh. And you can see it's all working perfectly fine. So we've kind of whitelisted traffic to time.jsontest.com. Now, you might notice another thing going on. If I hit refresh, just look at this line right here. Sometimes it says canary, and sometimes it says prod, right? And so the reason why this is happening is by default, Kubernetes will use round-robin load balancing for its services, right? So our middleware service is pointing to any deployment or any pod that has the tag app middleware. But both the canary and the prod versions both have that tag, so Kubernetes will blindly send traffic to both. In fact, if you had 3 versions of canary and only 2 versions of your prod, a disproportionate amount of traffic would go to canary. In fact, 3 to 2, right? Because it's just round-robining. So with Istio, we can actually make traffic go exactly where we want. So let's do that real fast. OK. So what we can do is set something called a route rule. And basically, we can send, whenever the destination is middleware, always send it to prod. And then whenever the destination is front end, send it to prod, and back end, send it to prod, right? Super simple things. But what this happens is now I hit refresh, it'll always go to our production service. So as an end user, I never have to worry about it. I'll always hit production. I won't hit some like random test build that's running in my cluster, which is really nice. OK. But this is great. This app is like bulletproof, right? It's so simple it never breaks. But in the real world, our code is not perfect. I don't write perfect code. You don't write perfect code. Let's be honest with each other. In the real world, things break all the time. So to simulate that, I have this really cool function called create issues. And what create issues will do is it'll look at a header called fail, and then if that, it'll generally generate a number, and if it's less than that, it'll just return a 500. Yeah. I didn't know how else to make things break on purpose. It's hard to make things break on purpose. So if you've ever, this is a program called Postman, and if you've never used it before, it's awesome. Basically lets you set like headers and JSON and things like that automatically. So let's just do a normal request right now. You can see it works just the same way as doing a request from the web browser. But now we can actually send headers from this tool. And let's set a value of 0.3. So it's a 30% chance of failure. Let's see what happens. Boom, backend failed. Boom, middleware failed. Everything worked. Backend failed again. Everything worked again. Middleware failed. There, everything failed, right? And you might notice that the problem is actually worse than we think. Because in our code, what we're actually doing is we're propagating these headers. These are for tracing. We'll take a look at that in a second. But we're actually forwarding this fail header along each request, right? So it's not just a 30% chance, it's a 30% times 30% times 30% chance of failure, right? And that's where all this cascading failures come into play with microservices, because one failure can just trigger tons of failures downstream. So let's take a look how Istio can help us with this. So let's do our second routing rules. Let's do something called a simple retry policy. So let's have Istio automatically retry the request 3 times before giving up. And again, we don't have to change our code at all, right? Istio is transparently proxying all of these network calls. Proxying is a strong word. Transparently managing all of these network calls. So what happens is our code doesn't have to know at all that Istio is trying it 3 times. It just tries it once. And Istio actually manages all the back off and the retries and all that kind of stuff for you automatically. So you don't have to. So now if we go back to Postman, let's see what happens. Boom, working, working, working. Ooh, still some issues. Working, 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 working. Much better. Obviously, it didn't fix the issue. In fact, if I increase this to something like version 0.5, you can see, it's going to fail a lot more. Or not, it might not fail. It might mask that. OK, you know what? 0.9. All right, see? Failure. And you might notice it's failing a lot at the front, too, right? So let's take a look at 2 things. One, it's able to mask, M-A-S-K, your failures, but you don't want it to always do that, right? Just because things are working doesn't mean things are good. You want to be able to detect that you have errors and be able to detect that and fix it. So Istio actually gives you a lot of tooling out of the box to manage your systems. So the first thing I want to show you is something called Service Graph. So because Istio is sitting and intercepting all those network calls, it's actually able to create a full picture of your services for you. So you can see here we have a front end talking to our prod and canary, talking to our back end, just talking to times@jsontest.com. We can also start doing things, automatically start getting metrics from our cluster as well. Wow, that looks way too zoomed in. All right, zoom out a little bit. You can see here, once we started adding those errors, our global success rate just started crashing to the bottom, right? And so Istio will actually automatically find your 500s, your 400s, your volume, your QPS, your latency, all this stuff automatically for you, and start throwing it onto Prometheus and other dashboards so you can start putting them into your systems and start running metrics and understanding what is going on in your services. Right? And I didn't have to write any code for this. Istio gives me all of these metrics out of the box for free. And then finally, we can use something like Zipkin or Jaeger to do tracing. So our Stackdriver trace, a lot of these tools all work. So let's find some traces. So you can see here, we can see our front end talks to our middleware, talks to our back end. And we can see that obviously the back end takes the longest amount of time because it's talking to our external service, right? But even more interesting than this, you can see here, it actually has backend 2x, frontend 2x, and middleware 2x. I can't find one. That's OK. Let's see. Look back. 1 hour. Find traces. That's OK. So you can see all the distributed tracing. And to do that, all I had to do was forward those trace headers along. Let's look at that for 1 second. Those trace headers. So as long as I'm forwarding those trace headers, I get distributed tracing for free out of the box. And I actually have another talk where I talk about OpenCensus, which can automatically forward these for you as well. So even less work for you as a developer. OK. Now let's do one final thing. So here you can see when I hit refresh, I'm always going to my prod service. But as a tester, I kind of want to actually use a canary service and see what happens in this new path, right? And the really nice thing is we can do in-production testing using Istio. Because when we have thousands of services, it's impossible to launch them all in our local machine and test it that way, right? We want to kind of push our service, like our you think it's working, so we push it into our production cluster, but we don't want any production traffic hitting it. We just want our test traffic hitting it. So what we're going to do is put up the last and final route rule. And it's going to make a new route called the middleware canary route. And what it's going to look for is a header called xdev_user. And then whenever it sees the value of super secret, it's going to route it to our canary. So all normal traffic will go to our production service, and then the super secret traffic will go to our canary service. Obviously, you'd use something like OAuth or some sort of authentication scheme, not just the word super secret, because security is important. So let's take a look at that. So make canary. So let's deploy this rule. And so now if we go here, obviously, it'll still go to our production service. But if we go to Postman, and let's remove that fail header, and let's go to xdev_user, super, boom. Nope, can I spell it wrong? I don't know. Let's see what happened. What happens? Oh, it's disabled? Aha, there we go, thank you. All right. There we go, middleware canary, right? So we're able to route to a specific service in the middle of our stack using headers. And that's because we're using header propagation. So even if you had like 20,000, 2,000 services, and you want to make the middle one, the 900th service, a special thing, by propagating these headers, we can actually use Istio and then route to that one, even if it's in the middle of our stack, right? So not just the front end. We can test anything in the whole stack using Istio and header propagation. Cool. All right, let's switch back to the slides, please. OK, so we did all this stuff. Thank you all so much. If you want to get a deeper dive into Istio, it's basically this talk with a little bit more things focused specifically on Istio. You can check out myname.com/istio101. It'll have a YouTube video. All this code is open source on my GitHub. Again, if you go to that website, Istio101, I have a link to my GitHub repository there. You can check out Google Kubernetes Engine at g.co/gke, istio.io. Follow me on Twitter. If you have any questions, please follow me out the door. I'm going to go staff the office hours right now, so come talk to me there, or talk to me right outside, or find me in the sandbox. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know we went kind of quickly today. And finally, if you have any feedback, you know where to send it. 5 stars only. No, I'm just kidding. I'll take anything. But yeah, thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your I/O. Enjoy the concert tonight, and I'll see you out there.
We've shown you face detection, object recognition, and face tracking with the Google AIY Vision Kit. But this is just the beginning. Click on the link below to learn more. We're really looking forward to seeing what you build with this kit. Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Jeff Dean, the head of AI at Google.
Hi, Tim. Thanks.
Hi, Jeff. All right, let's start with a background of Google's work in AI.
So we've been using machine learning and AI for the last 20 years in some of our products, but in the last 5 or 6 years, we've really sort of dramatically accelerated our use of machine learning and AI into more and more of our products. We've really used it to make our products more intelligent, to make them sort of more accessible, to really improve the product and build products that we couldn't build any other way.
What's new with the technology that we're making available, say, the last year and at I/O?
In the last year, for example, we've made really great strides in improving TensorFlow, our open source machine learning system. One of the things I'm really excited about is the TensorFlow.js release, which essentially allows TensorFlow programs to be run in the browser just as normal web pages with sort of machine learning embedded code in them. And it's really easy for people to create really interesting new machine learning applications and then people to run them by just loading up a web page. It's pretty fantastic.
And TPUs?
So we announced the third version of our TPU processor line. It's custom machine learning accelerators. The TPU V3 is really, really exciting. It's quite hot. So it actually is our first liquid-cooled processor that's in our data center. And the pods are actually larger scale than the TPU pods that we announced last year. So they're 8 times as powerful, more than 100 petaflops of compute, which is just an unbelievable amount of compute. And the really exciting thing is that allows us to make sort of more accurate models, machine learning models that can train on more data, that can train more powerful and more accurate models, and then we can use that to improve our products.
I think one of the things that makes me most excited about the technology that we're making available, it's that whole spectrum. All the way from TensorFlow.js, which is a very accessible way to get into machine learning, and AutoML, all the way up to TPUs, so like our advanced users have all that compute to do cool stuff with.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of different levels of expertise and experience in using machine learning, and we want to make all of them able to use machine learning to improve their products and lives.
All right, so let's talk about what people are doing with machine learning as we're getting there. What are some things that people are doing in the world with machine learning that you're the most excited about?
Yeah, so there's like lots of different applications. One that I'm really passionate about is the use of machine learning to improve healthcare. I think there's a real opportunity there for both kind of medical imaging related problems. We've been doing a lot of work on diabetic retinopathy and other kinds of medical imaging problems, but also in how patients' lives are affected, how doctors are able to care for patients with making better decisions. A lot of advances there. It's going to be great.
Okay, so there's these big problems that we're tackling with machine learning. What about everyday problems? Is there something that you encounter every day that you would love somebody to apply AI to?
Yeah, I mean, I think as you start to have a machine learning lens as you walk around the world, you can see things that could be better. For example, when I pull up to a stoplight and it's red and there's no cars coming the other direction, that's just silly, right? We should have computer vision-based stoplights that just allow people to go when it's safe to go. And that would be like a simple improvement in the world that would improve lots of people's lives.
Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching I/O Live. To learn more about what Google is doing in AI and ML, head on over to google.ai. And to catch more videos like this, head on over to g.co/io/guide.
Cassava is a really important crop. It provides for over 500 million Africans every day.
When all other crops fail, farmers know that they could rely on their cassava plants to provide them food.
There are several diseases that affect cassava, and these diseases make the roots unedible. It is very crucial to actually control and manage these diseases.
So we're trying to use machine learning to respond to those diseases.
And TensorFlow is the best foundation for our solutions. Apps that we've designed can diagnose multiple diseases. It's called Nuru, Swahili for light, the light that farmers can use to see their problems and find solutions. You wave your phone over a specific leaf, look at it, and if it has a symptom, a box will pop up saying you have this problem. When you get a diagnosis, we have an option for you to get advice and learn about the best management practices.
The object detection that we use through TensorFlow relies upon our team annotating images.
We've collected over 5,000 high-quality images of different cassava diseases for this project. We use a single-shot detector model on a MobileNet architecture. It's able to make predictions in less than 1 second.
Instead of having to implement thousands of lines of code, TensorFlow provides a library of functions that allow us to build architectures in much less time.
We need something that can be deployed on a phone without any connection. TensorFlow is able to shrink these neural networks to be able to fit on your mobile device.
The human input is absolutely critical. We're really building something that augments your experience and makes you better at your job.
So with AI tools and machine learning, you can improve the yields, you can protect your crops, and you can have a much more reliable source of food.
AI offers the prospect to fundamentally transform the life of hundreds of millions of farmers around the world.
You can see a product that can actually make someone's life better. This is kind of revolutionary.
So the whole point of the AIY projects team at Google is to build artificial intelligence kits that let makers take the cool parts of Google Intelligence and put them into their builds. Last year we released the voice kit,
Train fast.
which was a kit that lets you record your voice and analyze it and get the text back from what you said. This year we're releasing the Vision Kit. It does not need an internet connection. It does not need the cloud. You program it with the neural network model, and the kit then gives you back data on what it sees. So if I give it a face, the light will come on, and then as I get happier, the light will change from blue to yellow. So this is our MobileNet's neural network. This is an object classifier, and it's got 1,000 different common objects in it. We have a banana, and let's see, a screwdriver. Yeah, it's got that pretty good. It's got an apple, not just an apple, it's got the type of apple as well. And even a water bottle, which is tricky because it is a clear thing, so it's not really a thing, it's just reflecting other things. So learning how to use these things and how to make it detect what you want to detect is going to be part of the fun. Our face detector code tells us not only that there is a face in the image, but it also tells us where the face is. It gives us the geometry about the face. So we can use that to build a tracker that can follow me wherever I go. We've shown you face detection, object recognition, and face tracking with the Google AIY Vision Kit. But this is just the beginning. Click on the link below to learn more. We're really looking forward to seeing what you build with this kit.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Jeff Dean, the head of AI at Google.
Hi, Tim. Thanks.
Hi, Jeff. All right, let's start with a background of Google's work in AI.
So we've been using machine learning and AI for the last 20 years in some of our products, but in the last 5 or 6 years, we've really sort of dramatically accelerated our use of machine learning and AI into more and more of our products. We've really used it to make our products more intelligent, to make them sort of more accessible, to really improve the product and build products that we couldn't build any other way.
What's new with the technology that we're making available, say, the last year and at I/O?
In the last year, for example, we've made really great strides in improving TensorFlow, our open source machine learning system. One of the things I'm really excited about is the TensorFlow.js release, which essentially allows TensorFlow programs to be run in the browser just as normal web pages with sort of machine learning embedded code in them. And it's really easy for people to create really interesting new machine learning applications and then people to run them by just loading up a web page. It's pretty fantastic.
And TPUs?
So we announced the third version of our TPU processor line. It's custom machine learning accelerators. The TPU v3 is really, really exciting. It's quite hot. So it actually is our first liquid-cooled processor that's in our data center. And the pods are actually larger scale than the TPU pods that we announced last year. So they're 8 times as powerful, more than 100 petaflops of compute, which is just an unbelievable amount of compute. And the really exciting thing is that allows us to make sort of more accurate models, machine learning models that can train on more data, that can train more powerful and more accurate models, and then we can use that to improve our products.
I think one of the things that makes me most excited about the technology that we're making available, it's that whole spectrum. All the way from TensorFlow.js, which is a very accessible way to get into machine learning, and AutoML, all the way up to TPUs, so like our advanced users have all that compute to do cool stuff with.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of different levels of expertise and experience in using machine learning. We want to make all of them able to use machine learning to improve their products and lives.
All right, so let's talk about what people are doing with machine learning as we're getting there. What are some things that people are doing in the world with machine learning that you're the most excited about?
Yeah, so there's like lots of different applications. One that I'm really passionate about is the use of machine learning.
You good? All right, how's everyone doing today? My name is Mike Servillo. I'm a product manager on the Hangouts Chat bot framework. I'm here today with Wesley, one of our G Suite developer advocates, and Chuan, the technical lead for the Hangouts Chat bot framework. Where's the clicker? Thank you. So today we're going to talk about how you can transform your workplace with the Hangouts Chat bot framework. And just a quick agenda. I'm going to give some background about the new Hangouts Chat and the bot's user experience in case you guys have never tried the product before. I'm going to pass it off to Wes and Chuan to talk about the bot framework and API and show you a ton of code samples and demos before I wrap it up. So a quick show of hands. How many people in the room use Hangouts today in Gmail or on mobile? Awesome. So what you might not know is that millions of businesses use Hangouts today for direct messaging or lightweight group messaging with their company.
And what we've heard from these companies is that they're looking for a more persistent place for their teams to collaborate and communicate. So this past February, we launched the new Hangouts chat. It's currently available for G Suite customers at no additional charge. It's a brand new tech stack with apps on macOS, Windows, Android, iOS, and web. It's global out of the gate, so it works in 28 languages and is accessible on all major screen readers on all major platforms. And really the backbone of the new Hangouts chat are rooms, a way to center the conversation around a team, a project, an event, basically anything you want. And it's obvious when you're working on a project, you're going to be talking about a bunch of different things. I'm sure everyone in the room has experienced this if you've used group messaging before. You maybe are talking about something important, something at work, about work, and then all of a sudden someone in the message is like, hey guys, what do you want for lunch today? And then the work keeps going on, and that's great. But then all of a sudden, someone else, who's probably hungry, says, I want Mexican. So when this happens, it's really hard to just figure out what's happening and what's the conversation we should be focused on. So conversations in rooms are threaded to prevent this exact problem. Threading helps you separate the everyday chit-chat from all of the important stuff. And not only that, you can segment the important stuff by different threads to keep context around those conversations. If you use Google Groups for email lists or identity management at your company, you can add a Google Group to a room, and then anyone in the room can also join the room. Over time, these rooms are going to contain all the things you've talked about, all the files you've shared, so everything's fully indexed and searchable, and you can look for file type, keyword, person, look in one room, many rooms, basically however you remember what you're looking for. Hangouts Chat has deep integrations into G Suite. So you can pick any Docs or Drive file from the Drive file picker, and anytime you paste a Drive file or a Docs file, a link to it, we will render a thumbnail and help you grant access to everybody in the room. And if you find yourself going back and forth too much with someone or writing blocks and blocks of text, we help you with one click up the bandwidth of the conversation by creating a video meeting with our sister product, Hangouts Meet. So anyone in the room can jump in the meeting and you can resolve what you wanted to resolve faster. So you're all no stranger to conversational interfaces. We saw some pretty amazing things from the assistant team yesterday at the keynote. And bots at the workplace, what they're really meant to do is help you blend conversation and tools to accelerate your work and reduce all that context switching that happens when you're working with a bunch of different tools at work. You can talk to a bot privately in a one-on-one direct message, or you can add a bot to a room, and then anyone in the room can @mention it to do something. And while you can take anything and make it a conversational interface, you could literally take a 12-page form and make it a conversational interface. We really think conversational interfaces shine for 3 main use cases at the workplace. One is asynchronous notifications. So in this use case, something happens in a third-party app, and a notification gets plumbed into the room where everyone can start a conversation about it. Another is one-off actions. So in this case, maybe you're talking about someone about what you need to do, and then you say, hey, project management bot, create a task about this item, and it does that. And the third is querying for information. So with this use case, there's data, obviously, in the third-party app, and you just want to find it. So you say, project management bot, what are Mandy Tiller's tasks? And it shows you what the tasks are. One of our big mantras on the Hangouts chat team is that bots are people too. They live alongside people, and there's no heavy installation flow. Nothing more to learn. If you know how to start a direct message with someone, add someone to a room, @mention someone, you know how to get started with a bot. Google launched a few bots of their own. One is the Meet bot that uses natural language processing and machine learning to schedule a meeting and book a room for everybody in the room. Another is the Google Drive bot that notifies you when new files are shared with you, new comments are made, or when people request access to your files. And not only can you see when people request access, but you can actually grant access from the bot itself. In fact, in the 2 months since launching, what we've seen is that people typically grant access to files with the Google Drive bot 8 times faster than they do with email. So think about that. You can actually speed up a common workflow for any app that you build by 8 times. We have a number of third-party bots like Trello to stay informed about your project's progress without leaving the chat room. RingCentral to make calls or start video conferences with your room and your team. Jira, so you can get notified about changes to issues, tasks, bugs, and then talk about those changes as they happen. And we're excited to announce today that Box is launching a bot on Hangouts Chat to help you find recent files or favorite files to open or share without switching context. We have a number of bots in many different business functions, like developer tools, tasks, CRM, HR, support, and more. So now I'm going to pass this over to Wes and Chuan to talk a bit about the bot framework and API.
Great, thanks, Mike. All right, we're here to guide you on this comprehensive tour for the bot framework for Hangouts Chat. So what we just saw from Mike are a bunch of public bots written by others. Well, they're available for everyone. But what I want you guys to think about is writing bots on your own, whether it be for your organization, for your customers, or the world. You know, write a public bot like the others that you've seen. But maybe you're new to bots and you're kind of like hesitating, going, you know, how hard is it? But you know what? Put simply, it's not that bad. Just think of bots as like microservices. They're simpler, there's less code, and you don't have to write a complete web app or mobile app. You don't have that complexity. So less code means you can build your apps quicker. But how quick? Well, the Motorola CIO got a demo bot up in less than an hour, then of course spent a bit more time to do one for real work. What does it do? It talks to multiple systems, and it gathers customer order and device warranty information to present to perhaps the customer service agent who needs this information when they're on a call. The main idea is that humans used to have to log into each of these systems separately, by hand collate all that information before they could tell their customer. But now with the bot, you could summarize all these results from all these different systems together in a single room so that all the CSRs can see this at the same time. So more in the blog post, but we're here to help get you started. All right, well, building quickly isn't the only standout feature of Hangouts Chat. We want to emphasize that the platform has a lot of flexibility. There's many different ways to implement and host your bots. So we're going to go over some of the basics and then walk you through each option that you see here. All right, so a quick review, talking to APIs and then comparing that with bots. So in this diagram, we have an application. We need to try and reach an API. The data is protected behind OAuth. And so what typically has to happen is the user has to grant access to your application through OAuth. You guys have seen that little dialog window, right? And once that happens, then the app is able to reach the API, access that user's secure data on their behalf, do all the work that it needs to, and then responds back to the user, right? Everybody familiar with this? Okay, great. So with bots, it's a little bit different, all right? It's kind of a three-tier architecture here. And what happens is, instead of a request coming from an application, the request really comes from a user in a chat room. All right, they enter, I want to talk to this bot, I'm going to send it this payload, so that message gets entered into Hangouts Chat. Then Hangouts Chat contacts your bot does all the work it needs to do, collates the information, and then returns that information back to Hangouts Chat, which then renders that result in the chat room. Okay, so it's a little bit different. The key takeaway here is that for your regular apps, you call APIs. But with bots, Hangouts Chat calls you. All right, so noodle on this for a moment, and once you kind of grok this, then the implementation path that you are going to take is going to be more clear, and you can build your bots faster. All right, now the most efficient bots are, return plain text because it's short, it's fast, and it gets the job done. But for a better user experience, Hangouts Chat supports richer UIs called cards that allow you to structure your response data. For example, if you look at the card sample here, you can see that your bot could have returned 5 lines of plain text and done its job. But this UI card is more pleasing visually. In fact, it can communicate more than just plain text. For example, you can see that there's a visual cue to show that 2 of the 5 tasks have been completed, okay, from this project management bot that's managing one of your reports, right? So that visual cue is really helpful, and if you were to do that in plain text, you'd have to add some extra symbols, which may not, which may get in the way of the data that's coming back, right? So cards are great. We'll look at them a little bit more later. Now, if you already have an app with data that's kept secure behind OAuth, you can still expose some of your app functionality within Hangouts Chat. Our auth and config flow lets your users log into your app directly from Hangouts Chat. Now, it's similar to this example where you see the task tracker bot, which stores information in a Google Sheet. Well, the sheet is protected data, right? So the user has to allow your bot access to that spreadsheet. And then once the auth flow is complete, then users can now access your app and their secure data directly from Hangouts chat rooms and direct messages. All right, before showing you the code, I want to give you a quick rundown of the event types that Hangouts chat sends to your bot. So your bot can take action when it is, for example, added to a space. This is a great place to send a welcome message like, hey, thanks for adding me to this room. Here's how to use me. It also can take action when it's removed from a space, like logging things or doing some kind of cleanup business logic. The most common event type is message, which is just when a bot receives a normal message entered by a user in a room or DM. And then the last one is card clicked, which is when a user clicks on one of the UI card elements that we just looked at earlier. So to keep things simple, we're going to focus on the latter pair. All right, let's start with standard bots that are running over HTTP. As mentioned before, the development environment is quite flexible. Bots can be created and hosted on any platform. In other words, your language, your stack, your cloud, or ours, right? So I presented at the top here, some Google Cloud Platform or GCP products and Firebase products that you could use, but you don't have to. All right? So Hangouts Chat also works with bot-related environments like Dialogflow and Hubot. We'll demo some bots in some languages that you see here, but it really doesn't matter. As long as the Hangouts Chat service can HTTP post to your bot, that's all that's really necessary. All right, are you guys ready for your hello world? We're going to start with the Echo Bot, and happy to pass it off to Chuan, who's the engineering lead for the Hangouts Chat bot framework.
All right, thank you. Hi, let's switch to the demo, please. All right, can everybody see my screen? Great. Cool. So for those of you who haven't used Hangouts Chat before, what you're seeing right now on my screen is the macOS desktop app for Hangouts Chat. So on the left, you'll see a list of rooms and direct messages that I'm a member of. And on the right, you'll see a message stream. So I can scroll up a little bit. You can see the group conversations and so on. All right. And of course, I can create a new conversation here. All right. So let's take a look at a very basic bot. I'm going to call it the Echo Bot, which simply writes back whatever the user sends to it. So I'm going to talk to it here. Echo Bot, hi. And it's going to say hi back to me. All right, cool. So you saw that the way I talk to a bot is by mentioning it in a message. So in Rooms, only messages that directly mention a bot get sent to the corresponding bot. So the rest of your conversation with your team is private. This is not the only way you can talk to a bot. You can also have a direct message, a one-on-one direct message with the bot. So here you can see I already have a direct message with the Echo Bot as well. And here you can see I don't have to mention the Echo Bot at all. Every message I say in this direct message is going to be sent to this bot because that's the only other person in this direct message. Cool. So now that we've seen how you could interact with the Echo Bot in Hangouts Chat, let's take a look at how it's built. Let's go back to the slides.
All right, so here's the Echo Bot in full glory in Python. This example uses the popular Flask web framework, which is hostable on App Engine, Compute Engine, or really any cloud supporting Python web apps. As you can see from the top of the function there, Hangouts Chat posts to slash, and then the code scans the JSON payload for the message type, and then it returns the same message string along with the user and the username of whomever called the bot, just like in Chuan's demo that you just saw. Now, Python isn't the only choice. For example, maybe you have a mobile app and you're using Firebase. Well, if all of your code is on Firebase, you don't really necessarily want to host your bot on something completely different, right? It's perfectly fine. So here's the same bot in Node.js and hosted by Cloud Functions for Firebase. If instead most of your backend is on GCP, then you can host it on the sister product, Google Cloud Functions. The code would be nearly identical. So if you take a look at the code here, it does pretty much the same thing as all the others. It scans the inbound message for a message event, then it returns the username and string as before, and it really doesn't matter to Hangouts Chat that your code is in JavaScript or Python and hosted on Cloud Functions for Firebase or Google Cloud Functions. Remember, Hangouts Chat only knows how to HTTP post to your bot. All right, so how are you guys doing so far? Want to see more code? All right. Switching gears a little bit, let's talk a bit about Google Cloud PubSub. So what is it? Many of you know that it's a real-time event streaming and messaging system where you can have many producers and consuming, reading and writing, and probably at different rates. And all, of course, could be coming from different applications. But what does this have to do with Hangouts Chat? Well, the platform is supposed to be flexible, right? What if you decide to host your bot on-premise and behind a firewall? Well, in this case, Hangouts Chat cannot contact your bot. So what can you do? Well, this is the perfect use case for PubSub. Hangouts Chat sends a message to PubSub instead of your bot because it can't reach it. Your bot has to register a pull subscription, which allows the bot to get the Hangouts Chat messages from PubSub and bring it through the firewall. And then your on-premise bot can service the request, do all the calls it needs to do, gathers up all the information, and then responds back to Hangouts Chat like normal. All right, let's see how to use it. So the next example is the Java version of the Echo bot, okay, because a lot of enterprises use Java, and so we want to show an example in this language as well. So like Python and Node, you can see that the code handles the event, it scans for message type, and then replies to Hangouts Chat with a message text and username. It's just like the others, but perhaps maybe a tiny bit more verbose, right? Well, that's great, but what if this bot is in our corporate data center behind that firewall? Well, we just mentioned a minute ago that PubSub is the right solution. So how do we tweak our bot code to work with PubSub? Well, turns out it's not too bad. So if you look over here, you can see the extra code that we added to our Java Echo bot that uses Object Mapper to convert between JSON and Java objects. It's then able to get the message from PubSub and convert it to JSON for processing. It passes that event object to the handle method that we saw on the previous slide, which then handles the message as if it was sent via HTTP post from Hangouts Chat. It doesn't know the difference. All right, so that's awesome. All right, so we discussed hosting on Google's cloud, your cloud, with or without a firewall. Let's bring it back inside Google with a little twist called Google Apps Script. But first things first, quick quiz. How many of you feel it's important to have auth to help keep your users' data secure? Right? Yeah, me too. Now, how many of you like writing auth code? Yeah, chirp, chirp, chirp. Yeah, that's what I thought. What about managing your own servers or VMs on-premise or in the cloud? Not easy either, right? So in that case, AppScript is for you. Have you heard of AppScript before? How many of you have heard of AppScript before? A couple of you. That's good, but not enough. It's kind of like another Google secret, but just not a good one because we launched it almost a decade ago. So what is it? It's a customized JavaScript environment where we take care of the servers and the auth. And you have access to more than 40 G Suite and Google APIs with just function calls. Now, if you try to build a bot with it, we actually provide you a one-click bot template so that you're already given a basic working bot to hack on right away. Check out the video if you want to learn more about this secret. All right, so AppScript is a serverless environment for all developers, including sometimes developers, like all you product folk, business analysts, and data scientists out there. Now, here's the @EchoBot in AppScript. Now, let's pause for a minute here. Really look at this code. While it's identical in functionality as the others, it's only one line of code. One line, right? And not only that, it's the easiest way to deploy a bot within your organization. All right, so the Echo bot is a good start, but Chuan, can you show us a more useful AppScript bot?
Sure. All right. So just like the Echo bot, we're going to show you a very quick bot that takes in the user input, but instead of just returning it verbatim, we're going to do a little twist. We're going to translate it. Okay. So let's switch to demo. Already here. All right. So I've called it the Translate bot. And I'm going to say, welcome to Google I/O in English. And it's going to give us back the same message, but in Japanese. Cool. So let's take a look at how that's built. Let's go back to the slides, please. OK, here it is. Notice how it's almost as simple as the Echo bot. The only difference is that we're now calling the Google Translate API. And how do we call the Google Translate API? It's just a function call away, right? You're not importing an SDK, you're not downloading anything, it's just there. And you can see how it's very intuitive to use. You pass it the message the user sent. In this case, it's e.message to argument text being the text the user sent without the bot's own name in it. And you pass it the source language and the target language, and then you return the result as text. That's it. It's almost too simple, right? Let's take a look at a more advanced example. Cool. So let's go to the demo again. Thank you. So in preparation for this talk, our team has been using Google Spreadsheets to track our work. Okay, so each of us has some task assigned, and I built a simple bot to take a look at where everyone's at in terms of their tasks. So I call it the task tracker bot. So I'm going to call it here. Okay. Okay, so looks like we have a bunch of tasks pending here. So let's take a look at the spreadsheet. Okay. Can you guys see the spreadsheet? Okay. So you can see this is a plain Google spreadsheet. I have the first row with the column names and a bunch of tasks here, assignee and status. So you can see the bot is really pulling the data from the spreadsheet. It's showing the tasks that are not yet completed. So I'm going to mark all of these as completed right now, since we're all already standing on the I/O stage. I'm going to mark everything as completed, and I'm going to go back to the chat app. I'm going to query it again through my task tracker bot. And this time, it's going to tell us that there are no more tasks. Hooray.
Video's coming soon, by the way.
Cool. All right, let's go to the slides. All right, so this is the code. This is the code for the task tracker bot. And as you can see, it fits on one slide, so it's really not that complicated. You can see we're doing some processing here. We're opening up the spreadsheet by spreadsheet-app.openById. We're grabbing the data from the spreadsheet in a two-dimensional array. We're doing a little bit of processing here, removing the first row, which is just the column names, filtering out the rows that are already completed, mapping each row into a string, putting them together into a message, and then returning them to Hangouts chat.
What? I don't see any auth or API calls here.
That's a very good question, Wes. So notice how, in terms of API calls, just like the translate bot, all the API calls are just function calls. It's just spreadsheet.openById, spreadsheet get data range, get values, get URL. That's it. Like you're not like doing complicated. You're not building REST requests or using SDK. You just call them as if they're built in. And in addition, you don't have to write any explicit authentication code, right? So obviously, this spreadsheet is visible, like it's ACLed, right? It's not publicly visible, but because I've used this bot before, I have given access to it. And Google Apps Script is responsible for handling all of that. You don't have to write an OAuth callback. You don't have to store the OAuth tokens. You don't have to refresh them. It's all taken care of by Apps Script. So after the user logs in for the first time, Apps Script will take care of it. All right. So far, the bots you've seen collect data and return them in plain text. But let's take a look at how to present a richer UI in the form of cards.
Great. Well, it's true that plain text is the easiest and fastest, but for the cards, but you got to use cards to make your response look good, right? So that's what this is for. So you can use JSON markup to construct the UI card, and the best part is that it's write once, run anywhere. Web, iOS, Android, they're all covered. You don't need to write a separate mobile version of your bot. Cards can be interactive, like the poll you see here. Users interact by clicking on the vote button. Cards are also updatable, so when users submit votes, the bar chart and the vote count, they update. Now, the user experience would be much worse if a new card was generated for every vote, right? The bot framework supports a variety of widgets. So here are a couple to get an idea, like buttons, formatted text, structured data, images, links, and more. But really, the widgets are just building blocks. The real magic is when you put them all together and assemble them into cards, whether they're interactive, updating, or both. All right, so Tron, let's see a demo of a bot that has interactive and updating cards.
All right, cool. Let's go to the demo. Great, thank you. Cool. So it's a great day here today at Shoreline Amphitheater. How many of you have been to Shoreline Amphitheater before? OK, some of you. OK. So that's more than I expected, actually. But for the rest of you, I just wrote a little bot that helps us find Shoreline Amphitheater on Google Maps. So I call it the Where Is bot, and I'll just use it like this. So where is Shoreline Amphitheater? And what this bot does is pull up a map of that shows Shoreline Amphitheater, and it shows an image of the map.
I don't see any amphitheater there.
All right. On the bottom, you can see a row of buttons, and guess what happens?
I don't see it still. Oh, wait, there it is.
There it is. So the plus button zooms in, and the minus button zooms out. And so we can see the Bay Area in all of its glory.
What's that Google Maps icon down there?
All right. So when you click on this button, on web, it will take you to the Google Maps site centered on the location I typed. And on mobile, it will, of course, take you to the Google Maps app. Cool. Would you like to see how this is built? Let's go back to the slides. Great. Cool. So here's the first, we're going to start with our familiar onMessage function. So as you guys already know, the onMessage function is invoked when the user sends a message to the bot. In this case, I said, where is Shoreline Amphitheater, right? So its job is to return the card. But in this case, we're going to move the logic for constructing the card into a new function we're going to show called buildMessage. But just note here that buildMessage takes in 3 arguments. It takes in the location the user typed, right? This is argument text trim, so remove the space, right? And it's going to take an initial zoom level, and it's going to take in a 3rd parameter, which is the response type. So when a new message is sent, we want to send a new message always. So so we use the new message type. We'll take a look at that later. So now let's look at buildMessage, right? This is kind of the meat of the code. As you saw before, it takes in the location that the user typed, it takes initial zoom level, and it takes in the response type. So what we're going to do in buildMessage is that we're going to construct each element or each widget inside this card in sequence. So we start with the header. As you can see, just like the header, the other widgets are the same. All of these widgets are represented by a plain JavaScript object. And the header has 2 properties. There's a title, and it has an icon. Okay. So next, we're going to build the image from Google that we see here, the map image. We'll take a look at how that's built in the next slide. And then we'll construct a row of buttons that you see on the bottom. So note that here we're going to have creating 2 more functions, build Google Maps link, which is taking just a location. And we're going to build, we're going to have a function called buildButton, which takes in the label, the location, and the target zoom level that the user will be taken to when they click the button. So finally, we're going to put it all together into one big JSON object. And we return this object back to Hangouts chat, and that creates the card. So let's look at each of these widgets. So first, let's look at buildImage. It shows a widget from Google, an image from Google Maps in an image widget. So in this example, we're going to use the Google Maps API, which you might notice is again built into AppScript. We just say maps.newStaticMap. We set a bunch of parameters, like what the location zoom level. We add a marker. That's the little red pin you see there. And we can just grab a maps URL, right? Pretty simple, right? It's just a function call away. And then finally, we're going to take the URL and construct a JavaScript object that represents the image widget and return it. So next, we're going to build the zoom buttons. Remember that these zoom buttons are interactive. So in addition to creating the UI side of things, we're going to add a text button which contains a text label. We're going to have an onClick parameter. What's inside the onClick parameter? It's going to be the payload that we want sent back to our bot when the user interacts with one of these buttons. So here we're going to set 2 parameters. It's going to be the location the user typed in the beginning, and the new zoom level that the user will be taken to when they click the button. So like I said, this object, this payload, is going to be sent back to our bot when the user clicks this button. So where do we receive this payload? We receive it in a function called onCardClick. So just like onMessage, which is triggered when the user sends a message, onCardClick is triggered when a user clicks on a button in a card. So what it receives is the payload of the button that the user clicked. So we can extract the parameters that were assigned to the button. You can see we extract the location, we extract the zoom level. We do a little bit of math to make sure the zoom level isn't out of bounds. And then guess what? We just call the same build message function that constructed the initial card. The only difference is that in this, at this time, we're going to set the parameter to update message, because what we want is not to post a new message, right? We just want to update the original card the user clicked on. So finally, we have the icon on the bottom left that takes the user to Google Maps. So like the zoom buttons, it's going to create a button, but it's not going to have an unclick handler payload that will be returned to the bot, because we don't want the bot to be invoked. We just want to send the user directly to Google Maps. So here we construct a link to Google Maps, and then we attach it to the open link property, which just instructs Hangouts Chat to not deliver the response back to the bot, but just call Google Maps. OK. So I want to stress that while this example shows you how to build this kind of interactivity in AppScript, this functionality is not limited to AppScript, right? The same functionality is available as well if you use your bot, if you build your bot in using an HTTP endpoint or a Cloud PubSub endpoint. So what this really means is that you can build the same rich user experience with cards in the language of your choice and deploy it to the environment of your choice. Cool. So far we've shown you bots that respond to something the user does, right? The user has to send a message or click on a button for your bot to do anything. But what if the bot needs to notify the user about something?
Right. So thanks, Sean. So the framework supports asynchronous messages, which are perfect for long-running jobs or out-of-band notifications. Asynchronous messages can also be sent to specific threads for context. So here, our bot needs to contact Hangouts Chat, so some OAuth is needed. All right, so when you see OAuth, it's a strong indication you're using an API. So there's no exception here, as our bot has to call into Hangouts Chat now. So this Python sample uses the bot's permission scope, plus the service account credentials that you got downloaded from your API project. And then once you have the credentials, you establish a service endpoint to the API, like you see with the discovery.build call. And then you can use the API to send message to a DM or a room. Now, like any other bot, this bot can call other APIs or could do any other processing that you want to have it done, and then collate the information and then send that back into the room or the DM. All right. More generally, besides just creating messages, the API can do all CRUD operations on messages. It also has additional features to give you more context, like getting information on rooms and DMs, or members who are in rooms and DMs. In addition to the API, Hangouts Chat also supports incoming webhooks. Now, these are great for one-off alerts, like when a server goes down. They're quick and dirty, or quick and easy, and you can integrate with any of your custom workflows. And the way you do it is you go to the room of the DM, and you pull down Configure Webhooks. And then from there, you can see all the current webhooks that are currently defined. And you can have different ones because you may have different apps that are posting different alerts, right? So you just click on the icon to the right to copy the webhook URL to use. Now, incoming webhooks can come from a variety of sources like monitoring apps or even the command line. So Chuan's going to prove this by doing an incoming webhook from a curl command.
All right, thank you, Wes. All right, let's go to the demo. Thank you. So as Wes showed you, the way you configure a webhook is you go to a room, click on Configure Webhooks, and we're going to see a dialog here that shows you the webhooks that you've configured. And you're going to have a URL here that you can use. So in this particular case, to just give some context, let's say we have an imaginary task manager app, and it just wants to send a quick notification into Hangouts Chat when something happens. So I'm going to switch to a terminal here. And here you can see I've pasted a command. It's going to be a curl command sending an HTTP post request. It's going to contain a JSON payload. That's the header here. And it's going to contain the URL I copied from the dialog from in Hangouts Chat in the background. And the text I'm going to send, remember, this is the same payload, the same JSON object that you would send from AppScript or from an HTTP request. It's the same JSON format. So just send it as a payload, and let me hit enter here. And if everything goes well. So you can see here, before we close the terminal, you can see that I've gotten back as a response a JSON formatted payload from Hangouts Chat that shows me, among other things, like the ID of the message that was just created, the space that it was posted in, and so on. So now let's take a look at this message in Hangouts Chat. you can see here, this created a new conversation, right? And it contains the text that we were just sent to it. Cool. Let's go back to the slides. Great. So one of the most innovative features in Hangouts Chat, as Mike explained to you guys earlier, is threaded conversations, right? So threaded conversations are great for grouping relevant context together. So in the context of sort of our imaginary task manager app, what we really like to see is the history around the particular task grouped together, kind of like the top thread you can see here. So what this means is that all the relevant discussions from people, all the relevant notifications from this app get grouped into the same conversation. So it's very easy for people to understand what's going on. So how do we do this? Just like you saw before on my screen, after you send a request to Hangouts Chat, we return the data, the IDs, and so on about the messages created. So you could remember that. You could remember the association between a task ID and the thread ID. And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can totally do that. But since this is a really common use case, we thought we could make it more convenient. So one solution we came up with is the idea of a thread key. So you can think of thread key as a custom identifier. It's opaque to Hangouts Chat, but it's some identifier that makes sense to you in your problem domain. So for example, this in our task manager app, it could be a task ID. If you have a customer ticket tracking system, it could be a customer ticket ID, maybe a customer order ID. It doesn't matter. And what you do with it is you specify it in each request that you make when you're creating a message in Hangouts Chat. And we do the heavy lifting. We will remember this. The first time we see a message that has a particular thread key, we'll create a new conversation. Subsequent messages get posted into the same conversation. So now you don't have to remember that mapping between an entity in your problem domain and a thread or a conversation in Hangouts Chat. So of course, this example here on the slide shows you a curl command, which is very simple. But this, of course, doesn't just work for incoming webhooks or from curl. This works for bots as well. So you could write as a bot and could use thread key to do the same and group messages into the same conversation. All right, so this wraps up our introductory tour of the Hangouts Chat bot framework. I'll hand it off to Mike to take us across the finish line.
Thank you, Wes and Chuan. Just to summarize what we talked about today, so the Hangouts Chat service with bots helps teams accelerate their teamwork and productivity. You can stay notified, automate tasks, query information, all without changing any context. And like they showed you, there's many different ways to connect. You can spin up your own web service using any cloud or language you want. You can use Cloud PubSub to work with a firewall inside your organization. Or the easiest way, if you're building a custom bot to streamline a workflow, is using AppScript, where you don't have to worry about servers, auth, or anything like that. So to get started, check out developers.google.com/hangouts/chat for more documentation on how to actually do all of this. If you're a G Suite customer and you haven't tried Hangouts Chat today, you can go to chat.google.com to try the product itself. And if you have more questions, we're happy to answer them in Dome B. We'll be giving some more demos, and we could show you some more details on how to publish bots and whatnot. So before we all leave, we want to hear from you, so please provide feedback for the session at google.com/io/schedule. And thank you for all coming. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Because I know I'm going to be relying on my young child to take care of me, and I want him to know some things. So, it's always on my mind, and it's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, things that we did. I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our sound science that we use in the movie, and to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and yeah, I can do this you can't ask for anything more. And so I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good.
Yeah.
Right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right and that people are going to be happy and proud, and that, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So and then after when I saw it, I was like, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation in a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. Very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, and then how do we envelop the technology, just what you said. And I know for Ryan, community was really important. So and I talked to a lot of experts. It wasn't just me sort of coming up with things. I talked to a lot of people who really knew, nanotechnologists, neuroscientists, archaeologists, geologists, geographers, on a daily basis to understand how to fold that in. And I think one of the biggest things that I did was I tried to find, a lot of the tech was based on biomimetics. So I tried to find in nature and in the different cultures what the use of something was, and then the evolution of it. Because at the end of the day, it is all about the evolution of it, how we are in society and how we are advancing technologically. So it was me relating these things back in a way that represented what they are really used for and how they would have evolved over time. And I think technologically, oftentimes, it is the thing for the thing's sake and not here is, you know, something that has been such a big part of a tradition of any nationality, any ethnicity, any culture, religion, and this is how it becomes useful in a futuristic and advanced way. If that means technology, then that's the way that it would be. So that's sort of how I strung those together. And then pulling from nature. That was a huge one. And thereby keeping everything organic, in a sense. So it becomes not such a scary thing, but a very organic thing, because we're so used to seeing certain things in nature, patterns, shapes, you know, geometry, all of these things, math, science, it's all around us constantly. So it was really easy at some point to start just looking just into nature, because it is science. It is technology. You know what I mean? Like the way everything works. So looking beyond the hardware and the finish of the hardware of it and into the organic nature of it all. That's like a little dive into how it went.
It must have been a very full 14 months working on this film.
Beyond. We were on 3 continents, we were in 2 states, and I had a team at any given moment that were 500 strong just in my department. So we went 14 months, and we went hard as we could go for 14 months to get this done, and put every last, like my whole team put every last inch of themselves. So, you know, it was a beautiful thing because we represented the diaspora, just our crew. So it was a micro version of the macro that we were building in Wakanda, and I lived that every single day for a little over a year.
All right, I want to ask you about what's next, but it doesn't have to be specific projects. But it's like, where do you go from here with everything that you've talked about, right? Like the production design itself, but like the bigger themes and ideas that you're working on.
You know, challenging myself, I think, to try to continue to do things that are out of my comfort zone. Something I learned from Ryan Coogler, who has taken me from Fruitvale Station to a boxing movie, Creed, to a comic book movie, Black Panther. I want to continue the trend on my own and not just be in a place that I feel comfortable. My next project with Melina Matsuko, who is a director for Insecure, I'm just working on the pilot for Why the Last Man, which is a graphic novel.
Yes. I've read the entire series. So good.
So I'm going to be designing the pilot. We're working on that currently. I can't really say much more than that, but it's super exciting. The script is phenomenal. And our approach to it is going to be, I think, something really cool. So I'm really super excited about that. Worked with Beyonce again. That's all I can say about that. And the future is wide open. And if Denis Villeneuve is listening, I'd love to do Dune.
Yes.
I throw that out every opportunity I can get. Denis?
Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your story and all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It's super exciting. I'm so happy to be here, and I think I'm going to learn something today, too. So, you know, it's all about soaking in all this greatness. So, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
All the way up now.
I can't imagine how anybody passes a problem that they know that they can fix and doesn't try to fix it. That's not some complicated thing. It's just stop talking about it and start doing it. I feel an absolute obligation to serve. I did 2 tours in Iraq as a helicopter pilot. I loved being part of the cavalry. But then I got injured, and that caused me to lose my ability to fly. One day you're a soldier, and then overnight they rip off that tag and slap veteran on your chest. I didn't know where to start looking for the next thing. What I do is math and engineering, so I had to find a way to apply those things in a meaningful way. Service doesn't end when you get out of the military, it just changes. And I started reading about the research that they were doing at the Human Engineering Research Lab. And I thought, man, I got to go be a part of that. HURL's mission is to help people with disabilities increase independence and quality of life. I prepare the software to support the research that we do. One of the big things that I've done is help us transition to using Android tools. They make things really accessible. Anybody can sit down and start using these technologies and perform the tasks that we hope that it'll be useful for. That's the right thing to do, is to make things not just able to be used, but to be used with the same sort of joy or ease as I do. A big part of why open technology is so attractive to engineers like myself is there's such an active community of people designing and innovating.
Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All three of my children have a disability. The fact that my son has autism is just one little part of him, but almost his entire existence is defined by that autism. There was part of me that hoped someday I'd be able to help my son be able to live independently and give him a future. That's part of why I became an engineer, is part of why I got into this field. There's going to be a time where someone like my son will have gotten a better opportunity, a better swing at this thing. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to fix the problem. There's not a minute to be wasted thinking about anything but the good things that we can do.
This is IO Live, and I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Hannah Beekler, who is a production designer. You may know her from Black Panther.
Hello.
Hi, how are you today?
I gotta give it one of these. Great, I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here.
Me too. We're really glad that you came here to talk about your work and to talk about diversity and inclusion and how that's affected by representation in media.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a big important part of that is if you don't see it, you can't be it. And so putting those things into our narrative work and films, which, you know, everybody finds the time to go see a good movie, as noted by Infinity War, and, you know, and to represent a huge portion of the, you know, population in that way. I think when people see it, they realize, like, I can do that. I can have those same goals in life, because it's not going to be impossible. And I think that that's such a huge, important part of my work, in my body of work over the last 3 years.
Yeah, one of the things I think about a lot is that I was really lucky growing up, wanting to be an engineer and seeing lots of engineers that looked like me. And that was inspiring, and I really want that for everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, I think inspiring the next generation of young scientists who are females, young kids of color, who see a world where they have a sense of pride, where they have a sense of, you know, reaching back and seeing their tradition and their culture and their ancestors and all those things, even being a part of their future. And I think walking away with a huge sense of themselves that they otherwise may not know or have had privy to, or so it's lifting spirits that's so important when it comes to representation. It's not only about getting into certain fields; it's about who we're raising in the world for the future, because I know I'm going to be relying on my young child to take care of me, and I want him to know some things. So, you know, it's always on my mind, and it's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, you know, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, you know, things. And we did, you know, I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our, you know, sound science that we used in the movie. And to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and, yeah, I can do this I mean, you can't ask for anything more. And so, you know, I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, you know, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good,
Yeah.
right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, you know, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right, and that people are going to be happy and proud, and that, you know, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So you know, and then after when I saw it, I was like, I mean, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, you know, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, you know, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation and a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, you know, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You know, you saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, you know, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. You know, very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, and then how do we
All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome. We're so excited to have you here. My name is Ali. I work on Firebase, and I'm product manager on performance monitoring.
Hey everyone, I'm Jason. I'm a product manager on Firebase, and I work on Crashlytics.
And I'm Tali. I'm an engineering manager on Firebase, and I work on Crashlytics. Thanks so much for coming today. We're really excited to talk to you about how to improve your app's quality and stability using Firebase tools. But we want to start at the beginning. So you've got a great idea, and you start to code it up. You're spending a lot of time making sure that your app is working, you're debugging, you're showing your friends, and it's a really exciting part of the journey. But how many people here have experienced users churning because of a bad experience once an app ships to the App Store? Yeah, it's happened to me too, and it's really frustrating. And our metrics show that it's a big problem. 42% of one-star reviews in the App Store specifically mention stability and bugs. This means that users are taking notice when these problems exist in their apps, and they're making note of them in the App Store, which is going to make it harder for you to get and grow new users. Not only that, but 62% of users uninstall an app after a bad experience like this. And in many of those cases, that's after a first-time bad experience. So you can imagine this makes a huge difference in your ability to make your app a business. On the flip side, 73% of 5-star reviews in the App Store actually mention speed, design, and usability. So users really appreciate when this is delightful in an app, and they call it out. And that's really exciting. And when it comes to app quality, the first step is making sure that your app is thoroughly tested before you ever release to the App Store. And Firebase Test Lab is your best friend when it comes to that. As we announced yesterday, Firebase Test Lab is now available cross-platform on both iOS and Android, which is super exciting. And we really rely on it heavily, because we know testing is important, but it can be really hard. And it doesn't have to be, because Test Lab does all the heavy lifting for you. With over 1,000 devices ranging in different device models, screen sizes, OSs, it's able to cover all of the different use cases, so you don't need to worry about it. And there's the new accessibility report. So it's not just testing whether or not your app is stable or crashing, it's actually helping you understand if it's usable, which is super cool. And it's really easy to get started. All you have to do is drag and drop your app binary, and you're able to get out-of-the-box tests right away without having to write any code. And those tests will help you understand your performance, like startup time, as well as crashes, and a lot more, so that you're able to be confident in your app's performance before you ever ship to the App Store. But we know that's only the beginning of the story, right? Because it's pretty hard to catch everything before it goes out to users. And we feel proud that users have trusted Crashlytics for more than 6 years as your partner in understanding how stable your app is. Crashlytics is running on Crashlytics is now generally available in Firebase, which is really exciting. It's our new home, and we're really looking forward to having closer ties with the other Firebase tools available to make it the best possible experience for users. Crashlytics is running on over 3 billion devices worldwide. And that's pretty amazing, because it means we're seeing a huge range of crash data across the world. But what does it mean in terms of the data that we're processing? Well, let's take a look. We process about 1.5 million events every second. OK, that's about 2 billion events per day. What does it look like in terms of users actually using an app that's crashing? So imagine we're all here in sunny California, and your phone crashes 7 times while you're walking around the conference. That'd be pretty frustrating. There's a very good chance you're going to uninstall that app, and there's a pretty good chance you're going to tell all your friends that it's terrible and not to use it. Now imagine every person in the United States had a mobile phone, and it crashed 7 times today. That is equivalent to the amount of data we are processing in our system every single day. It is a lot of data, and it's really hard to understand what you need to pay attention to. Not only that, but when you get a crash from the device, it looks like this. It's pretty hard to understand, right? Maybe if you look really closely, you'll see some things that highlight your app, but it's hard to figure out where to even get started. So Crashlytics takes all that data and all this information from the device, and we put it into a beautiful dashboard that makes it easy for you to understand what you need to focus on first. We have our crash-free user statistic at the top, which is the industry standard to understand how your app is doing. We also have your session list, your issue list, which allows you to see right away what needs your attention. It shows you significant bits of information, like if a certain OS is seeing this issue more than others, if there are specific devices that have this problem. And so you're able to know right off the bat what needs your attention. When you dig in further, you're able to see how this issue is trending across different versions, as well as the blame frame, where we think you should really start your debugging process. It allows you to go confidently into triaging of an issue so that you're able to solve it quickly and help resolve it and get your users onto a better path fast. But we know you can't always be at your computer, right? It's not really possible. So we've got your back no matter where you are, with real-time emails that let you know if there's a stability issue with new issue, regress issue, or velocity alerts. So no matter where you are, we've got your back. And now I'm going to pass it over to Ali, who's obsessed with performance on our team.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thanks. So as you heard from Tali, clearly app stability plays a huge role in how your users perceive your app. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't just stop there. Users are also known to have a very short attention span. They expect a highly performant and smooth experience. And for this exact reason, we went to work last year to build Firebase Performance Monitoring, which we actually announced this time at I/O last year at the same stage. It is an SDK that supports both iOS and Android, and it allows you to report a lot of data about how your app performs from the point of view of your users. Now, if you've used performance monitoring before, you probably know that in addition to being able to instrument things that are custom to your app, you also get a lot of data out of the box just by installing the SDK. You'll get things like the network activity between your app and the backends that it uses. So we'll report for you things like how often your endpoints fail or what response latencies your users are experiencing. And we do that for any backends, whether it's third-party SDKs you have in your app or your own managed services. We also report for you app start duration, which is a key metric because it ties into that first impressions that your users get. And as of yesterday, we started reporting rendering data. So now we tell you how often your app drops a frame and where this happens. Now, this is pretty important for any developer, but if you're a Play developer, it is especially important. If you have an app on the Play Store, you probably know that last year the Play Developer Console introduced this new section called Android Vitals. And what it does is report a number of metrics that are key to your success. Naturally, some of these metrics are performance metrics. You see an example right here. In this case, it's slow rendering. And there's a similar metric called frozen frame. And they're both about how smoothly your animations and your app in general renders. Now, for these metrics, we've heard a consistent piece of feedback from our developers. People love to have this data, but they don't know how to act on it and where exactly in the app this happens. And that's exactly where Firebase Performance comes in. Because not only do we now report these metrics out of the box, but we also do it per screen. So if you're Android, we'll show you the number of frozen frames or slow frames per Android activity. And also for iOS, we do the same thing. We show you these numbers per UI view controllers. So you get a lot of extra context this way to help you get started on fixing the issue. We'll see an example of how this works in a second. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the reception that we've seen with Firebase Performance. The last time we talked about this was back in October at the Firebase Dev Summit in Amsterdam, and we were super excited to tell you that we were processing as many as 30 billion performance events per day. And since then, only 6 months later, this number has grown to 100 billion events per day. So we couldn't be more excited about the trajectory we're seeing and about the quality of the feedback and the reception that our developers has given to us. So please keep it coming. It'll only help us make the product better. Now, as you can imagine, this is a lot of data to go through. And if you're a developer that's looking to improve their app, this can be a little bit intimidating. It can be a lot of data to sift through. And because of that, our console is now getting better. We now have a new feature called the issue feed, which helps you identify the top performance issues you have, and it appears right at the top of the main page in the performance console. So we'll tell you things like how often your endpoints fail or if your app start is slow, so that you can spend much less time sifting through that data and more time acting on it and fixing issues. And finally, if you were around for the Firebase session yesterday, you heard that Firebase Performance is now generally available. We have exited beta as of yesterday, and we're really excited about how battle-tested our SDKs are on both iOS and Android, and about the overall value our developers have found with performance monitoring. So if you haven't tried it so far, now would be a great time to do so. All right, so let's get to the fun part. I'm going to invite Tali back on stage so that she can tell us how we got to use all these products in building one of our own apps. Tali.
Thanks. So you just heard a good overview of these different products, but we really wanted to talk about how this actually looks in an app and how it works with the timeline as you build and release your application. We're going to specifically focus on the Firebase app quality tools, but it's worth noting that FriendlyPix uses a lot of other Firebase tools like functions, databases, storage, and auth. So it's got a lot of goodness in there, and you can check out the code for yourself. FriendlyPix allows you to take a photo and upload it and share it with your friends. Here's Jason taking a picture of his dog Percy, which he does a lot, and putting a little caption with it and sharing it. So it's pretty simple. And our first step was making sure that it was well tested. We partnered and used TestLab really heavily to make sure that this worked well and we could ship confidently. And when we looked at our dashboard, we noticed that there was a problem right away. We saw that a test was failing. And this was pretty surprising to us because we had all been playing with the app and we hadn't seen any problems. We were able to go to the Videos tab and see a simulation of this crash actually happening on a device, which was super helpful in debugging the problem. You can see here that we're uploading a photo. Oh, OK. And it's freezing, and then it crashes. So that was really important to catch early and make sure that we had a good experience for users. This allowed us to ship to the App Store with confidence because we knew we were going to have a good experience for our users. Now I'm going to pass it off to Jason, who's keeping an eye on stability for FriendlyPix.
Thanks. All right. So I want to walk you through a real scenario that happened shortly after we shipped FriendlyPix. So I went in to upload a photo, most likely of Percy, which I'm actually super excited you all got to see a picture of. And the app crashed for me. And it actually crashed immediately on launching it, which was surprising because, as we discussed, we tested it manually, we ran it through TestLab, and things were pretty smooth, and we hadn't shipped any recent changes. So I immediately log in, I go to Crashlytics, and I notice there's a huge drop in crash-free users. So clearly not just me that's experiencing this crash. And it's attributed to one specific issue. So I dive in to see what's going on here. I can see a big spike, obviously, with this issue. And I look at what's going on, and something to do with empty list in our user dictionary. So I talked to other folks on our team to see what's going on, and what we realized is the web team shipped a change that was allowing users, authors, to upload a photo without a username. They weren't setting it to null. And our iOS client was expecting null in those scenarios, so it was causing a crash. And for me, it was crashing immediately on launch because that was the first post that was trying to load. So pretty simple fix. We made the iOS app more resilient to non-null. We shipped a change to make sure that the web client was setting those scenarios to null, and we documented what happened. So Crashlytics has a great feature called Notes. So in Notes, I can document exactly what I just walked through to tell other members of our team, what was going on, how we fixed it, why we fixed it. And this is really great to make sure you don't sort of relive some of the same mistakes. If you use a bug tracking system, you can put a ticket in there. You see we capture the bug, put it away. Hopefully it doesn't regress and escape. But that's good, so we're all set for now. And the next thing I want to do, or I did, is make sure that that change actually was fixed. So you can see here that I'm pinning 1.1, which is the recent version that we just shipped to the App Store. And pin builds is a really great feature in Crashlytics because if you're one of those development teams that's always churning out QA builds or beta builds or local builds, you may have a long list of versions. And by pinning the most relevant ones to top, you can really get access to the ones that are in the App Store. So it's easy to keep those top of mind. So I filtered onto that. Notice that there are still a few issues I need to deal with, but luckily that prevalent one that we just fixed is no longer there. So what I want to make sure here, what I wanted to make sure is that that never happened again, where I was the one that kind of tested and found out what was going on, or maybe someone on my team. I want to know about it right away. And maybe I wasn't paying attention to the emails that Tali was mentioning, but I do spend a lot of time in Slack. So maybe as you heard yesterday in the What's New in Firebase talk, in the Integrations tab in Firebase, we now have the ability to configure Slack. So we definitely wanted to take advantage of this. So it's super easy. You just need to copy and paste your Slack webhook URL, set the channel you want the notifications to go to. So in our case, it's the Friendly Picks iOS room, which is where my team's monitoring this. And I want all the alerts on. I want new issues, I want regressed issues, and I want velocity alerts. And a velocity alert is when one issue is causing a significant portion of all your sessions to crash. So that's something you definitely want to pay attention to. And this issue we just fixed probably would have triggered a velocity alert. So hopefully I don't get one of those in the future, but if I do, at least I know it'll come through in Slack where I'm spending a lot of my time and paying attention. What I'm going to do now is turn it back up to Ali, who's going to tell us about what's going on with performance while we were debugging this.
All right. Cool. So I'm kind of curious myself how performance is going. So we'll stay in the Firebase console, but this time switch over to the performance page. And when we land there, the first thing that I see under the dashboard tab is a number of high-level metrics about how my app is performing. So I see things like the duration of different parts of the app, network success rate over the last 30 days, network response latency by country, and so on. What I'm really curious about, though, is how Friendly Picks is performing on device. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that tab. And when I do that, I see a couple of sections. The first one, durations, tell me things like how long app start is taking. In this case, it's 2.4 seconds, and it sounds about reasonable. The second section I see here is the rendering data. This is the new feature that I was talking about. And if you look at it, you can see that there's a couple of metrics being reported here: slow frames and frozen frames. Slow frames are basically any frames that take more than 16 milliseconds to render, and therefore deviate from that ideal 60 frames per second standard that we always want to have in our animations. Frozen frames, on the other hand, are frames that take more than 700 milliseconds, and therefore create this noticeable freeze that interrupts the user flow. And for each one of these two metrics, we report the values per screen. So since we're dealing with an iOS app in this case, we see it per UI view controller. And if you look closely, you can see that the animation view controller specifically has a higher percentage of slow frames compared to other screens. So this is obviously not a great thing, and I want to look into it a bit more. So I'm going to click on it, and I land on this details page that details out the characteristics of slow frame rendering for that screen. And I can see that the breakdown of versions that I have, this part that I see at the top left of the page, shows me that there's no significant difference between the last few app versions. So this is not necessarily a regression that got introduced because of my latest code. But if I scroll down, I can see a breakdown of the percentage of slow frames by a number of attributes, by things like which devices the users were on, which app versions they were using, and which countries they were based in. And specifically for device, I can see a couple of warnings on the iPhone 5 and the iPad Air. And they tell me that these two devices specifically have a much higher percentage of slow frames compared to other devices. Now, this kind of makes sense. These are older devices, and I would expect that their rendering is not going to be as smooth as some of the newer ones. But the cool thing here is that using this data, I can specifically target these devices and give them a different treatment. So for instance, I can show less animations or no animations for these users so that they can have an overall better experience. And just like that, we found our first insight using the console data, and we dealt with it by having a targeted experience. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and ship this fix. And now we can see that our app is growing. It's expanding to new users and new markets. We're getting a lot of reviews coming in. A lot of them are good reviews, which is a great thing. But I want to jump back into the performance console and see how things are. And when I do that, I notice that there's an issue now that popped up that I did not have before. And this issue tells me that my image service has been taking longer to respond in the last few days. If I click on it, I can see a detailed overtime chart that shows that over the last 7 days or so, there has been a significant percentage of samples that have exceeded the network threshold we have, which is 2 seconds. This is the default network threshold that we have. You can always tweak this if it doesn't make sense for your specific use case. But in here, we're not going to do that. We're going to stick with the default threshold and try to examine why this is happening. Now, if I scroll down and look at my breakdowns, I can see that users in India have been specifically experiencing higher network latencies compared to their users. Now, I have a theory on why this might be happening. I think this is happening because this is an image service. We have not been using image compression so far, and therefore, users with typically slower data connections will just have a harder time fetching these images. But how do I actually make sure that my hypothesis is correct? The answer, obviously, is an experiment. So I'm going to jump back into my code, and I'm going to create a custom trace called image fetch and have it wrap the logic that I use to fetch these images. And for that trace, called image fetch, I'm going to set a custom attribute, call it compression, and turn it on and off depending on which variant of the experiment you're in. Now I'm going to ship this code, and a couple days later, I'll jump back into the console and check out the details I have for the image fetch trace that I just created. And I can see that in addition to the traditional breakdowns that I have, I also now have a tab for compression, this custom attribute that I just added. And I can see that the difference in performance, specifically in network latency, is huge between the cases where compression is on and compression is off. So now I have the data that I need to make sure that compression is the right fix, and I can go ahead and roll it out to every user. So the cool thing here is that not only did we find out about an issue using our console when we didn't know that it existed, but we also used the console to monitor the effects of the fix and make sure that it had the intended effects. But now, it looks like we have a new Slack notification that is complaining about a new fatal crash. So I'm going to let Jason take a look at this. Jason?
Thank you. OK, so it's a bummer we got a crash, but great that I immediately knew about this. So clicking through from Slack takes me directly into the issue details page. So I notice a few things immediately about this issue that are a little bit unique. One is that it's not in my main app code. The problem is actually in a system library, photo library services. And the second thing is that there's a bit of data up at the top. And this is what we call a crash insight. And a crash insight is actually a solution to what's going on here. So as Tali mentioned earlier, we get billions of crashes a day. And as you could imagine, not every single one of those crashes is unique to each application. Many of those crashes are common across thousands of applications. And typically, those common crashes are either programming errors or issues in third-party libraries or issues in this system framework. And in our case, what we're doing wrong is we're trying to access the camera roll to upload a photo before the user's explicitly granted permission. So maybe this is API misuse or race condition. Either way, it's a common error that many other developers are experiencing, and I know exactly how to solve it right here. There's documentation that points to what I'm doing wrong and how to address it. So huge time saver, saved us a lot of time debugging, Googling, looking through documentation. So if you get a crash and it has an insight on it, I definitely recommend you take a peek and make sure that you read up on what it's telling you to do, because it could save you a ton of time as well. Now, if this crash didn't have an insight on it, there was another great integration that you could have used for free out of the box with Crashlytics. Is what we call breadcrumbs. So Crashlytics automatically integrates with Google Analytics for Firebase. And when a crash occurs, we send through all the events that were recorded in that session. So what the actions the user was doing. So you can see here there's a bunch of screen views. And the last thing in this session was the user tried to access the image picker controller, which actually makes sense, because if you think back to the crash, or what the problem was that the insight was telling us, is that we were trying to access the camera roll before they granted permission. So even if we didn't have the insight onto this crash, we could have probably retraced the user's steps with breadcrumbs and got ourselves into that same scenario. So these are two really great things that you get out of the box with Crashlytics to help you debug. But with FriendlyPix, what we wanted to do is step up our debugging game by adding a little bit more metadata, adding a little bit more code to the app. And one of those things we used was what we call custom keys. Now, you can think of custom keys as like contextual cues to what's going on in the application. So maybe that's the level of the game, level equals 10. Maybe for some reason that's a really buggy level. Or how many items the user has stored in the shopping cart. because maybe those are indicative of what's going on and what the problem is with the application. And in our case, we actually had a hunch that there was something going on with what we thought the indexes of posts were in the database versus locally on the device when we were trying to delete them. We thought something was getting out of sync and causing a crash. So we wanted to understand that context. So we instrumented custom keys. So here's an example, one line of code where we're logging the key in our listen deletes function. And the same thing in our updates deletes function. And this code's all available on GitHub, so you can download it and take a look at it in its entirety, but I just wanted to highlight here how simple that was. And it shows up in Crashlytics like this. So kind of right in the same area, you see the stack trace and the breadcrumbs. You can see the keys, and you can see what we thought at the time of the crash was for the index in the database and locally. And this actually really helped us debug a super tricky crash. So something I recommend taking advantage of for yourselves when you want to know context of what's going on when the app's crashing. Now, another thing we used was what's called user identifier. And this is something that your customer support team will really, really, really like. So setting user identifiers is similar to custom keys, one line of code. And it shows up in Crashlytics like this. Now, that might not look super useful at first, but what you can do is you can map that user ID to the user that's logged in or using your application so that when someone writes in to customer support and says, hey, I'm having a bad experience, or the app always crashes to me when I try to do X, Y, or Z, you can actually rectify their situation. Maybe retrace their steps with breadcrumbs, issue them a refund, tell them they need to update their version, turn a negative experience into a positive experience for your users, and really supercharge your debugging capabilities. So those are a few extra things you can do in addition to the out-of-the-box insights and breadcrumbs with custom keys and user IDs for Crashlytics. But what I'm going to do now is turn it back over to Tali to review everything we did to improve the performance and stability of FriendlyPix.
Thanks. So that was our full journey, and we know it was just one example of what this could look like for all of you. We started with coming up with an idea and coding up an app. It was really exciting. We partnered early with Firebase Test Lab to make sure that we had a high-quality experience and we could ship to the App Store with confidence. After we shipped to the App Store, we depended heavily on Firebase Crashlytics and performance to make sure we had the best possible experience. We were able to alert to new issues quickly, triage and resolve them fast. We saw growth of our app and expanded to new markets. And we dug in deeper with advanced features. We did all of this so that you could focus on what you really want to focus on most, which is building new features and delighting your users. We know that no one wants to spend their day worrying about the quality and stability of their app. And that's why we have created these tools, so that we're able to have your back so that you can focus on what you want to do most. We also have your back when it comes to security and privacy. We're excited by May 25th, we will be fully GDPR compliant, so you can continue to serve your users no matter where they are in the world, because we know that's really important. Thank you so much for coming today. We really appreciate your time. If you want to dig in deeper with Test Lab, there's another session tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. on autonomous and customized pre-launch testing. It should be really cool, so be sure to check it out. Thank you so much.
This is I/O Live, and I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Hannah Beekler, who is a production designer. You may know her from Black Panther.
Hello.
Hi, how are you today?
I gotta give it one of these. Great, I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here.
Me too. We're really glad that you came here to talk about your work and to talk about diversity and inclusion and how that's affected by representation in media.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a big important part of that is if you don't see it, you can't be it. And so putting those things into our narrative work and films, which, you know, everybody finds the time to go see a good movie, as noted by Infinity War, and, you know, and to represent a huge portion of the population in that way, I think when people see it, they realize like I can do that. I can have those same goals in life because it's not going to be impossible. And I think that that's such a huge, important part of my work and my body of work over the last 3 years.
Yeah, one of the things I think about a lot is that I was really lucky growing up, wanting to be an engineer and seeing lots of engineers that looked like me. And that was inspiring, and I really want that for everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, I think inspiring the next generation of young scientists who are female, young kids of color, who see a world where they have a sense of pride, where they have a sense of reaching back and seeing their tradition and their culture and their ancestors and all those things, even being a part of their future. And I think walking away with a huge sense of themselves that they otherwise may not know or have had privy to, or so it's lifting spirits that's so important when it comes to representation. It's not only about getting into certain fields; it's about who we're raising in the world for the future, because I know I'm going to be relying on my young child to take care of me, and I want him to know some things. So, it's always on my mind, and it's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, things that we did. I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our sound science that we use in the movie, and to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and I can do this you can't ask for anything more. And so I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good.
Yeah.
Right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right and that people are going to be happy and proud, and that, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So and then after when I saw it, I was like, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation and a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You know, you saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, you know, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. You know, very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, and then how do we envelop the technology, just what you said. And I know for Ryan, community was really important. So and I talked to a lot of experts. It wasn't just me sort of coming up with things. I talked to a lot of people who really knew, nanotechnologists, neuroscientists, archaeologists, geologists, geographers, on a daily basis, to understand how to fold that in. And I think one of the biggest things that I did was I tried to find, a lot of the tech was based on biomimetics. So I tried to find in nature and in the different cultures what the use of something was, and then the evolution of it. Because at the end of the day, it is all about the evolution of it, how we are in society and how we are advancing technologically. So it was me relating these things back in a way that represented what they are really used for and how they would have evolved over time. And I think technologically, oftentimes, it is the thing for the thing's sake, and not here is, you know, something that has been such a big part of a tradition of any nationality, any ethnicity, any culture, religion, and this is how it becomes useful in a futuristic and advanced way. If that means technology, then that's the way that it would be. So that's sort of how I strung those together. And then pulling from nature. That was a huge one. And thereby keeping everything organic, in a sense. So it becomes not such a scary thing, but a very organic thing, because we're so used to seeing certain things in nature, patterns, shapes, you know, geometry, all of these things, math, science, it's all around us constantly. So it was really easy at some point to start just looking just into nature, because it is science. It is technology. You know what I mean? Like the way everything works. So looking beyond the hardware and the finish of the hardware of it, and into the organic nature of it all. That's like a little dive into how it went.
It must have been a very full 14 months working on this film.
Beyond. We were on 3 continents, we were in 2 states, and I had a team at any given moment that were 500 strong, just in my department. So we went 14 months, and we went hard as we could go for 14 months to get this done, and put every last, like my whole team put every last inch of themselves. So, you know, it was a beautiful thing, because we represented the diaspora, just our crew. So it was a micro version of the macro that we were building in Wakanda, and I lived that every single day for a little over a year.
All right, I want to ask you about what's next, but it doesn't have to be specific projects. But it's like, where do you go from here with everything that you've talked about, right? Like the production design itself, but like the bigger themes and ideas that you're working on.
You know, I'm challenging myself, I think, to try to continue to do things that are out of my comfort zone. Something I learned from Ryan Coogler, who has taken me from Fruitvale Station to a boxing movie, Creed, to a comic book movie, Black Panther. I want to continue the trend on my own and not just be in a place that I feel comfortable. My next project with Melina Matsuko, who is a director for Insecure, I'm just working on the pilot for Why the Last Man, which is a graphic novel.
Yes, I've read the entire series. So good.
So I'm going to be designing the pilot. We're working on that currently. I can't really say much more than that, but it's super exciting. The script is phenomenal. And our approach to it is going to be, I think, something really cool. So I'm really super excited about that. Worked with Beyonce again. That's all I can say about that. And the future is wide open. And if Denis Villeneuve is listening, I'd love to do Dune.
Yes.
I throw that out every opportunity I can get. Denis?
Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your story and all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It's super exciting. I'm so happy to be here. And I think I'm going to learn something today, too. So, you know, it's all about soaking in all this greatness. So, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
All the way up now.
I can't imagine how anybody passes a problem that they know that they can fix and doesn't try to fix it. That's not some complicated thing. It's just stop talking about it and start doing it. I feel an absolute obligation to serve. I did 2 tours in Iraq as a helicopter pilot. I loved being part of the cavalry. But then I got injured, and that caused me to lose my ability to fly. One day you're a soldier, and then overnight they rip off that tag and slap veteran on your chest. I didn't know where to start looking for the next thing. What I do is math and engineering, so I had to find a way to apply those things in a meaningful way. Service doesn't end when you get out of the military, it just changes. And I started reading about the research that they were doing at the Human Engineering Research Lab. And I thought, man, I gotta go be a part of that. HURL's mission is to help people with disabilities increase independence and quality of life. I prepare the software to support the research that we do. One of the big things that I've done is help us transition to using Android tools. They make things really accessible. Anybody can sit down and start using these technologies and perform the tasks that we hope that it'll be useful for. That's the right thing to do, is to make things not just able to be used, but to be used with the same sort of joy or ease as I do. A big part of why open technology is so attractive to engineers like myself is there's such an active community of people designing and innovating.
Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All 3 of my children have a disability. The fact that my son has autism is just one little part of him, but almost his entire existence is defined by that autism. There was part of me that hoped someday I'd be able to help my son be able to live independently and give him a future. That's part of why I became an engineer, is part of why I got into this field. There's going to be a time where someone like my son will have gotten a better opportunity, a better swing at this thing. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to fix the problem. There's not a minute to be wasted thinking about anything but the good things that we can do.
I need it.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. How are you doing? Today, we're going to be talking to you about growing your app on GCP. First, I'd like to introduce Aja. Aja is a developer advocate. Aja loves Ruby, dinosaurs, robots, and of course, cats.
And this is Miles. Miles is a developer advocate on the cloud team with me. And he's also the director of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee. And he loves music and getting dim sum with his tech friends. In fact, earlier this week, we stumbled across dim sum randomly on the Google campus. And we had to pause our rehearsal so we could have dumplings before we could continue.
I ate them all.
So we've spent part of our careers at startups for both of us. We know what it's like taking an idea into production and then growing it and adapting it as your user base shifts. We know that picking the right tools for the job at the right time is a balancing act of costs versus benefits versus skill sets. And today we're here to show you that the Google Cloud Platform has products that will work for you no matter what phase you are at and what your current struggles are.
So, once upon a time, there was a startup. CatFax. Has anyone heard of CatFax before? Raise your hands. It's a few of you.
We might be old, Miles.
Yeah, this might be an old joke. CatFax is a service for getting facts about cats.
So some quick facts about our CatFax app. We already have an MVP. We're running on some provider somewhere in a VM because originally we were running on my laptop. And we've got some OS, and the database and the app are all running in that environment because that's how I had it on my laptop. And we're using Node because Miles. And we're using some NoSQL database because I don't want to deal with having to keep a schema consistent and having to deal with the schema as we're rapidly iterating on this thing. And we're doing email integration through a third party because I don't want to deal with email.
So, like cats, the VMs that we use are a little temperamental. We only have one at a time. It's very precious, but it also, can get kind of angry if you try to pet it too quickly. And we really have to take care of it. There's no real rooms when you have a single virtual machine for errors.
So Miles is going to show us quick what the MVP looks like because most of you are not familiar with the joy that is CatFax. So
as you can see here, we have CatFax. You're going to sign up for CatFax with your email address. I'm going to make one up, ohmygodcats.biz at ohmygodcats.biz. We're going to submit it. Now, once we've submitted it, we've subscribed to CatFax. We're going to get a response letting us know that we've successfully subscribed. And then every single day, we're going to get an email with a new fact and a new cat, with a new cat fact. Back to you, Aja.
Thanks, Miles. So our CatFax app wants to move to the cloud. And we're going to be using GCP because we're here at Google I/O. So what are the reasons folks might want to move to the cloud and to GCP? One of the ones I hear a lot is that people's investors want them to. Investors are familiar with the cloud, and they know that it gives you a lot of flexibility to grow rapidly if your app just suddenly takes off. And it's also relatively easy to get an idea of what costs will be. The cloud is known, and people are comfortable with it now. You might also want to move to the cloud because you don't have an ops team. Our CatFax app, it's just the two of us. We don't really have an ops team. And you might want to move to GCP because you trust Google. You know that GCP is running on the same hardware and the same data centers where we run YouTube and Search and Gmail. And we keep those up, so we should be able to keep your app up too. So we have a VM. To run VMs on GCP, we're going to be using Google Compute Engine. This is Google's VMs on the cloud service. And we can pick the exact combination of CPU and RAM that's right for serving our CatFax. And so I'm going to pick something that looks like my dev box, because I know that works.
So if we want to move a VM over to Google Cloud Platform, there's a couple different ways that we can do it. We can spin up a whole fresh VM and maintain it by hand and build everything up. Or we can try to find a way to orchestrate it. This can be through tools such as Ansible, Chef, or Puppet. Or you can have file system images that you move over. But it is going to be a manual process to move this over. So VMs are awesome, though. And there's a lot of things that I like about VMs. You have really fast startup time, so you could see from the second that you spin up the VM, It's going to be about like 30 seconds until it's available and ready to use. And once it's running, it's available all the time. You don't have to worry about how fast it's going to boot up after that. From that, you can make images and quickly boot up in the future at any time. You can also customize the specs. So you can customize how much memory you're going to have, how much CPU you're going to have, and you could really dial it in. If you need graphics cards, you can do that. If you need TPUs for doing TensorFlow, you can do that. It's extremely flexible. You can make it as big or as small as you want, and it's very familiar. So if you know the Ubuntu environment or Windows Server, you can just get that spun up quickly and be working in an environment that you know.
So there's a list of stuff to consider here. We have to consider process management, security updates, upgrades. We need to consider scaling. We have to be responsible for doing all of those security patches. If something bad happens, I don't know how many of you guys were working in the industry when Heartbleed happened, but I was working consulting at that point, and that was a very frantic morning for us as we patched a whole bunch of VMs. You also, if you're dealing with VMs, you have to do backups, you have to do disaster recovery and provisioning, and you have to do database replication, and that's always been my least favorite ops task is database replication. And our ops team is just the two of us, and we don't have the time to deal with all of that stuff. So we're going to move to highly managed services. And specifically, I want to start with the database, because I really don't want to do database replication. So we're going to move to one of Google's types of managed databases where we can get services like that and some of our disaster recovery taken care of for us. Google has SQL and NoSQL options. We specifically have Cloud SQL in our relational model, and we support both MySQL and Postgres. And if you have something that's very high throughput, you need to do a lot of writes, you need consistency, and you need to be global scale, we have Cloud Spanner, which is amazing. It can do so much stuff, and it almost violates the CAP theorem, but not quite. And then we have Data Store, which is our NoSQL option. That's actually what we're going to be using in this demo. And then we also have Firestore, which is not on the slide, but is part of Firebase and is very similar to Data Store.
So now that we have the database moved over, we want to figure out where to run the application. How many people in the audience have used App Engine before? Quick raise of hands.
Awesome.
Awesome. So you know all the amazing benefits about moving to App Engine, but App Engine is our managed platform as a service. We love App Engine because there's no ops. It has integrated data store. When you deploy on App Engine, you have HTTPS already ready for you. You have idiomatic runtimes. So I love this as a Node.js developer. I can write my Node.js app, I can test it locally, and then I can deploy it to the cloud. It's going to run exactly the way that I expect it to run. And if I need to run it somewhere else, it's going to just work. Also, all the container images that we use for App Engine Flex are all available on GitHub. So if you want to fork them, if you want to add to them, it's easy for you to do that.
So now we've got someone else dealing with the operations of our app, and we demo for you, but the demo for showing it running on App Engine is nothing's changed. So we're going to skip that part. So now we can factor out bits of our app and add new features, which is what I, as an application developer, really want to be doing. I want to make cool stuff. I don't want to deal with pagers. So first thing we're going to pull out is our app mails you cat facts, and we don't really have to run the mailer in the front end on the same machine. So Miles is going to tell us about what we're going to do next with the mailer.
So when we originally wrote this application for our MVP, as we said, we had everything in a VM. The database was in the VM. The single node app did everything. And this isn't super flexible. It's not going to scale nicely. It's not going to have nice abstractions. And it's not going to be reusable. So one of the first things that we decided to abstract out once we moved over to App Engine was our cat facts as a service. So we were able to go and maybe, Aja, do you want to get into and describe it?
So what we're going to do here is I'm going to show you. So we moved all of our stuff to Cloud Functions, like Miles said. We moved a mailer, and we also moved some other stuff there. But the first thing we need to do is to build out a function to get us cat facts. So this is some code to retrieve cat facts from the database and a picture to go with it. You can see we're just doing some really basic data store queries here, and we're ordering on last used, only pulling one thing back, and I've got some code there to update a timestamp. And then we just send back a very basic JSON payload and a status code of 200. It really took only about 10 minutes to write this code, and most of that was remembering how data store and JavaScript work together. And Miles was talking about the email, so he's going to go into the code for the email and talk a little bit about how we approach that.
So part of the reason why we decided to move the emailer to a Cloud Function was because email is not a service that is running in hot code. It's not going to necessarily affect the user experience. So and you saw the demo where I signed up with my email address. I want to get the response from the server giving me the confirmation that I've signed up. We do that once your email address is in data store. But once that's done, we don't need to wait for an email to go out to actually send a confirmation to the user. So we send a message out on PubSub to send an email. And we have this generic email server that creates a client and sends a request with the data to, that's who the email's going to, from, that's who's emailing it, the subject and the body. And this can be actually reused throughout our application. So the exact same Cloud function is running to send an email when you subscribe, and it's also sending an email every single day whenever new facts go out. And by splitting it out into a Cloud function, it's able to scale up with our load as we have more people subscribing. It's able to be used for different things, and it's able to be its own code that we can think about independently. And if we ever want to change our email service, for example, we could just change the Cloud function. As long as we adhere to the same API, the rest of the services don't need to change at all.
And so we talked about adding new features. And one of the things I wanted to add was a cat fax bot, because I really like chatbots. They're a lot of fun. And our team uses Hangouts Chat, which is super cool. And so I've written a Hangouts chat bot. And one of the interesting things is that both the mailer and the bot use the same underlying cat fax service. And all the Hangouts chat bot does is it reformats the fact and picture payload into the form that Hangouts chat requires. All I have to do is call out to the cat fax service, get a fact back, and then send back a 200 with the JSON package the exact way that Hangouts chat expects it. And I had a chat bot. It was really fast and really easy. And because it's running in Cloud Functions, if 100,000 people hit my Hangouts chat bot to get their cat fax at the same time, it's fine. And if no one's using my cat fax chat bot because no one wants cat fax right now, that's also fine. Cloud Functions will scale automatically to what I need at the time. And so I really like that because I don't know if cat fax is going to take off. Maybe people don't want cat fax in their chat bots. But Miles is going to actually show you that chat bot right now. And you guys are going to see pictures of my cats.
So here you can see we are in Hangouts Chat, and we've got a chat going with the bot. And I could go like, hey, bot, give me a cat. And the bot's going to think about it for a second. It's making a call to the Cloud function. It's getting the data from the Cloud function. It comes back with a cat and a fact that each cat and owner have their own unique vocabulary. And we can message it again, hey, more cats flocks. And we give it a second to think about a new cat and a new fact, and it gets back to us with the same cat and the same fact. And that's how you know that this is a real demo. Back to you, Asha.
So what happened there is I had a timeout. I did not actually sufficiently put enough time in my chatbot to do the update on my query, because we're trying to pull the least recently used. I spent some time debugging that yesterday, but I'm sorry that you guys saw the broken version. But you know, it's real. So Miles is going to talk a little bit about the architecture that we ended up with. And then we're going to talk about one of the last compute options you have available on GCP.
So we've been talking through all these different services, but we thought that this diagram would kind of give a clear idea of how we architected it. So we have a front end that's written in Node.js and Express that's running on App Engine. That's taking user requests, and when you sign up, it's adding a user to Bigtable, and then it's requesting a cat fact from the cat fact function, and then it's submitting an event to PubSub to let it know to send an email. PubSub is then triggering the function that's listening for new email events and emailing it out. Now, the task scheduler is another App Engine app. If you didn't know, you can actually make cron jobs using App Engine to set it up to execute App Engine REST calls based on certain amounts of time. So the task scheduler is set to run on a daily basis. Every single day, it gets the list of all the people who have subscribed. And then it sets a new task in the PubSub queue for every single person to send them a new fact. The emailer goes and grabs the cat fact and sends it out. What's really cool about this, too, though, is you'll notice that we have multiple services calling to the cat fact service. So we have the chatbot, which is also calling to the cat fact service. And we can build a whole fleet of services regarding cat facts, depending on the kind of service you want to use it. We can make emailers, SMS, chatbots, IRC bots, and they can all use the same microservice that can scale up based on how much load there is. Maybe we find out that people don't like email anymore, and we need to pivot to SMS. We're ready to do that, and we don't have to do much refactoring to our actual architecture in order to support that.
So at this point, let's just pretend that CatFax is the new hotness, and it is wildly successful, and we have hundreds of millions of users getting their CatFax and cat pictures on a daily basis. So if that happens, which we hope will happen, we're going to be able to hire someone to help us with operations. And when I've talked to my friends who work in operations, one of them said that we need to consider Google Kubernetes Engine. I was talking to her about it, and she said that it would give us more flexibility with our architecture while retaining many of the benefits of App Engine and Cloud Functions. And it would especially work well for us because we've already moved toward a microservices architecture with a bunch of different scalable components. So
you may be asking yourself, what's a Kubernetes? How many people in the audience have used Kubernetes so far?
OK.
So you're not asking what's a Kubernetes. But for those who haven't, Kubernetes is the Greek word, I believe, for helmsman.
Governor, helmsman, one of those. I don't remember which.
Yeah. And it is a service that's open sourced. It's in the CNCF, the Cloud Native Compute Foundation. And it's for orchestrating and scaling Docker containers in production. It's a way of setting up cloud architecture. And it's designed and based on the Google internal architecture Borg. So a lot of the lessons and things that we've learned about making scalable services were all used to inspire the architecture of Kubernetes. On our next slide, we're going to show what a YAML file looks like for Kubernetes, and Aja is going to tell you all about that.
Here's an example Kubernetes deployment file for an Nginx container. The big thing to be aware with Kubernetes, and this is the thing that a lot of folks find challenging at first, is that unlike when you're setting up VMs and you're doing scripting to make your VMs reproducible, all of that's focused on how. You want to install this thing, and then you want to change these ports, and you want to set up this kind of load balancer. Kubernetes, you need to describe what a happy, wonderful, good state is for your product. This many versions of this container, this many versions of this container, this kind of load balancer. And then what Kubernetes does for you is it does everything in its power to keep that happy state. So if one of your nodes, magically, one of your VMs gets hit by lightning in the center of your data center, it could happen. Kubernetes will take what was running on that VM, on that node, and it will put it to other places in a way to make sure that your app is as close to that running state, that happy state that you want it to be. And it takes a little bit of work for a lot of people to get their head around the fact that you don't explain how to get there. You use the concepts that are built into Kubernetes, pods, services, deployments, to describe what a successfully running app looks like. So Miles mentioned it a bit. In that example, I was actually using the Nginx Docker container. What's a Docker was one of the things that I asked when people were trying to teach me about Kubernetes. And Docker is a container format, and a container is a way of packaging up a runtime and the files and the dependencies to go with it. And the nice thing about it is you can put multiple of them on a VM, and you don't have to deal with dependency conflicts. Like I know when I was working in ops, one of the things we had was we had like 3 different parts of the service, different microservices, and they each were using slightly different versions of various Ruby gems or slightly different versions of various C libraries. And installing them together side by side was a problem. And then we had to get like 3 different dev teams to actually agree on which version we were going to standardize on. With Docker, you can just package up an app with its dependencies and run it next to an app with slightly different or very different dependencies on the same machine, and you get much better utilization, and you get safety. The other nice thing about using containers and Docker is that since you're packaging a container, you seem to have less problems with the works in dev and doesn't work in prod situation, which I know I have spent many hours banging my head against. And when you read about this, you're going to see stuff about namespaces and C groups and all that, but the big thing is running application with its dependencies and its file system all packaged up neatly.
So what you can see up on the screen now is a fairly straightforward Docker file. We're starting from an image that's actually published by the Node.js project. Carbon is the 8.x branch for LTS. And if you go from Node.js Carbon Alpine, what that means is we're going to grab the latest published version of 8.x of Node running on an Alpine-based operating system. And Alpine is a very, very thin operating system that's been designed specifically for running in Docker containers. If you're looking for fast boots and thin images, Alpine is a good place to get started. We're copying the file system from the folder that we're running in directly into the image. We're going to run the command npm install production. That production flag makes sure that your dev dependencies don't get installed. And it's important to run all of the commands to set up your environment before you're actually running in production. So this is going to make sure that all the dependencies you need are there, that there's nothing in that image that you don't need for running in production. And then the command npm start is going to boot everything up. So that command gets run when the Docker container is started. npm start is a really great way to boot things up. It's something you put in your package.json script. If anyone has more questions about kind of best practices for setting up Node applications, please feel free to grab me after the talk.
So one of the things I mentioned in my definition of Docker is C groups. And you might be thinking, what's a C group? And that's out of scope for this talk. So you can come talk. There's containers, office hours, and there's also office hours on Google Cloud's open source projects in the office hours space. And folks from the Kubernetes project will be there if you want to talk in detail about the implementation. So why would you make the switch to Kubernetes? This is the question I get the most when I'm out in the field talking to folks at events or I'm at DevOps meetups. And the first thing I want to say is you don't have to. There's a lot of folks out there who are like, Kubernetes is the new hotness. I have to use Kubernetes. And if what you have works for you, great. App Engine, Cloud Functions, or VMs, or any combination of those, like we had with our CatFacts app, they're a fine way to run your app indefinitely. If it works, don't fix it. But containers provide some advantages around portability, predictability, and utilization. And I've seen a lot of success with teams that have switched to this. The big thing that I've seen from my DevOps friends is that they're getting better utilization out of their VMs. They're able to use all of the CPU and all of the memory that they provision. It's less of an issue with GCP because Google Compute Engine lets you specify and make custom VMs that exactly fit your app. But if you have things that are really variable in load, or you've got a bunch of VMs that all look the same for whatever reason, containers might be a way to solve that problem. And if you've decided to go with containers for any of these or other reasons, Kubernetes is a great way to manage the bin packing problem of putting things there and making sure that everything stays up. I really like that if you specify known good state, it will take care of making that known good state maintained for you, even if something weird happens to some of your machines.
So some concluding thoughts about all the things that we just said. Google Cloud Platform is kind of like a delicious dim sum buffet. And bear with me on this. You have lots of different options, and you can pick them all depending on your tastes. As you need more, they're there. They're on the cart. They're steamed. They're ready to go. You need more Sumai. We've got more Sumai. And it's really easy to share. You have big projects. You can add more people to the projects. They can grab the dumplings that they want. Aja, now I'm really hungry.
Almost lunchtime.
Yeah,
almost.
As you can tell, I think almost as much about dumplings as I think about compute. But I also like to not have to think about how I make the dumplings. I just want to eat them. And that really becomes one of the great benefits about using a platform like this. If you need to focus on your MVP, if you need to focus on the product that you're getting out of the door, and your product isn't operations, you may want to be just using all these things that are ready to go. You can iterate off of them as necessary, and you can make architecture decisions to make sure that you are not super locked into things that are harder to move. But we have a lot of different products available for you today to run your compute in all sorts of different ways based on your needs.
So we went through a lot of stuff really quickly, and one of the things I want to make sure everyone knows is that if you choose one of these things, it doesn't mean you can't change your mind later on. All of these things play well together. Projects that use a lot of them are here. Here's kind of the high-level summary of what we just talked about. So we've got Google Compute Engine, virtual machines and custom sizes. I was talking to someone, and they had done the math, and there's over 6,000 ways, I think, to configure 6,000 different flavors of VM. This is good when you're already familiar with VMs. Who's shipped something on a VM? I know I have lots and lots of times. Wow, that's actually fewer folks than I expected. Or if you just want to pick up something that you're running in a VM on your local machine and shove it into production. We have Google App Engine. This is a serverless application platform. It's good when you want a no-ops solution to running your app, and you want fully managed services. You want networking taken care of. You want auto-scaling. You want the ability to use images that are known good that Google has endorsed, and we're making sure we're maintaining. We're making sure we're patching and things like that. We've got Google Cloud Functions for event-driven serverless applications or for event-driven parts of your application. This is good for tasks that need high scale some of the time and are largely stateless. It's especially good if you have something that you need to run a lot at once and not a lot later on, because you can shove as much through that pipe as you need to or as little. It depends on what your use is, and it's really great for that. And then we have Google Kubernetes Engine. And this is managed Kubernetes on Google Compute Engine. This is absolutely one of the easiest ways to get started with containers and Kubernetes. Is how I got started, and it's really, really good because we take care of a lot of this stuff for you. While there's lots of folks involved in the Kubernetes project, both inside and outside Google, Google is still very involved, and the team that builds Google Kubernetes Engine works with the team that's working on Kubernetes to make sure that everything is smooth. So we want to say thank you, and before we actually say thank you to you all for attending, I would actually like to really thank all the folks who are making this possible. We've got fantastic staff running the lights and running the camera for the live stream and producing in this room, so if y'all could give them a round of applause, I'd be grateful. And thank you all for coming and giving us 45 minutes of your wonderful day today at Google I/O. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
The sun comes out and it's a new day. I'm gonna make it on my own. The sun comes out, I'm in a new one foot in front of the other. One step at a time, I got your back, you got mine. One foot in front of the other. One foot in front of the other. One foot in front of the other. I'm the youth, ayy, I am the greatest, ayy, this is the proof, ayy, I work hard, pray hard, pay dues, ayy, I transform with pressure, I'm hands-on with effort, I failed twice before, my bounce back was special.
Welcome to Google I/O. For someone like me who grew up without a phone, I can distinctly remember how gaining access to technology can make a difference in your lives. That's why we've been so focused on bringing digital skills to communities around the world. We have trained over 25 million people, and we expect that number to rise over 60 million in the next 5 years. Healthcare is one of the most important fields AI is going to transform. We announced our work on diabetic retinopathy, and we use deep learning to help doctors diagnose it. We can predict the 5-year risk of you having an adverse cardiovascular event, heart attack or strokes. We've been working with our partners using de-identified medical records. It turns out if you go and analyze over 100,000 data points per patient, more than any single doctor could analyze, we can actually quantitatively predict the chance of readmission 24 to 48 hours earlier than traditional methods. It gives doctors more time to act. We are bringing another feature to Gmail, Smart Compose. We use machine learning to start suggesting phrases for you as you type. All you need to do is to hit tab and keep auto-completing. Another product is Google Photos. So we are bringing a new feature. If you took a picture of a document which you want to save for later, we can recognize, convert the document to PDF, and make it much easier for you to use later. Or if you happen to have a very special memory, something in black and white, we can recreate that moment in color and make that moment even more real and special. And we are adding, as of today, 6 new voices to the Google Assistant. John Legend's voice will be coming later this year so that you can get responses like this.
At 10 a.m., you have an event called Google I/O Keynote. Then, at 1 p.m., you have margaritas. Have a wonderful day.
I'm looking forward to 1 p.m.
Today, the Assistant is available on over 500 million devices. Now, by the end of this year, the Assistant will support 30 languages and be available in 80 countries. But one step that we've been working on is something we call Pretty Please.
Hey Google, talk to Voicetron.
Daddy, you forgot to say please. Tell me a story, please.
Thanks for asking so nicely. You're very polite.
I know.
So the Assistant understands and responds to positive conversation with polite reinforcement.
Now, sometimes the assistant can actually be more helpful by having a lower visual profile. So let's say I'm heading home from work. I have Google Maps showing me the fastest route during rush hour traffic. Hey Google, send Nick my ETA and play some hip hop.
Okay, letting Nick know you're 20 minutes away and check out this hip hop music station on YouTube.
Let's say you want to ask Google to make you a haircut appointment. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you.
So how can I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me 1 second.
That was a real call you just heard. The amazing thing is the assistant can actually understand the nuances of conversation. We've been working on this technology for many years. It's called Google Duplex. It brings together all our investments over the years in natural language understanding, deep learning, text-to-speech. I'm really excited to announce the new Google News.
With the new Google News, we set out to help you do 3 things. First, keep up with the news you care about. Second, understand the full story. And finally, enjoy and support the sources you love. Our AI constantly reads the fire hose of the web for you, the millions of articles, videos, podcasts, and comments being published every minute and assembles the key things you need to know. We're also excited to introduce a new visual format we call newscasts. You are not going to see these in any other news app. Newscasts give me an easy way to get the basics and decide where I want to dive in more deeply. Full coverage is an invitation to learn more. It gives a complete picture of a story in terms of how it's being reported from a variety of sources and in a variety of formats. This is by far the most powerful feature of the app. And here in the newsstand section, it's easy to find and follow the sources I already love and browse and discover new ones. And if there's a publication I want to subscribe to, we make it dead simple. Because you're signed in with your Google account, you're set. We're rolling out on Android, iOS, and the web in 127 countries starting today.
Growth of Android over the last 10 years has helped fuel the shift in computing from desktop to mobile. And as Sundar mentioned, AI is going to profoundly change industries. And this brings me to the new version of Android we're working on, Android P. Adaptive Battery uses on-device machine learning to figure out which apps you'll use in the next few hours and which you won't use until later, if at all, today. With Android P, we're going beyond simply predicting the next app to launch to predicting the next action you want to take. We call this feature App Actions. What's happening here is that the actions are being predicted based on my usage patterns. The phone is adapting to me and trying to help me get to my next task more quickly. Slices are a new API for developers to define interactive snippets of their app UI that can be surfaced in different places in the OS. With MLKit, you get on-device APIs to text recognition, face detection, image labeling, and a lot more. And MLKit also supports the ability to tap into Google's cloud-based ML technologies.
Our team has heard so many stories from people who are trying to find the right balance with technology. One of the first things we focused on was helping you understand your habits. Android P will show you a dashboard of how you're spending time on your device. As you saw earlier, you can see how much time you spent in apps, how many times you've unlocked your device today, and how many notifications you've received. Android P lets you set time limits on apps and will nudge you when you're close to your limit that it's time to do something else. If you turn your phone over on the table, it automatically enters Do Not Disturb, so you can focus on being present. No pings, vibrations, or other distractions. You can tell the Google Assistant what time you aim to go to bed, and when that time arrives, it will switch on Do Not Disturb and fade the screen to grayscale, which is far less stimulating for the brain and can help you set the phone down. Well, today, we're announcing Android P Beta.
Maps was built to assist everyone. We've mapped over 220 countries and territories and put hundreds of millions of businesses and places on the map. We're adding a new tab to Maps called For You. It's designed to tell you what you need to know about the neighborhoods you care about, new places that are opening, what's trending now, and personal recommendations. We've created a score called Your Match to help you find more places that you'll love. Your Match uses machine learning to combine what Google knows about hundreds of millions of places with the information that I've added.
Let me paint a familiar picture. Your phone says, head south on Market Street. One problem, you have no idea which way is south. So you look down at the phone, you're looking at that blue dot on the map, and you're starting to walk to see if it's moving in the same direction. Our teams have been working really hard to combine the power of the camera, the computer vision, with Street View and maps to reimagine walking navigation. So here's how it could look like in Google Maps. Notice that you also see the map, so that way you stay oriented. You can start to see nearby places, so you see what's around you. Now, with smart text selection, you can now connect the words you see with the answers and actions you need. So you can do things like copy and paste from the real world directly into your phone. You're at your friend's place, you check out this trendy-looking lamp, and you want to know things that match that style. And now Lens can help you. You open the camera, and you start to see Lens surface proactively all the information instantly. And it even anchors that information to the things that you see.
Waymo is the only company in the world with a fleet of fully self-driving cars with no one in the driver's seat on public roads. So Phoenix will be the first stop for Waymo's driverless transportation service, which is launching later this year. Soon, everyone will be able to call Waymo using our app, and a fully self-driving car will pull up with no one in the driver's seat to whisk them away to their destination.
Hi, IO Live, it's Todd Kerpelman, and I am here with Asad Naweed, who is a software engineer on ARCore. So, Asad, what's new in the world of augmented reality?
Hi, Todd. So today at I/O, we're announcing 2 new features in ARCore that we're really excited about. We are announcing augmented images and cloud anchors.
Okay, those sound very impressive, but what are they? What's augmented images?
So augmented images is a set of APIs inside ARCore that allow developers to create AR apps that can recognize images in the real world and then anchor virtual content with respect to them. So if your app can recognize an image, let's say this portrait up here, then it can make that image come to life and overlay virtual content on top of that image and make it do interesting things that weren't possible before.
So what kind of apps do you see taking advantage of augmented images?
One other thing that I'm really passionate about is education. And children's education in particular, you could create an app that recognizes the images in a children's storybook. And if kids previously, when they're just reading a storybook, can now point their cell phones at the storybook and then see the story come to life on top of their books, right there and then.
Alrighty, let's check out one of these demos here.
Yeah, so this is augmented images. And we'll see that ARCore finds this image and then makes it come to life like that.
Whoa!
So this is what I was talking about when I meant immersive experiences, is that as we move the phone slightly at an angle, we see that the 3D model actually turns with us. And if we end up going a little closer, we'll see that the effect is much more pronounced. You can actually take a look at the structure of the cubes as they are there, and it's so much more immersive than the standard 2D painting because now you have this box that's reaching into the wall and the image is no longer there, and it's actually been superimposed by this 3D model that's dynamic and can move, and I can get different perspectives on it depending on where I am. So yeah, that's what's really exciting about this.
And is this a phone with any special hardware, any special features? What is this that we're looking at this on?
So this is just a phone that's running ARCore, and ARCore doesn't have any specific hardware requirements, short of maybe just like a good camera and a good gyroscope and accelerometer, but that's about it.
All right, and here we have another augmented image. Let's see what's going on here.
Yep, so this is another image that the app knows how to recognize. And now that it's done that, we can see what grows as we move the phone up, and this then grows into like a massive tree that an artist has put together that's rooted at the augmented image. So if you keep going all the way up, you'll see that it becomes like a really, really, really nice tree. And as you bring the phone down, the tree will ultimately sink back into the augmented image that it detected. So these are the kinds of visual experiences and like things that come to life rooted at images that the app knows how to recognize. And that's what we're really excited to see what developers are going to do with.
Wow, that is super cool. I could actually just stay here all day and watch the tree grow and shrink, but I think I have other interviews to do.
No, you're more than welcome to come back when you're done.
All right. Well, if you need me, folks, I'll be hanging out here making augmented reality trees grow. And then the second piece of technology we were talking about were cloud anchors. So what is that, and what does that allow me to do as the developer?
Cloud anchors allow you to create and host anchors, AR anchors, and share them between different people and different devices. And that's really exciting because then suddenly you have the ability to create apps that two people can use together to anchor content in the world and see where other people have anchored content in the world as well. One other thing that we're really excited about is that the cloud anchors are actually cross-platform. We're also really excited to announce that anchors created on AR Core devices will also be recreatable on iOS devices running AR Core on iOS. And that opens up the door to so many different possibilities and a significantly larger user base. So now iOS developers can also use AR Core cloud anchors.
All right. So basically, we are setting up a multiplayer game where both devices, an iOS and an Android device, are agreeing on the same augmented reality space that they're sharing. Is that basically what's going on here?
Yes, that's exactly what's going on here, Todd. I have in my hand an iPhone that's running AR Core on iOS. And Brian has an Android device, and we are going to play the same game together. And
all right, let's give this a try here.
That you can see right there is where Brian has placed his board, and I will place mine here. And when I am ready, we are now going to play a game where I have to fire onto Brian's light board. And when I do that, it effectively lights Brian's board up. And then he has to color all of my shots, all of my dots before I manage to do the same thing for him. And he is seeing these boards in the exact same place that I am seeing them in. And I can see him playing the game with me, and the only reason why this shared AR experience is possible is because of the magic of cloud anchors. Woo! So yeah, just to kind of like reiterate, this is an iPhone, it's not an Android device, and we do have AR Core cloud anchors supported on both iOS devices and Android devices, and we're really excited to see what developers are going to do with this.
That is super awesome. I can't wait to play some really fun augmented reality multiplayer games around my living room.
Well, definitely, and yeah, it's a blast for everyone, like the whole family, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was super cool. If you want to see more exciting videos like this one, head on over to g.co/io/guide for lots more videos featuring me and the rest of the I/O Live crew.
Hello. Welcome to our session. We really appreciate you choosing to spend the next 40 minutes here with us, given the number of things that are going on at I/O. It's a really busy time. My name is Benjamin Schramm, and I'm joined here by Jennifer Miller and Brittany Minuti. And we're all from the team at Google working on immersive computing. We want to talk to you today about using immersive computing for teaching and learning in a few really important and really different contexts. But first, I want to make sure we're all on the same page about what we mean by immersive computing. I mean, in the simplest terms, we mean VR and AR. VR that can take you anywhere, like to the Taj Mahal, to another place in time, down to the atomic level, wherever. But the reason we say, and we'll continue to say, immersive computing, is that at Google, we look at these technologies as occupying different areas on a shared spectrum. And increasingly, all points on the spectrum are beginning to blur together more and more. So the plan today is to spend a few minutes walking through specifically why and how we see this technology being used for teaching and learning. And again, we really mean teaching and learning in the broadest sense. So I'll share some updates about Google Expeditions. Jen will talk to us about our efforts to bring this technology to higher education. And then finally, Britt will walk us through Tour Creator. OK, so why are we here for the third I/O in a row talking about this? Like, what's the big idea here? For us, the really powerful idea is that we have an opportunity with almost any technology on this immersive computing spectrum to help turn the abstract representations of things that form so much of our education, of our work, of just sort of how we perceive the world, into more concrete experiences that activate our minds and our bodies and allow us to learn by experience, sort of a continuation of how we all learn things as kids. And for the set of things we're going to talk about today, what we want to enable is this technology makes those concrete experiences much more regular things, much more accessible and as effective as possible. And this is really important because we all need it. Like our kids will need it, future generations will need it. So 2 years ago at I/O, I posed this classic math problem to the audience. And I wanted to check back and see if anyone got the answer in these last 2 years. I've actually now learned it's a classic problem. It's actually called the age of the captain problem. Many, many studies have posed this or similar sorts of questions to primary and secondary students. Anyone have an answer? Anyone know how old the captain is? It turns out a majority of your average sort of primary and secondary school math students will produce a numerical answer to this question. 66 out of 97 in the most recent study I could find. And the researchers in that study actually termed this phenomena the suspension of sense-making, which now that I know it is actually a really useful phrase in all kinds of contexts. But it's kind of the doomsday scenario for when learning becomes too abstracted. And I think it really illustrates for us both the challenge and the opportunity that we have before us. The opportunity is that instead of asking a student, like, why they should spend time studying why ancient Rome was important, or asking them to just appreciate these like amazing artifacts of human history with just some little pictures in a textbook or a video on a little screen, you can let them explore it in VR, like they were there in Rome. You can give them this bite-sized field trip moment. It engages their mind, their body, it gives them the agency to look around. Or you can let them evaluate a statue of a powerful woman in history like Cleopatra, like it was standing right in front of them. Another way to think about this is a theory that's popular among cognitive scientists who study learning, so-called cognitive load theory. People heard of this? It says that like our ability to learn, sort of you can think about it like it's a funnel. And basically it states that the total mental energy that we have to learn something is what's left over after you've subtracted the inherent difficulty of the thing that you're trying to understand or learn, plus the effort required to understand how that concept is presented. So what you're left with is the mental energy you have left to learn. So like if fractions has like an inherent difficulty of x, there's this like other difficulty of y that's just like trying to understand how fractions are presented to you or how it's taught to you. And we can't do much about the inherent difficulty of these concepts. The world's like a really complicated place. But we can do something about that orange part of the funnel, about how information is actually presented to people when they're trying to learn it. But when you look at so many of the places that learning actually happens, like classrooms and lecture halls, they really aren't set up to like lessen that cognitive load. They're basically only set up to explain things with words or 2D drawings. And then you realize that not a lot's changed in hundreds of years. Like, this is how we were teaching people in the 15th century. And for us, it makes scenes of using students using AR in their class like seem almost overdue. So let's start by talking about Google Expeditions. We launched Expeditions at I/O 3 years ago, and it's been incredible to watch it grow. And now tens and tens of thousands of schools are using it every single day. And at its core, Expeditions really hasn't changed much from how we first conceived it. It's a tool that allows a teacher, or we call them a guide, to take groups of co-located students on virtual field trips or show them virtual things. And since we announced it in 2015, we've continued to see it grow, and we've continued to add features to make it even more powerful and even more accessible. And as of today, we're really excited to show that over 3 million students and teachers have participated in one of our pioneer programs, and that Expeditions has been installed on over 6 million devices. And we're so encouraged by the continued enthusiasm and excitement we've seen from teachers and students who've been using it for multiple years now. In addition to the steady stream of qualitative feedback we've received, we've also started to get some real quantitative data back as well. And it's still early days for this stuff, but in a recent study, we worked with SRI, we worked with researchers at SRI, we found that students that used Expeditions VR as part of a specific science lesson outperformed those students who used that same lesson but with traditional 2D media, like pictures and video. And they did so by a statistically significant number. So I wanted to share a few of the things that we've learned along the way and some things that we're doing to make Expeditions even better and even more accessible. So first, we learned that while cardboard might be an awesome material out of which to build like a universally available VR headset, it might not be the best material out of which to build a VR kit for schools to use Expeditions with. This was the first Expeditions kit box we made back in 2015, and we were so excited when it arrived. We thought it was the coolest thing ever. We had cardboard headsets, we had a cardboard kit. Well, there was our Expeditions cardboard box after about 2 hours in a classroom. Big surprise, right? Classrooms are harsh environments for technology. So we knew we had to bring on some partners to help us. And so today we have kits like this in school across the world. Who here wishes like they had a VR cart like that in their class instead of a TV cart? Yeah, me too. We now have over 10 different partners offering kits in over a dozen different countries. We've also learned that if we want to reach the most number of learners possible with technology like VR and AR, we need to remove as many technological prerequisites as possible. So we started by allowing Expeditions to work offline, so that even in schools like this one in Ghana, they could travel the world with VR. Or in this school, hundreds of miles up the Amazon River, they could go outside and compare their environment to ones all the way across the world. So last year, we removed another prerequisite and made Expeditions work for users who didn't find themselves in a classroom or in a group. And we've actually seen lots and lots of teachers use this solo mode in their classes to let their students explore the world on their own. And we'll soon be updating the Expeditions home screen to make self-guided tours much easier to discover and jump into, while still making it really simple and straightforward to use in class. We've also been making some really amazing new content, like this set of Expeditions we made with the Earth VR team that brings the incredible experience of seeing Google Earth in VR to Cardboard and Daydream. And we used a technology the Daydream team recently open sourced and made available called Seurat. Seurat allows you to take a highly complicated 3D mesh, like the scene from Google Earth of New York City, and simplifies it down to a scene that, within a limited head box, can be viewed on mobile VR devices. It's really, really powerful stuff. And it's especially really powerful stuff on the recently announced Lenovo Mirage Solo device. These sorts of Expeditions really, really come alive with the sort of 6 degrees of freedom you get with a Mirage. And we've continued to add just more and more engaging and interesting content to our library of Expeditions. We now have over 800 different Expeditions spanning history, STEM subjects, art. There's really something for everyone, every teacher, every student, every curious adult. We've also continued to partner with the real experts in the field of educational publishing, like HMH. We now have a series of expeditions that supplement their textbooks. And as we were discussing at the outset, make all that important information contained within the textbook become more accessible and concrete with a set of accompanying VR content. But most importantly, we've learned that when you take students to amazing places, like underwater among coral reefs, they really want to investigate the things they see there, like coral or sharks. They want to get up close. They want to take the opportunity to look at this guy right in the eye, to look at those rows of sharp teeth. So Expeditions AR is our answer for how you bring that shark into the classroom, such that everyone remains dry and intact. We gave you a preview of Expeditions AR last year at I/O, and we spent the last year taking our beta application around to schools all over the world. Over 1 million students and teachers participated in our beta. They gave us their thoughts. They helped us refine it and improve it. We want to take this chance to thank them for such thoughtful feedback, for seeing through some of the early rough edges, and for just inspiring us to build it each and every day. And go ahead and check out #Google Expeditions on Twitter if you wanted to see some amazing scenes of people using Expeditions AR. The feedback that we've received has been super encouraging, like this 9th grade teacher from Boise, Idaho, who saw her classroom come alive. We love that last part in the quote most of all, that students have become both the teacher and the learner. And this is really the holy grail, giving amazing teachers like Karen the technological instruments to make moments like this happen in her classroom. So Expeditions AR will be shipping as a major update to our already launched app. AR will live alongside VR in the same binary, and we'll be shipping it at the end of the month with over 100 different AR expeditions composed of objects that span the same breadth that our VR tours do. History, art, chemistry, biology, natural history, math, the list goes on. And I want to give you a quick run-through of the features we'll be launching with. First, as we do in VR, one of the most powerful tools that we can give a guide is the ability to draw the group's attention to specific areas or points of interest. But we needed to design a new way to point out parts of the object. So we built a spotlight feature that lets a teacher shine a light on part of the object, such that all the students can see it. The teacher can move that spotlight around. They can make it a pinpoint or a floodlight. It looks really, really cool. We also learned that the bigger the elephant, the better. But the spaces people have available to them are all different sizes. So you need to be able to quickly resize it and let that propagate to all the connected devices. And while we don't use markers for tracking, we learned that physical marker images can actually be a great way of establishing a common reference point for large groups that are viewing the same object. So with Expeditions, you can put down up to 8 different markers around your space, and the objects you choose to show your group will display right on top of them. This helps to ensure you don't have like 30 kids crowded around the same object. And just like we have a solo mode in VR, we also have a solo mode in AR. So if you aren't guiding a group, you don't need a marker. You can just tap on any plane that your device detects to place that object and have a look. And you get all of the explanatory information in a little card to read about. Like, who doesn't want the Mars rover on their table? So as I said before, Expeditions AR will be shipping at the end of the month as an update to our current application. There's no need to install anything new. To experience AR, you'll need an AR Core-enabled device like a Pixel. But for schools that love their VR kits, and there are more and more and more of them, Best Buy Education will be offering a best of both worlds, VR and AR kit, built with the Asus Zenfone AR. And this device does high-quality AR and VR just beautifully. We're also really excited to announce that the recently debuted Acer ChromeTab 10, the world's first Chrome OS tablet designed from the ground up for use in schools, will be supporting both AR Core and Expeditions AR. And finally, for those schools with ARKit-enabled iPads, we'll also be bringing these same updates to the Expeditions iOS app. And just like Cloud Anchors that you may have heard of in an earlier session, it'll work cross-platform. So you can use an Android device to guide an iOS device, or vice versa. So that's it for Expeditions. A beautiful new UI, a powerful set of AR features, and a bunch of cool AR content to go with it. It's basically a museum in your pocket. OK, so we're going to change gears here. Thank you. We're excited too. Thank you. Beyond K-12 learning, we're also seeing lots and lots of signs that this technology can create engaging experiences for university students. And to talk to you about that, I'd like to introduce Jen.
Thanks, Ben. Beyond the curriculum, we quickly learned that there was even broader learning opportunities with VR. In the same way that learning can be an abstraction for many students, going to college, pursuing different careers is an abstraction for students around the world. These students don't have access to the mentors and the professionals in their life that have experience going to college or have experience pursuing different careers. So for the past few years, we've been creating hundreds of college and career expeditions to enable students to be able to visualize what it's like taking that step across that graduation stage and accepting that diploma. Or, taking that first step in applying for that dream job. And along those same lines, many educational programs have not been traditionally represented by women and minorities. And it can be difficult for these students to imagine what it's like to participate in these programs. But we know VR can help with this. One school, the New York Tandon School of Engineering, has taken this to a completely another level. They were looking to improve the impact and the diversity of their incoming freshman class. So they created a VR app, and they enlisted the help of students and faculty and built a bunch of different experiences showcasing the different projects and programs happening on their campus. And the admissions team created these custom branded cardboard, sent out a letter to all admitted students with instructions on how to actually download the VR app. And apart from doing this, to separate themselves from other schools, the immersive experience, mainly highlighting the work of female students and faculty and narrated by a woman, has helped to increase the female acceptance rate of students by over 10% in just 2 years. Yeah, come on, we can cheer for that. That's so impressive. When the admissions office surveyed that incoming class, many cited the VR app as one of the reasons why they chose the New York Tandon School of Engineering, because they could visualize what their 4 years were going to be like on campus and get to experience, working with different faculty and students. And beyond using VR for admissions, we're seeing professors like Adam Blumenthal from Brown University capture historical sites using Google's Jump Camera, and then marking those videos and 360 photos up in Tilt Brush and using tools like blocks and poly to vividly recreate important historical moments in history. Like the Gaspee Affair, which happened off the coast of Rhode Island. It was a dramatic event in the lead up to the American Revolution. Students can now walk through this virtual tour and experience a preserved part of history. But not all faculty are like Adam and know how to build immersive content. So to help faculty and students get started, we created a free VR video course for anyone to be able to take. And we'll also be launching an AR course this summer. We've also provided schools with sample projects to help them get inspired for how they could build experiences using VR and AR. And we've also established a hardware loan program so that schools can apply and get the necessary hardware to help them get started on their first projects. Since launching the VR video course and the hardware loan program this past fall, we've received really positive feedback from students like Michael here, who have actually taken the course. And one thing that we're seeing is that more and more students, like Michael, are going online to pursue an education. In fact, 32% of students took an online course just last year. This is a really powerful notion, that your access to a great education is no longer dependent on your geographic proximity to one, or dependent on having all-day in-person classes. Imagine if you wanted to pursue a career in, let's say, nursing, and you had to take a set of prerequisite courses like biology. and your closest university is 200 miles away. Okay, you might decide it's worth it. And so you go and you look up the courses that are being offered. And you realize that biology class is offered Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 1 to 4 p.m. But you have a full-time job. You're probably not likely to register for that class, and you might also consider a different career opportunity that allows you more flexibility. Almost all degree-granting institutions offer courses online, but many popular courses and degrees, like biology, require in-person activities like labs. Because of this, schools either don't offer those courses, ask students to pay really high course fees, or ask remote students to drive hours to attend these in-person activities. It turns out this doesn't scale, but we know we have the technology to enable these experiences. And that's why we're excited today to announce that in partnership with Labster, a science education company in Denmark, we have removed the physical lab requirements to complete an online biology degree using virtual reality. Schools will now be able to truly offer an online biology degree. The 30 labs can fully simulate real-world outcomes using advanced simulations and mathematical equations, all built on the Daydream platform. These labs are economically efficient, as the cost of the VR headset and the content for the labs is still cheaper than the years of lab fees. And it provides scale to a growing number of students that are pursuing courses online who previously were left out because of geographic constraints. Students are also able to have unlimited lab time, which is something that many schools can't offer today. And as one student put it, I no longer have to worry about having a bad TA. Students are also able to engage on a molecular level within these labs, which is impossible today. And we're really excited to announce that the first university that will be offering these VR labs to their students is Arizona State University this fall. And what's also exciting is that these labs map to AP and IB courses for K-12 schools. So schools that want to supplement their existing curriculum with these VR labs can go ahead and do that. And for those schools that can't afford creating a whole VR laboratory in their school, they can offer these VR labs as a replacement. Labster also connects the lab progress with major LMS systems, including Google Classroom, which will be integrated this fall. And it allows teachers to actually track the progress of students throughout these VR labs. Labster has been able to help reduce all of the laboratory costs for schools by virtualizing hundreds of machines and equipment. I'm not sure what this HPLC or the PCR is, but I'm pretty sure I could do something fun with that fermenter. We think this is the beginning of something big. What better way to use the power of VR than to offer a powerful education? And with that, I'll hand it off to my colleague, Britt, who's going to talk a little bit more about how VR is being used in the classroom and beyond.
Thanks so much, Jen. Programs like Labster got us thinking, how could we scale this kind of immersive learning to more people? And how can we make it easier to create this kind of content? Now, we all know that most of us don't have the expertise to recreate $1 million laboratory in VR, but we also know that many of us have things to teach and stories to tell. And since the earliest days of expeditions, both teachers and students have asked for the ability to create their own. So we started to think about what it would be like to make it easier to create VR content. That's why, in January, we launched a beta for students and teachers to make their own expeditions. In partnership with Ricoh, we outfitted students in schools all over the globe with Ricoh Theta 360 cameras and kits of Chromebooks, cardboards, phones, tripods, everything they needed to create their own expeditions. We encouraged them to use the theme, Love Where You Live, so they could showcase their communities to other schools participating in the program. Let's take a look at the experience of one of these schools in Lancaster, Pennsylvania with this quick video.
I was born and raised here in Lancaster.
It is definitely a big farming community.
You see family farms everywhere you go.
And I think it's really cool that we have this opportunity to share our way of life.
How we're going to do this is using a new tool called Tour Creator.
It's an interactive, easy-to-use tool that allows our students to create rich 360-degree experiences.
You will see the photos that the Ag Department and the Art Department have supplied.
Add a title and description. Click on that, and then it'll bring up the street view. We can plug that into the actual tour.
It will definitely inspire me to show more of Lancaster, and hopefully it'll inspire people to do the same.
And it's wonderful that we can have our students interacting with all of these other student stories across the globe.
This is Chicago's Little Village neighborhood.
It's very close living quarters, very different from around here.
We were just looking at the one from Bali. Their classes are basically outside.
I really thought that that was neat. Everybody's different on the way they like living.
And every place has a unique story.
Now, Penn Manor High School is just one of hundreds of schools around the globe that have participated in this program. For example, Spry Links Community High School in Chicago made an amazing tour of Chicago's Little Village, showcasing all the awesome arts and culture the village has to offer. And the Green School in Bali made this amazing tour that showcases other students what it's like to get an education being completely immersed in nature. That's right, these students actually learn outside. And another school in Valdemoro, Spain, created a tour of all of the historic sites in Valdemoro to show other schools what their community was like. Now, these are just a few examples of over 300 schools that have participated in this program. And thanks to them, we now have a ton of feedback about what it's like to create your own expeditions. And as we were thinking through that feedback, it occurred to us that when it comes to this concept that Ben mentioned earlier of transforming abstract concepts to real ones, perhaps expeditions like content could be useful outside the classroom. Let's take the example of buying a home. When you're purchasing a home, you might consult a whole bunch of resources like photos, brochures, blueprints, floor plans, in order to inform your decision. Now we can imagine how being immersed in a virtual tour of that home would give you a much better understanding of what it's like to actually live there. That's why we're super excited today to announce the launch of Tour Creator, a web application that gives anyone the power to create VR content. As of today, students, teachers, businesses, employees, folks like you and me, we can all create our own VR tours and easily share them anywhere on the web. When you go to Tour Creator, you start out by starting a new tour or picking up on a draft. And then you add some basic metadata, things like a title, description, category, and a cover photo. And then you fill your tour with scenes. Scenes are made possible through the use of 360 photos. Now, if you have your own 360 photos, awesome. You can upload them in just a couple of clicks. But if you don't, have no fear. We've integrated directly with Street View, so you can take advantage of the massive library of 360 photos already available in Google Maps. Once you add your scenes, you add what we call points of interest. These are essentially areas of importance that you'd like to highlight. And you can add a little bit of text information to inform your viewer. You can also enrich these points of interest with other media, like 2D photos. And in the future, we'll be adding narration and ambient audio to help your viewers feel like they're actually there. Now, when you're done creating your tour, you publish it to the web. You can make it public for anyone to see, or unlisted, so only those with the link can see it. And when you publish it to the web, you actually publish it to Poly. If you're not familiar with Poly, Poly is Google's library of 3D content launched late last year. Previously, Poly had things like 3D models, 3D sketches, and as of today, Poly will also contain 3D experiences in the form of tours. And this is where the true beauty of this product comes in. Because you're publishing your tour to the web, all you need to do to share it is share a URL. So that means you can view your tour in 2D on desktop or on your laptop computer. You can text a link to your tour to a friend or colleague They can load it on their mobile device and simply use Magic Window to experience it, or they can tap an Enter VR button, put it in a Google Cardboard, and immediately be immersed in the tour that you just created. Now, you may be wondering, what is this magic? I thought when it came to VR, you have to install a bunch of apps, get some really expensive hardware. Well, this is all made powerful through a technology called WebXR that you might have heard at the previous I/O session. WebXR means that you can experience VR content in your browser using any VR headset. Another beautiful thing about publishing these tours to the web is that you can easily embed them. Just go to Poly, click on a share button, and you'll get an iframe snippet that you can put in any blog or website. And when you think about it, this can be truly transformational for business. Let's go back to the example of real estate that I mentioned earlier. Imagine a future where instead of seeing a series of 2D photos on a real estate listing online, instead you saw a virtual tour of that property that you were about to buy. Now, you may be thinking, OK, maybe businesses will use this thing, but will they actually use it? Well, to validate that we were building the right product, we actually partnered with a bunch of companies across many verticals to get their feedback before we launched. And we want to share with you a few examples of what they've created. Time Out New York has been using Tour Creator to create tours of having the best day ever in New York City. Everything from Central Park to Lincoln Center to the New York Public Library. Imagine it done. A company devoted to helping its clients, like style icon Lindsay Lane, organize their lives and their closets, has been using Tour Creator to showcase their expertise. Now, I don't know about you, but if I had that many pairs of shoes, I'd probably want to see a tour of how they were going to organize them. REA Group, owner of realestate.com.au, the #1 place for property in Australia, has been using Tour Creator to create tours to embed in both their website and their mobile app soon. As they've mentioned to us, Tour Creator allows their users to explore their properties from wherever they are. And of course, we've seen broad applications for this technology in enterprise training. KLM Airlines has been using Tour Creator to save lots of money on training costs by acclimating their flight crews to the aircraft before they even set foot inside. Now, it's one thing to hear about these use cases from us. It's another thing to hear about them direct from the source. So let's cut to a quick video where we'll share their feedback.
Time Out has always been about helping people explore their city, and Tour Creator helps us do just that. It's really gonna help us be able to innovate more in the digital world and really create new content. We get some cool 360 photos, and we just pop them right into Tour Creator. We pull images, information, fun facts, things to do in that area, anything you could really possibly need to know. We have some really cool tours through that.
We can use Tour Creator virtually see the aircraft, which means that we can train the people whenever they want and wherever they want with virtual reality. And that saves quite a lot of money.
Spectrum Designs is a full-service custom apparel business with a mission to provide purposeful working opportunities and authentic vocational experiences to individuals with autism.
Tour Creator has allowed us to habituate our staff and our employees before they even come in the building. Before they take one step over the threshold into our building, Tour Creator lets us show them exactly what to expect, become acclimated to the building, to the noise, to the machinery.
The Tour Creator tool brings everything to life. Clients feel so comfortable knowing what the spaces are going to look like by seeing it through this Tour Creator tool. It's indispensable.
Thank you, thank you. We are super excited to launch Tour Creator to all of you today and can't wait to see all the tours that you're going to create. Later this year, we'll be introducing the ability to add these tours directly to the Expeditions app, so stay tuned for that. And with that, I'll pass it back off to Ben for some closing remarks.
Thanks, Brett. So there you have it, a new powerful AR mode in Google Expeditions that packs a universe of places and things in your pocket and brings them into your classroom, onto your desk, right on top of your textbook. A wholly online biology degree from Labster and Daydream that uses the power of immersive computing to make access to a great education not reliant on your geographic proximity to one. And finally, Tour Creator, a simple, powerful tool that makes creating immersive content accessible to anyone straight from their web browser. I want to close on a note about why this is so important. I can't really think about education and technology without thinking about this guy, Seymour Papert. 20 years ago, he observed that it might be time to reconsider our fundamental conception of what a literal person, sorry, not a literal person, a literate person. For hundreds of years, the primary way we've taught things or learned things in school was via the written word or symbols, reading, writing them. And while these are obviously critical skills, for many people, they're really challenging entry points. They're about as abstract as things get. We have an opportunity to use technology to lower these barriers, to make learning richer, less abstract, to make all that important reading and writing that we do be augmented with the actual parts of the world that they refer to. And we can use photospheres, sounds, 3D objects, simulations, all the formats immersive computing enables to give learners more effective entry points into complicated subjects and ideas. So here's a quote from one of the teachers who participated in the Expeditions AR beta, and it really resonated with us. She refers to something I remember seeing every day when I was a teacher over 10 years ago. Many very, very smart students, they might not bring extensive textual literacy to their learning from the get-go for a bunch of different reasons. Language barriers, their particular educational background. But we traditionally treat this like it's a blocker to their learning. We don't have to. We all have an opportunity to use all these tools, VR and AR, to give them a more natural, more inherently visual entry point to really important ideas in learning. And as this teacher says, we can help to level the playing field. So thanks very much.
A certain way about yourself that eventually starts beating you down and making, defining who you are because you're hearing negative things about it. That is who Ryan is. He's the person that will constantly lift people up, will constantly, and he's not perfect, I promise. There's days when I'm like, please make a decision. You have like 2 hours. And he does all the things that directors do that can, completely bother you, or things that are like amazing. But he's the type of person, like we would be on set for Warrior Falls, which was the big waterfall where they had the big fight. And he gathered us all around in a big circle. Some people were in the water, and he really told us why that scene was important. This is before we even started shooting. He really started to say why that scene was important to him, and really talked about having all the fictional tribes of Wakanda in one place and represented by all the references that we use of the tribes, the different tribes in sub-Saharan Africa, and how that was a part of him really feeling complete. And you were holding hands and he's telling us all this, and we're standing in this circle, and you just feel like you can take on the entire world, at that point. So that's who he is as a director and my friend. And he's a really important voice because his perspective on anything and everything is the most unique perspective you will, I promise you, ever hear from anybody. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, because he will turn a situation and make you see it from a side you were never maybe even meant to see it from, and all of a sudden your world opens up. And so I can always, and he would be standing here going like, oh, please stop, but but he is really that great. So
well, thanks for sharing that story. What a leader, and what a designer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Live. Todd Kerpelman here, and I am joined with Abe Haskins, who is a developer programs engineer on the Firebase team. Hi, Abe.
Hi, Todd.
So what is this exciting game that we see going on behind us right here?
This is AppShip 2018. This is a Firebase-powered multiplayer arcade spaceship thrilling game.
Extravaganza.
Extravaganza, yeah. It's a phenomenon.
That's what I was thinking. And so how is this game making use of Firebase?
So we started weeks ago when we generated thousands of custom rocket ships that we turned into sprites, which we turned into cards, which we got printed. And we did that all with Cloud Functions and other Google technologies. And then once we had those printed, we built scanners that can scan the cards using the new ML kit from Firebase. Then we made a game which received updates from the scanner using real-time database. Once you're in the game, it loaded your actual sprites from cloud storage for Firebase. And once you're in the game doing stuff, it shoots out analytics to Google Analytics for Firebase. So it's all Firebase through and through.
Yeah, I noticed every attendee here is getting a appship.io card, each one with a unique rocket on it. Did you design all these rockets by hand?
I basically did, yeah. Whew. We made a tool that allowed you to go and mass produce rockets by picking and choosing parts that went together.
This is mine with my custom spaceship. And basically, when you scan it in at these scanners over there, everybody just sort of has their own spaceship magically appear in the game. Yep. And so that's all being powered through Firebase.
Yeah, it's all being powered through Firebase. Like I said, we use Cloud Functions to actually generate the sprites, generate the cards, and we had the cards printed, and we connected all the cloud storage, real-time database, so we're writing back when you scan it in. We have history on all the cards.
So there's a lot that's been going on with Firebase. What are your highlights of the things that have been happening with Firebase over like the last year?
Well, I personally normally work on Cloud Firestore, so I was super excited that we got to launch that. But we also have performance monitoring for keeping an eye on your app. We have A/B testing for trying out new things. We have ML Kit, which is obviously a huge, everything about ML is exciting and awesome, and I'm glad I got to use it a little bit here. Basically all that. We have so much cool stuff coming out.
Excellent. Well, I'll have to check out more of it after I play a little appship.io and I don't know, kick your butt in it. All right, let's give it a try. So every attendee at I/O this year has a unique appship.io card that they can get here at the Firebase booth, Dome, and every card has a unique rocket design on it. So when you scan this QR code at one of these scanners, my special rocket will appear on screen there. That's me.
No matter what kind of app you're developing these days, there's a good chance you'll want to store your data in the cloud. Maybe that's because your users want to share their data with their friends for some exciting in-app collaboration. Or maybe it's just because they'll want to access their data from more than one device. But storing data in the cloud isn't quite as easy as it first looks. You have to set up your own servers to host the data and keep them up and running day and night. You got to spend a lot of time on the client dealing with networking issues, including making sure everything still works when your user goes offline. You need to stay up all night wondering if you've gotten your security exactly right. And spoiler alert, you probably haven't. And then you need to make sure your service can scale no matter how many millions of users you might have. All of which is time you don't get to spend on building your app. This is where Cloud Firestore comes in. Cloud Firestore lets you store your data in the cloud so you can sync it across all your devices or share them among multiple users. And it comes with all the conveniences you'd expect from a Firebase product, like robust client libraries, full support for offline mode so your app will continue to work just fine whether you're connected or not, even on the web, a comprehensive set of security rules to help you manage access and sleep at night, and an easy-to-use data browsing tool. It also lets you structure your data in ways that make sense to you thanks to its powerful querying and fetching capabilities. Cloud Firestore works in near real time, automatically fetching changes from your database as they happen. Or you can request and fetch data manually. It's completely up to you. Cloud Firestore brings you the best of Google Cloud Platform's powerful database infrastructure with features like multi-regional data replication for extra reliability, strong consistency to make sure everybody's on the same page, and multi-document transactions so you can perform complex operations on your data. And we've designed it to handle the toughest workloads from the world's most popular apps so it can scale automatically to support yours. But it still integrates with other Firebase products, including Firebase Authentication for easy sign-in, and Cloud Functions, which lets you run all sorts of server-side logic in response to changes in your database. all of which means you get a truly serverless development experience. And that means you can spend less time on infrastructure issues and more time building your app. So give Cloud Firestore a try today. You can find all our documentation here, try a sample or two, and start building something great.
Stability issues can derail the success of even the best apps. Buggy apps make your users unhappy, and they might uninstall your app, leave a bad App Store review, or write negative social media. Apps can generate a lot of different crashes, and manually tracking them is time-consuming. Even if you're able to collect all of this data, it's difficult to figure out which crashes to troubleshoot and fix first. Firebase Crashlytics helps by automatically collecting, analyzing, and organizing your crash reports. It also helps you understand which issues are most important so you can prioritize those first and keep your users happy. It combines a real-time dashboard and alerts to keep you aware of your newest issues and any sudden changes in stability. The dashboard shows crashes ranked by overall impact on your users, giving you the information you need at a glance. Crashes are intelligently grouped across versions of your app, with individual stack traces easily explored in the dashboard. Sometimes you might hear about crashes from users that you can't reproduce. With the help of logs and key value pairs in Crashlytics, you can add some context to each stack trace and see what your app was doing before the crash. When the crash is reported, this extra information is sent to Crashlytics, becomes visible in the dashboard, and gives you the context you need to help pinpoint the exact cause of the crash. Non-fatal errors can be reported in the dashboard too, so when your code fails but doesn't crash your app, you can still get full reports in the dashboard. If your app is built with the NDK on Android, Crashlytics will capture native stack traces as well. Crashlytics is easy to integrate with 0 lines of code required on Android. With iOS, just use CocoaPods for simple integration. You can count on Crashlytics to help stay on top of the stability of your app, spend less time troubleshooting issues, and more time doing what you love with Crashlytics. And to learn more and get started with Firebase Crashlytics, check out the documentation right here.
Hello, everybody. Wow, it's a nice stage. OK, well, I am delighted to be here. I have a clock. We're going to get to see Hannah Beachler after me, so that's going to be super awesome. I am the warm-up act. I'm John Maida. Good to see all of you. This is something I made 3 years ago. Does anyone know this TV show? No, we don't know this TV show. Well, I spoke at the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, and it was a true honor. But I didn't think about Star Trek a lot until that moment. And I made this image, and I showed it. And people were asking me, why am I Scotty? And I was like, well, Scotty is an engineer, and I wanted to be an engineer. And I was asked, well, why not Sulu? Because he's Asian. And I said, I don't want to be Sulu. I want to be Scotty. I want to be an engineer. But it was in that moment I realized the reason why I didn't want to be Sulu is because I thought he was weird. In the sense that I thought it was strange how Sulu didn't speak with some kind of thick Asian accent on TV. And I thought, that's weird. Something's wrong with him. And it always stuck with me, why did I think it was wrong that he sounded like a Californian? I never thought of it until that moment. And that's the general topic of this presentation. Now, if you have a question and you got introvert, just text me your question, 253-217-4017. And we'll be able to interact. Because the problem with this kind of conversation thing is it isn't a conversation. It's like a one-way thing. So go ahead and text me a question at 253-217-4017. And I'm watching the clock. OK, here we go. OK, Design and Tech reports. There's 4 of them now. They're long. So you can read them in the microtype, et cetera. The big conclusion after 4 years of work has been to ask questions about how can design and tech be more inclusive. If we can figure this out, we can unlock incredible possibility and profitability. The problem with the word design, however, is that it means too many things. So the report defines design as 3 kinds of design. There's classical design, like your glasses. There's design thinking, this idea of using Post-it notes to create structure of ideas. And there's computational design, the kind of design that is powered by Moore's law. It's a different kind of design. It uses a material that didn't exist 100 years ago. What's a computational designer? I've defined this as roughly 4 types of things you have to have as a computational designer. You don't have to know how to program, but you have to be technically literate. You also have to think critically about technology. For you, technology is a responsibility. So you wonder how things are being used. You also use all kinds of design. You aren't stuck in just computational design. And lastly, you're very curious about new things. Because designers love to learn new people, new customs, new anything, because it's how they learn. So designers are inherently diversity positive. It's a very important point. Now, if you think about the value of design, it's been demonstrated by all the M&A activity, the mergers and acquisition activity of agencies. So I reported on this report, over 20 agencies were acquired by consulting companies, because consulting companies are finding value in design for their clients, which is a big deal. Never happened before. Now, the problem, however, is that classical designers tend to diss design thinking. You know what I'm talking about? Like, oh, design thinkers, they have the Post-it notes and the Sharpie markers with a whiteboard. You know, classical designers don't think of them as real designers. But I always tell classical designers, well, they make more money than you do. So important to note, design thinking is not a bad thing. It's a different kind of design. Also, I found that being in Silicon Valley for a while, we tend to forget there's the rest of the world. So I'm a big fan of China and all the design work being done there. Design of cars, design of experiences, especially mobile, and more recently, using AI to design banners, designs. They're just so further ahead than many people seem to have the impression in the United States. And that's kind of an embarrassing problem. Also, the other problem I've seen in tech is that it indexes to younger people, which is a great opportunity. But there's also an incredible opportunity in the older generation. Because I don't know if you all know this, but you all will get older. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's a real thing. And as you get older, things change. The first thing that changes is your eyesight. So for all designers who love 6.5 point, better give it up. Looks awesome, especially in light. But you won't be able to see it once you hit 40-something. And at Automatic, we call this the bolder generation. Get it? Bolder? We like that. OK. Good news is that design is being used sooner in the process. It used to be in tech that you'd make the technology, and oh my gosh, it finally works. And you'd spray design on, called Make It Pretty. That was great 10 years ago, but because the competition is so fierce now, you have to bake design into the product. And you can see globally, we did a survey of 2,000 people, the trend is design is being used early in the process, which is a big deal. Now, when we talk about computational design, however, it's important to note that computational design uses the computer. And if you were, who was there in the 80s, come on, 80s people, right? People didn't like people who used the computer for design, right? You're made fun of, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. You were a bad designer because you were using the computer. There was a time. But the computer kept on getting more interesting. It came out of print. It became interactive. Who remembers Macromedia Director? Macromind, come on. Yes, yes. This stuff has been happening for a long time, interaction design. More recently, have these tools gotten more interesting, specifically by integrating things like machine intelligence. We can all feel it coming, and that's kind of exciting, but also scary at the same time. Let's see here. OK, so when we think about machine intelligence, my favorite demo, and this is all sourcing real data off the internet, this is Siri saying something in iOS 9.
1 liter is 33.81 fluid ounces.
This is iOS 10.
1 liter is 33.81 fluid ounces.
This is iOS 11.
1 liter is 33.81 fluid ounces.
Got really good fast, didn't it? That's what's happening. These quantum leaps are occurring. Linearity is being thrown out, and that's really important. And so when people ask in design, should I learn all these things? If you don't learn them, you'll be left behind. And so it's still key to stay at the forefront. Now, I also had this question. When do you expect AI to replace most visual designers? And it's interesting because the average says at least 5 years till visual designers get replaced. Not everyone, of course, but some design jobs. I think it's going to be much sooner, quite frankly, because all the information from companies like Google and companies in China as well are that a lot of rote things can be done by machine intelligence. Here are some of my favorites. I love that you can remove the watermark. I wonder why you want to do that. You can perfect contrast. This is MIT work. In a dark image, awesome image. You can also take 2 photos and make a new photo out of them, too. This is work from NVIDIA. You can also generate infinite variations of ideas just with pattern libraries in machine intelligence. You can also, as you all know, in this audience at least, you can change people's faces, and you can fix drawings. What's important to note, though, is that we see these warnings. Consider the photos. That's how you tell if it's fake. But it's so hard to tell if things are fake these days. It's going to get harder and harder. So we are human beings. We like to mess with the machine. So this is one of my favorite things. If you click on this button, this will randomly hit things so your browser gets confused. So we humans love to confuse machine intelligence. Put a pixel there. I don't know where it is anymore, says machine intelligence. So we'll keep looking for this to try to stop the inevitable, which is that computers are learning so quickly. And when they learn so quickly, they learn bad things. I'm not sure if you remember it, but in July 2015, the Wall Street Journal reported how images mistakenly tagged black people as gorillas was happening in 2015. The algorithm was fixed. Why did it exist? Because the database had more light faces than darker faces, so the database was dumb. And so these data dumbness is occurring all over the place as machine intelligence ingests more data, which contains incredible biases that we have unfortunately let sit out there for too long. So how do we change that? I think we change that by rethinking a few things. And that is, where does technology evolve the quickest? And in the report, we pointed out that there's 2 regions. You see the red regions, the hot regions? That's where all this stuff is happening, right? This region of the country, New York. But if you flip the map, this is a map of inequality, income inequality. If you flip it, you see the exact opposite, that where tech is not impacting is where poverty is growing the quickest, because the skills gap is so large. This audience here is probably in the 0.01% of the most advanced people in the world. That said, the entire world is behind in computation, understanding the impact of Moore's law. And this is a very subtle intellectual privilege problem today. So when we look at what technology has done, it's been able to be extremely smart at optimizing our experience, and therefore making nothing we understand, real or not real. And we all know it's happening, and it's amazing, but it's also quite disturbing. My mother, by the way, her favorite newspaper is the National Enquirer. So I'm always checking out the headlines. I just picked this up. Look out, Google. They know too. So is a digital divide related somehow to poverty and inequality? I think it's hard to say they're related or it's causal or correlated, but there's something connected that we cannot miss. And that is that if you don't have access to computation, you are excluded. And if you don't understand what it can do, you're excluded. And so technology keeps shooting off without them, us. So what's the solution? I'm passionate about remote work. I'm at a company that is all remote, automatic. Who works remotely? That's quite a few. So remote work is neat because it takes you out of these bubbles of tech. I guess I'm hopeful that at Automattic, we're trying to figure out a world where WordPress is a good design for all. How do we do that? We have to use the fact that we can go anywhere because we're remote. So for instance, let's see, I was visiting Appalachia. And in Appalachia, I heard the story about how it was a coal miner who's teaching code to ex-coal miners. And he said, you know, you people are from the 3-dimensional world. You're 3D. You live in cities with skyscrapers, you know, and if you're from a smaller city, you're in a town, you live in 2D. In 2D, you have like no skyscrapers, just streets. And he said, here in Appalachia, we live in 1D. There's one street, and we all live off of it. That's where I realized the neat thing about remote work is you're 0-dimensional. And by being 0-dimensional, you can travel anywhere. And so we're trying to use this advantage to go into all kinds of places, anywhere in the world, and to connect with people. And I can tell you that this experience of being remote is a very powerful way to reduce exclusion, because you can be including by just going anywhere you think is necessary. Now, this is my favorite quote by the lawyer Vernay Myers. Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Say this over to yourself. It's such a powerful idea, because if you don't have both, nothing occurs. And so when you ask how to be more inclusive, it's quite easy. Just ask, where do you spend your time? Who do you hang out with? Look at the people in the room around you. Are they diverse in some way? If they're not, you're going to have to do something terrible to yourself. You're going to have to make yourself uncomfortable. And it's exciting to be uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, you say the dumbest things. And you stumble, and you become stupid, and you become smarter and a better person through it, I believe. So all of you who are not found yourself in this way, enjoy it. It's so exciting. I'm a big entertainment fan, and I've been tracking all the movies that have put diversity and inclusion at the center of them, and they're doing very well financially. Movies like Wonder Woman, directed by Patty Jenkins. Star Wars had a much more diverse cast. The Foreigner by Jackie Chan. Who's seen The Foreigner? The Foreigner, where the terrorists aren't dark-skinned people. That was brand new. And The Big Sick, of course. And these are doing really well financially. This is teaching machine intelligence and the business world that this is a pattern to take note of. I like Kumail Nanjiani's quote, there's so many movies from different points of view that are making a ton of money. Don't do it because it's better for society and representation, even though it is. Do it because you'll get rich. you'll get that promotion, right? This thinking seems crass, yet it sits at the center of how change will start to occur. And I believe that as we see more of these kinds of things, wonderful things will happen. I want to close on, my mother went to see Black Panther. This was her review. It went kind of viral. Hi, John. Just came back from seeing Black Panther. It was very good. And we actually went to see Avengers last, me and my mom. I was in Seattle. My mom's like 83 years old. She's like, you know, little woman with a cane. You know, we're walking out of Avengers. And I said, Mom, how was it? Oh, it wasn't as good as Black Panther. You know? So anyways, thank you. And we'll have Hannah next, so please stay seated.
This is nuts. Look at all the faces.
Wow, I'm so happy. I get to interview Hannah Beachler. Yes.
Yeah, all right. Hey, y'all. Good to be here. And this thing is a little weird, so you might see me kind of being a little weird.
So how's it been walking around this area?
I'm sorry?
How's it been walking around?
Cool.
Wandering
We
around,
went, hung out at the auditorium, and walked around some of the tents, and ate, and sat on the grass, and it was fabulous.
Anything catch your attention?
I mean, I was just looking at everything. I mean, the area is beautiful, and I think everything has been great. I've been talking to some great people, and it's been awesome.
Hmm. So, my mother loved Black Panther. I'm sure you weren't surprised, though.
What? I'm sorry?
I'm sure you weren't surprised.
That your mother loved it?
Yeah.
Not
82
really.
years old.
You know, honestly, that was part of what we tried to do was, you know, make it so everybody could love it. It wasn't really geared towards one specific anything. It was more about creating a feeling and a moment, and you know what I mean? I'm pretty into my emotions. I would call myself an emotionalist, if you will. And that's really what drives me is, you know, creating things from a place that people can relate to. And then that, you know, expands.
Had you heard of Black Panther when you got the job? Or?
Yes, I did. I had heard of the character and the comics, and I kind of knew it because I knew Marvel. I've certainly asked my son, who's 20, right away when I knew I was going to interview for the job that, you know, tell me all about, you know, the MCU and all of that. And he was like, here's a Marvel dictionary. And I sort of started from there. So I knew of him, but over that 14 months, I really got to know him.
So a superhero.
Superhero.
Was your reaction positive, yay, superhero, or superhero?
My reaction to it being superhero?
Yes.
I mean, I was really super excited because it was challenging. It's, you know, I've done so many things that are so different from each other that anything that is going to challenge me, I instantly want in on, you know. And working with Ryan Coogler, the amazing director, again for the third time, was, you know, without question, I was going to be involved with that. So I never thought I would ever do something like a superhero movie. That's not where I saw my career going. That's not what I thought I wanted to do. But then that's life. It's not really what you think in the beginning. But as, you know, I started to get into it, I was like, you know, why not? I didn't think I would do a boxing movie. I didn't think I would work with Beyonce. I didn't think I would, you know, work on a little $1 million movie that would win an Oscar. So I don't generally go into anything thinking anything other than how do I make this work? How do I make this the best it can be? And, you know, for each film, it's something different. So for Panther, there was a reason behind it for Ryan and I, and same with all the other projects.
So you had to look 1,000 years in the future. And you didn't come to Silicon Valley to look at that future.
No.
Talk about that.
Well, first I had to look 1,000 years in the past. That was a big part of Wakanda, was the honoring of the culture and the tradition and the diaspora, the African diaspora, that really is what Wakanda is representational of. So I had to look backwards because I think the past is a very important bridge to what the future is. And that needs to inclusion in design, in this world of what I was doing for Black Panther. Looking into the future, I didn't know, and you know what, honestly, I didn't know that Silicon Valley could help me for my needs. I didn't think that I was going to find in there, and honestly, I didn't really know much about it. I live in New Orleans. It's a very small town. I don't live in Los Angeles. I don't live in New York. I live in a place where the population's like 250,000 to 300,000 people. You know, I didn't know much about Silicon Valley. I kind of knew what I saw on TV. Sounds familiar. But I didn't really know how that could help me create this technology, which you would think was kind of crazy. Because what I knew I needed to do was evolve something that Silicon Valley, to me, I felt had no interest in, which is this culture. So there was, you know what I mean? I felt like I kind of had to give an autonomy and to this story and a narrative that at times is restricted. Just in general by society, like the ability to tell communities' ability to tell their own story, how they want it told, and based on what they want it based on. So that was sort of me kind of being the person who made sure that the representation of the culture that we were digging into and creating a fictional one on top of it stayed to what I needed it to be, and I didn't know that Silicon Valley could help me. Now, I did reach out to a lot of experts about all kinds of stuff, geology, geography, archaeology. We talked to experts in architecture who were doing future cities, people who were sort of architectural archaeologists that could talk to us about some of the architecture, you know, pre-colonial sub-Saharan Africa, and then of course going to South Africa, traveling all over South Africa for 3 weeks and sort of understanding that, because at the heart of Black Panther was the question of what is it to be African, and so that's sort of, you know, why I felt like I didn't want to go or need to go to Silicon Valley. I don't know if that is like, and I mean, that's honest. That's the honest truth. And because I was so busy, I was like, you know, I'm just going to have to do this. I'm just going to have to figure this one out. And I didn't really know. 1,000 years into the future, here's the thing. It's hard enough to go any amount into the future and understand what you think might happen or how people would respond. So I found myself getting to this place where I started thinking about technology in the future, how Wakanda would use technology. Technically, Black Panther is placed in 2018. It's not sci-fi. It felt sci-fi because Wakanda, you know what I mean? We have to remember it's not science fiction. It's supposed to live in this universe, which is 2018. So I had to make sure it felt grounded enough that people weren't like, it's space. But it also had to be advanced enough where people thought, maybe this is something that's going to come around in 50 years, 60 years or something. It's not impossible, you know. And then you had to add sort of with the vibranium, the fantasy of it all. So, you know, and I'm rambling, so I don't even know if I answered the question, but, you know, that's sort of, I might have lost myself on that.
Actually, when you were describing that, I remember walking my mom out of the theater because she can't walk very well because she has diabetes and her feet are really, makes it hard. So she's walking really slowly and talking really slowly. And I remember when we just left the theater, she said, you know, Black Panther was so beautiful. All the scenery, everything was so beautiful. And it's a thing that stuck with her, how beautiful the movie is. And it's optimistic. And so where did that come from and how you were able to translate that?
I mean, I like to do things that are beautiful, you know, and I think that's another part of Black Panther is changing this idea of narrative of how we see things. You know, it was a challenge to me of how I saw Africa, what I thought about Africa. Just because I'm Black doesn't mean I'm an expert on African culture, right? So I really had to dig in and challenge myself about like, okay, well, what do I think? What are my biases? What was I raised with? From my American experience, you know, this is a land that's 1,000 miles away, and as far as I know, my ancestry begins and ends at slavery, and then the culture that came afterwards was this bastardized idea, or we were told it was a bastardized culture. You know, we're not African, we're not American, so it became this bastardized culture in a sense, right? And you go through all of these different points in time throughout American history. So I needed to rediscover like what that was, thousands of miles away from where I live, and how I'm connected to that, you know, because oftentimes you feel like the hyphenate between the African and American, you're really not either one. You know, so it was, what is it to be African? Because this is a movie, Wakanda's African, and it's not African American. And, you know, one of the little things that Ryan was so brilliant at doing in the film with Killmonger's character, who's the villain, if you haven't seen it. Has everybody seen Black Panther? Is that a thing? Awesome. So Killmonger, played by the fabulous Michael B. Jordan, if you notice something about him is his names. And part of the reason behind him having so many names is because, you know, our American ancestry is that we have been given so many names. We were Negroes, we were black folk, we were colored, we were Afro-American, we were African-American. And that's sort of how this has gone over time. So what Ryan did was he gave Michael Jordan the Ndjidaka name, but they also called him Eric. They also called him Killmonger. They also called him Eric Stevens. So he's that representation of African American, never having a true identity. From different places and different people called him different things. And that's the tie back. And those are the types of things that we were trying to do. That is a piece of representation in a sense. And we'll get to representation because I think that's mostly what we want to be talking about is how that is so important in Black Panther.
Right.
You know, technologically, scientifically, you know, through your STEM, and then also socially and economically. And so there's so many little things that we did in there. I mean, it goes so deep into how we brought in the representation, and that was one of them. And it was in such a small story way that you don't even really realize that's what's happening, because Shuri calls him Eric Stevens, T'Challa calls him Ndjidaka, his father calls him, you know, Ross calls him Killmonger. His father calls him Eric, you know. Wow. So it's, he doesn't have an identity, and he's going to Wakanda to try to figure that out. Wow. And that's sort of the representation of where we are as sort of the lost tribe, as we called it. I'm
such a Ryan Coogler fan, so I'm like, I can see that detail. I didn't see it when you described it. When we were talking last week about representation,
yes,
you mentioned the production designer Wynn Thomas, and I looked up Wynn Thomas. I hadn't heard his name before. And he has credits for Hidden Figures, A Beautiful Mind, Analyze This, all of Spike Lee's movies. So you mentioned seeing him on television or something?
I saw he was nominated for an Academy Award for Mars Attack, the Tim Burton film. And I happened to be watching the Academy Awards that year, and I was like, oh, who's this black man doing this thing that I want to do? And that was really the first time that I really saw that. I was like, oh my goodness, what is this? Because I'd always been a big fan of Bernardo Bertolucci, who is an Italian director, back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and in 80s. And his designer, Fernando Scarfiati, was someone who was really a big influence to me. He was this Italian man way back when, but my design aesthetic, you know, is highly influenced by his. But seeing him never made me feel like, yeah, I can do that, because he's this Italian guy. You know what I mean? Like, of course he can. He's an Italian guy. Like, I'm this farm girl from Ohio, you know, who literally runs around with bare feet and riding my horse to the store to get Jolly Ranchers when I was like 6. Like, how do I get to that?
Right.
How do I get, there's no path for me there. So I kind of started thinking, like, what are some of the other things that I could do where there might be a path that's still creative, and that's how I had to think, knowing that that wasn't something that was for me. But then when I saw Wynn, which was much later in my life, that's when I realized, like, you know what, I can actually go for this. I mean, that didn't actually mean that I could go for it, but seeing it certainly made me feel that way. And I took that chance, and that gave me an opportunity to get into this industry and really go far. I mean, as I got into it, I realized, like, oh, this is really hard. I'm the only one, and I am the only one. And that's a really strange thing, to think that you are the only black female who does this, who does what I do, and at this level. You know, there's one other one, Tony Barton, you know, and she's an art director working on television for Marvel. And I kind of saw her on Twitter, and I was like, you know, like, let's be friends. And she's like, I don't even know you. And I'm like stalking her on Twitter, like, I want to be girlfriends. And she's like, okay, maybe call my agent. Maybe don't. But we finally kind of, like, I broke her down, and she finally decided to be my friend. And we're kind of besties. Don't quote me. And don't go up to her and be like, Hannah said you were besties, because she'll be like, I don't know who she is. But that's, you know, you want to find likeness. You want to find relatability. And when you look at communities, I think, you know, one of the other things, too, is when you look at communities who are associated with not, like, having a lot of tech and not, you know, having access to a lot of tech, and you start relating, you know, your economic status to your racial profile, that all of a sudden, especially in poverty, the black community becomes associated with this idea of not being tech savvy or wanting tech or having that type of thing. Do you know what I mean? Within their community. And it's basically all based on accessibility. It's not there because how many representation is not just in front of whatever it is, you know, or like throwing the pretty on it that seems to be representing a group or a culture, but actually having the voices creating it. You know, is it how, you know, you look at it like, was it important for me to be the production designer on something like Black Panther? You know, or the Infinity Wars designer Charles Woods, would he be able to have then done that? And so I do believe that the representation behind the camera, I'll say, because that's what I do. I mean, behind the desk, I don't, you guys stand, or I don't, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Or however it goes, is as important as creating an app or creating something, you know, specifically as having the voices there that then has the experience in those communities. Because you really don't know what you don't know, and that's what I learned by going to Africa. Like, I don't know what I don't know, but I knew that I was going to look at it with beauty. I knew I was going to look at it with the lens of absolute modernism and beauty and capability, all the things that I wanted to put into Panther. Like, I wasn't looking for the commercial with the poverty-stricken children. I wasn't looking for the things that we're told the continent is. I was looking for the joy and the pride and the dignity of the people that lived there. And, you know, that's the choice we make for wherever we are, because I met people who lived in the rural parts of Africa just as much as people lived in the modern cities like Johannesburg and you know, we were in Durban, we were in Cape Town. So it's you know, you could see someone dressed in their traditional Zulu or traditional Xhosa and in the city. You know, just as much as you might see that in the rural areas. So I decided not only to find myself and realize that I think I've been African this entire time, but that I was determined to find all the beautiful things that I, you know, was told weren't there. You know, because that then really came back to who I am as a person. You know what I mean? It really related back to who I am and how I felt about myself and the confidences I had. So it all kind of like, our fictional world building bleeds back into our realities.
We have 2 minutes left. Could you share a nonfiction story you shared with me that moved me very much, which was about the director Ryan Coogler, who I'm a huge fan of. And I've always, when in Silicon Valley we talk about leadership, you know, CEO, or the product manager is the CEO of the product, and all these CEO-ish things. I think of Ryan Coogler as one of the great CEOs of our time and creatives. And you shared a story about him. Could you talk about
when
that?
I was talking to myself?
Yes.
So you obviously know I'm kind of weird. So I'm going to tell this story. Don't hold it against me. But so we're working on Creed, and we're tech scouting, which is we go to look at all these locations, and you can spend all day. And we had stopped at this coffee shop. And I got my coffee, and everybody was getting their coffee, but I was kind of working out a problem. And when I'm trying to work out a problem or solve a problem, I talk out loud to myself, because that's the best way to do it, for me, apparently. And, you know, my friends and stuff were like, poke fun at me, like, oh, you're crazy, you're talking to yourself. And so you know, sometimes I do, and I don't even know I'm doing it. So Ryan comes walking over to me, and he was like, are you talking to yourself? And I was like, you know, a little like, oh, you know what I mean? I know you and love you, but yeah. And the first thing he said, he looked at me and he said, that's a sign of a really healthy mind and a really intelligent person. And he kind of turned around and walked away. And I was kind of like ready to get the hit of like, oh, you're crazy, you know, kind of funny joke, but a little bit like of a slight. And that's not at all where his mind came from. It looked for the immediate positive thing about the thing that I was doing that sometimes people think is weird or could make you feel a certain way about yourself that eventually starts beating you down and making, you know, defining who you are because you're hearing negative things about it. That is who Ryan is. He's the person that will constantly lift people up, you know, will constantly, and he's not perfect, I promise. There's days when I'm like, please make a decision. You have like 2 hours. But, you know, and he does all the things that directors do that can, you know, completely bother you, or things that are like amazing. But he's the type of person, like we would be on set for Warrior Falls, which was the big waterfall where they had the big fight. And he gathered us all around in a big circle. You know, some people were in the water, and he really told us why that scene was important. This is before we even started shooting. He really started to say why that scene was important to him, and really talked about having all the fictional tribes of Wakanda in one place and represented by all the references that we use of the tribes, the different tribes in sub-Saharan Africa, and how that was a part of him really feeling complete. And you know, you were holding hands and he's telling us all this, and we're standing in this circle, and you just feel like you can take on the entire world, you know, at that point. So that's who he is as a director and my friend. And he's a really important voice because his perspective on anything and everything is the most unique perspective you will, I promise you, ever hear from anybody. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, because he will turn a situation and make you see it from a side you were never maybe even meant to see it from, and all of a sudden your world opens up. And so I can always, and he would be standing here going like, oh, please stop, but but he is really that great. So
well, thanks for sharing that story. What a leader and what a designer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm here with Ilian, who is a principal engineer on Android and he leads Project Treble. Hi, Ilian.
Hello, Timothy. How are you?
I'm super. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
So that keynote was amazing and there was a lot of your work up there. In fact, Project Treble. I want to talk about that, but before, could you describe the problem? What are you solving with Project Treble?
What we're solving is what we call Android's version fragmentation problem, which is best explained. If you're an app developer, you have to deal with all of these Android versions that you have to implement against, and this is a massive pain to deal with. So this is the problem that we started addressing out with Project Treble.
And how you solve that with Project Treble is you make it easier for manufacturers to upgrade to the latest version, right?
Correct, yeah. I mean, for developers to have the latest, device manufacturers have to launch their devices on the latest or upgrade existing ones to the latest. But historically, it's been very difficult, which means expensive, to do that, which is why device manufacturers simply didn't do it. This is why we have Android version fragmentation today. The way that we solved it is effectively by lowering their costs. That's what Project Treble is.
All right, so Project Treble was introduced last year. What's new this year?
What's new this year is that we effectively completed the engineering portion of our work and we embarked on an operational side of it, which the goal of it is to accelerate the deliverables, the intermediate deliverables of Android to the OEMs, to the device manufacturers, so that they can do their work to launch these devices and upgrade these devices much, much earlier than previously. So the end result is that we expect companies like Samsung, for example, to do their work this same year, in the same year when we launch Android.
That's awesome. Now, what OEMs are launching?
We have 7 companies in addition to Google's very own Pixel, of course, who are launching previews, betas this year. And these are Oppo, Vivo, Nokia, Sony, Essential, OnePlus, and Xiaomi.
Awesome.
That's a lot of companies. Yeah.
And you and I actually have our pockets full of some of these phones.
Yes, we do. We do.
I think it'd be neat to show there's the same version of Android running on each of these different phones.
Yeah, that's what's beautiful about this, is that these are devices by completely different companies, which all run the same version of Android. That was never happening until now.
That's totally awesome.
And, there's one more thing, of course. In addition to these previews, we have a total of 18 devices by 11 manufacturers who will either launch or upgrade their existing devices to the latest of Android this year.
That's really cool.
It is.
So for developers, this again really matters because it simplifies their overall developer experience, which they can get started on by downloading the preview.
That's exactly right.
Ilian, thank you so much for joining us to explain all of that.
Thank you for having me.
To learn more, head on over to android.com/beta. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live. Hello, and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Tim Sneath, a product manager on Flutter. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Timothy. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Let's talk about Flutter.
Yeah.
For those few developers out there that don't know what Flutter is yet, what is it?
Yeah, so Flutter is a toolkit for building native mobile apps for iOS or Android from the same code base. It's open, it's open source, and today at I/O we're announcing a new version of Flutter.
Oh, yeah, so that was my next question. What's new this week? There's a new version, what else?
Yeah, so this week we're announcing Beta 3. Obviously, it's the third beta of our product. We shipped the first beta at Mobile World Congress a couple of months ago, and now we're starting to get to the point where we really feel like it's ready for a lot of production use, and so we're encouraging people to start taking a look at Flutter.
Now, you've worked with developers using Flutter a lot. What would you say they're most excited about when they start using Flutter?
Yeah, so I think there are 3 things primarily that make Flutter a great platform for building apps. Number 1, we have native performance. We compile everything that you write to ARM code. We're powered by the Dart programming language, and that enables this really fast performance. Second thing is we have this unrivaled productivity. With Flutter, you can use this thing called hot reload, so you can write your code, you can continue to work with it, and see exactly the changes that you're making in real time on the device. And then thirdly, Flutter has this high velocity graphics engine that lets your dreams come true, lets designers choose what they want to build and developers put them into production.
Awesome, and there's a lot of people using Flutter today. What are some of your highlights of the apps that are out and live?
Yeah, so again, we've only just got into beta over the last couple of months, both internally at Google and externally. Internally, we power some things like our ads. If you ever create an ad campaign, you're using a Google app built with Flutter. Externally, probably the most famous one that was shipped the back end of last year was Hamilton. You know, the Broadway musical. They shipped a companion app for using Flutter that has had millions of downloads, a really great application. And then this week we're talking about some other new apps. Alibaba, the big Chinese online retailer, they've just shipped an app in Flutter that they're now rolling out to millions of customers. Groupon have an app that they're working on. We have just different kinds of apps from different industries: wine, retail, finance. Loads of different people are coming out with apps. And in fact, we've just seen several hundred apps just since we shipped beta go live on the Play Store.
If you want to get started with Flutter, what's your first step?
Well, there's one simple place you can go, and that's flutter.io. And there you can find sessions, you can find code labs. We're obviously live streaming 6 different sessions here at Google this week. There's a whole bunch of documentation, and of course you can download the Flutter SDK.
And that's all at flutter.io.
Flutter.io.
Thank you, Tim.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hamilton is one of the most talked about and best loved musicals, with shows on Broadway, in London, and around the country. We wanted something to make the show more accessible for our fans, so we wanted to develop an app to meet the needs of fans as we started to expand the brand. We turned to Posse, a New York-based development firm, to help us develop the Hamilton app.
Hamilton's Flutter app launched in the App Store and the Play Store 3 months after we wrote our first line of code. And we accomplished a ton. Fans can enter a daily lottery for a shot at $10 tickets, buy merchandise through an e-commerce experience, take selfie photos with the HamCam, and get daily news and updates.
We knew that this app needed to be rock solid, both in terms of performance and visual fidelity, and really represent the amazing experience that the Hamilton show itself provides. And ultimately, that's why we decided to use Flutter.
Flutter is a mobile UI toolkit that allows developers and designers to craft beautiful native experiences on iOS and Android, and is entirely free and open source.
We have very high expectations of quality for the apps that we build. We expect pixel-perfect results, and we need them to be very high performance. Flutter gave us a lot of opportunities that previously weren't available to us. The fact that it's a single code base drastically improved our ability to deliver a consistent experience across platforms. Its hot reload gives us an ability to build more features in less time.
It allowed me to make changes really fast and iterate through the UI without having to stop and restart the app. Coming from an iOS and Android background, it's something that I've been waiting for a long time. The Flutter developer community is very active. Drop-in packages helped us maximize productivity. It helped us integrate elements like Firebase and Cloud.
At the end of the day, we're just really happy that we found Flutter so that we can build these beautiful native interfaces for both iOS and Android from a single code base.
We were given a really tight timeline, and we turned the app around faster than I ever could have imagined. We were able to make changes right up to the night before we went live, and really feel confident about them. In fact, we pushed an entirely new feature to the App Store the day before we launched.
And since launch, Flutter's efficiency and speed has helped us to build new features such as the recent trivia game. We're really excited because as the show continues to grow, we're going to be able to keep pace with a ton of new features that's going to make the app even better.
We couldn't be more thrilled with Flutter. It has enabled us to use one code base to deliver a truly high-quality app that Hamilton fans have absolutely fallen in love with.
We're thrilled with what Posse was able to deliver. The entire brand of Hamilton is about delivering on an experience for fans. They're thrilled about the new features that we're rolling out, and we're really excited to see where the app goes next.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lily Pang. I'm a physician by training, and I work on the Google Google AI healthcare team. I am a product manager, and today we're going to talk to you about a couple of projects that we have been working on in our group. So first off, I think you'll get a lot of this, so I'm not going to go over this too much. But because we applied deep learning to medical information, I kind of wanted to just define a few terms that get used quite a bit, but are somewhat poorly defined. So first off, artificial intelligence. This is a pretty broad term, and it encompasses that grand project to build non-human intelligence. Machine learning is a particular type of artificial intelligence, I suppose, that teaches machines to be smarter. And deep learning is a particular type of machine learning, which you guys have probably heard about quite a bit and will hear about quite a bit more. So first of all, what is deep learning? So it's a modern reincarnation of artificial neural networks, which actually was invented in the 1960s. It's a collection of simple trainable units organized in layers, and they work together to solve or model complicated tasks. So in general, with smaller data sets and limited compute, which is what we had in the 1980s and 90s, other approaches generally work better. But with larger data sets and larger model sizes and more compute power, we find that neural networks work much better. So there's actually just two takeaways that I want you guys to get from this slide. One is that deep learning trains algorithms that are very accurate when given enough data. And two, that deep learning can do this without feature engineering. And that means without explicitly writing rules. So what do I mean by that? Well, in traditional computer vision, we spend a lot of time writing the rules that a machine should follow to make a certain prediction task. In convolutional neural networks, we actually spend very little time in feature engineering and writing these rules. Most of the time we spend in data preparation, numerical optimization, and model architecture. So I get this question quite a bit, and the question is, how much data is enough data for a deep neural network? Well, in general, more is better, but there are diminishing returns beyond a certain point. And a general rule of thumb is that we like to have about 5,000 positives per class. But the key thing is good and relevant data. So garbage in, garbage out. You train, the model will predict very well what you ask it to predict. So when you think about where machine learning, and especially deep learning, can make the biggest impact, it's really in places where there's lots of data to look through. One of our directors, Greg Corrado, puts it best. Deep learning is really good for tasks that you've done 10,000 times, and on the 10,001st time, you're just sick of it, and you don't want to do it anymore. So this is really great for healthcare in screening applications, where you see a lot of patients that are potentially normal. It's also great where expertise is limited. So here on the right, you see a graph of the shortage of radiologists kind of worldwide. And this is also true for other medical specialties, but radiologists are sort of here. And we basically see a worldwide shortage of medical expertise. So one of the screening applications that our group has worked on is with diabetic retinopathy. We call it DR because it's easier to say than diabetic retinopathy. And it's the fastest growing cause of preventable blindness. All 415 million people with diabetes are at risk and need to be screened once a year. This is done by taking a picture of the back of the eye with a special camera, as you see here. And the picture looks a little bit like that. And so what a doctor does when they get an image like this is they grade it on a scale of 1 to 5, from no disease, so healthy, to proliferative disease, which is the end stage. And when they do grading, they look for sometimes very subtle findings. Little things called microaneurysms that are outpouchings in the blood vessels of the eye, and that indicates how bad your diabetes is affecting your vision. So unfortunately, in many parts of the world, there are just not enough eye doctors to do this task. So in with one of our partners in India, or actually a couple of our partners in India, there's a shortage of 127,000 eye doctors in the nation, and as a result, about 45% of patients suffer some form of vision loss before the disease is detected. Now, as you recall, I said that this disease was completely preventable. So again, this is something that should not be happening. So what we decided to do was we partnered with a couple of hospitals in India, as well as a screening provider in the US. And we got about 130,000 images for this first go-around. We hired 54 ophthalmologists and built a labeling tool. And then the 54 ophthalmologists actually graded these images on the scale from no DR to proliferative. The interesting thing was that there was actually a little bit of variability in how doctors call the images, and so we actually got about 880,000 diagnoses in all. And with this labeled data set, we put it through a fairly well-known convolutional neural net. This is called Inception. I think a lot of you guys may be familiar with it. It's generally used to classify cats and dogs for our photo app or from other search apps, and we just repurposed it to do fundus images. So the other thing that we learned while we were doing this work was that while it was really useful to have this 5-point diagnosis, it was also incredibly useful to give doctors feedback on housekeeping predictions, like image quality, whether this is a left or right eye, or which part of the retina this is. So we added that to the network as well. So how well does it do? So this is the first version of our model that we published in a medical journal in 2016, I believe. And right here on the left is a chart of the performance of the model in aggregate over about 10,000 images. Sensitivity is on the right, on the y-axis, and one-minus specificity is on the x-axis. So sensitivity is the percentage of the time when a patient has a disease, and you got that right when the model was calling the disease. And then specificity is the proportion of patients that don't have the disease that the model or the doctor got right. And you can see you want something with high sensitivity and high specificity. And so up and to the right, or up and to the left is good. And you can see here on the chart that the little dots are the doctors that were grading the same set. So we get pretty close to the doctor. And these are board-certified US physicians. And these are ophthalmologists, general ophthalmologists by training. In fact, if you look at the F-score, which is a combined measure of both sensitivity and specificity, we're just a little better than the median ophthalmologists in this particular study. So since then, we've improved the model. So last year, about December 2016, we were sort of on par with generalists. And then this year, this is a new paper that we published, we actually use retina specialists to grade the images, so they're specialists. We also had them argue when they disagreed about what the diagnosis was. And you can see when we train the model using that as a ground truth, the model predicted that quite well as well. So this year, we're sort of on par with the retina specialists. And this weighted kappa thing is just agreement on the 5-class level, and you could see that essentially we're sort of in between the ophthalmologists and the retina specialists. In fact, kind of in between the retina specialists. Another thing that we've been working on since beyond improving the models is actually trying to have the networks explain how it's making a prediction. So again, taking a playbook, or a play out of the playbook from the consumer world, we started using this technique called show me where. And this is where, using an image, we actually generate a heat map of where the relevant pixels are for this particular prediction. So here you can see a picture of a Pomeranian. And the heat map shows you that there's something in the face of the Pomeranian that makes it look Pomeranian-y. And on the left, right here, you kind of have an Afghan hound and the networks highlighting the Afghan hound. So using this very similar technique, we applied it to the fundus images, and we said, show me where. So this is a case of mild disease, and I can tell it's mild disease because, well, it looks completely normal to me. I can't tell that there's any disease there, but a highly trained doctor would be able to pick out little things called microaneurysms where the green spots are. Here's a picture of moderate disease, and this is a little worse because you can see some bleeding at the ends here, and actually, I don't know if I can signal, but there's a bleeding there. And the heat map, so here's a heat map. And you can see that it picks up the bleeding, but there's two artifacts in this image. So there is a dust spot on just like a little dark spot, and then there is this little reflection in the middle of the image, and you could tell that the model just ignores it, essentially. So what's next? I mean, we trained a model. We showed some that it's somewhat explainable. We think it's doing the right thing. What's next? Well, we're actually have to deploy this into healthcare systems, and we're partnering with healthcare providers and companies to bring this to patients. And actually, Dr. Jess Mega, who is going to speak after me, is going to have a little more details about this effort there. OK. So I've given a screening application, and here's an application in diagnosis that we're working on. So in this particular example, we're talking about a disease, well, we're talking about breast cancer, but we're talking about metastases of breast cancer into nearby lymph nodes. So when a patient is diagnosed with breast cancer and the primary breast cancer is removed, the surgeon spends some time taking out what we call lymph nodes so that we can examine to see whether or not the breast cancer has metastasized in those nodes, and thus it has an impact on how you treat the patient. So, reading these lymph nodes is actually not an easy task, and in fact, about 24% of biopsies, when they went back to look at them, these 24% had a change in nodal status, which means that if it was positive, it was red negative, and it was negative, red positive. So that's a really big deal. It's 1 in 4, right? The interesting thing is that there was another study published that showed that a pathologist with unlimited time, not overwhelmed with data, actually is quite sensitive, so 94% sensitivity in finding the tumors. When you put time constraint on the patient, they're sensitive, or sorry, on the provider, on the pathologist, the sensitivity drops, and people start overlooking where little metastases may be. So in this picture, there's a tiny metastases right there, and that's usually small things like this that are mixed. And this is not surprising, given that so much information is in each slide. So one of these slides, if digitized, is about 10 gigapixels, and that's literally a needle in a haystack. The interesting thing is that pathologists can actually find 73% of the cancers if they spent all their time looking through it with 0 false positives per slide. So we trained a model that can help with this task. It actually finds about 95% of the cancer lesions, and it has 8 false positives per slide. So clearly an ideal system is one that is very sensitive using the model, but also quite specific that relies on the pathologist to actually look over the false positives and calling them false positives. So this is very promising, and we're working on validation in a clinic right now in terms of reader studies. How does it actually interacts with the doctor is really quite important. And clearly there are applications to other tissues. I talked about lymph nodes, but we have some early studies that actually show that this works for prostate cancer as well, for Gleason grading. So in the previous examples, we talked about how deep learning can produce algorithms that are very accurate, and they tend to make calls that a doctor might already make. But what about predicting things that doctors don't currently do from imaging? So as you recall from the beginning of the talk, one of the great things about deep learning is that you can train very accurate algorithms without explicitly writing rules. So this allows us to make completely new discoveries. So the picture on the left is from a paper that we published recently where we trained deep learning models to predict a variety of cardiovascular risk factors. And that includes age, self-reported sex, smoking status, blood pressure, things that doctors generally consider right now to assess a patient's cardiovascular risk and make proper treatment recommendations. So it turns out that we can not only predict many of these factors, and quite accurately, but we can actually directly predict your 5-year risk of a cardiac event. So this work is quite early, really preliminary, and the AUC for this prediction is 0.7. And what that number means is that if given 2 pictures, one picture of a patient that did not have a cardiovascular event and one picture of a patient who did, it is right about 70% of the time. Most doctors is around 50% of the time because it's kind of a random, like it's hard to do based on the retinal image alone. So why is this exciting? Well, normally when a doctor tries to assess your risk for cardiovascular disease, there are needles involved. So I don't know if anyone has gotten blood cholesterol screening. You fast the night before, and then we take some blood samples, and then we assess your risk. So again, I want to emphasize that this is really early on, but these results support the idea that we may be able to use something like an image to make new predictions that we couldn't make before, and this might be able to be done in sort of a non-invasive manner. So I've given a few examples, 3 examples, of how deep learning can really increase both availability and accuracy in healthcare. And one of the things that I want to kind of also acknowledge here is the reason why this has become more and more exciting is, I think, because TensorFlow is open sourced. So this kind of open standard for general machine learning is being applied everywhere. So I've given examples of work that we've done at Google, but there's a lot of work that's being done across the community at other medical centers that are very similar. And so I'm really excited about what this technology can bring to the field of healthcare. All right. And with that, I'd like to introduce Jess Mega. Unlike me, she is a real doctor, and she's a chief medical officer at Verily.
Thank you, Lily. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you, Lily, for kicking us off. I think the excitement around AI and healthcare could not be greater. As you heard, my name is Jess Mega. I'm a cardiologist and am so excited to be part of the Alphabet family. Verily grew out of Google and Google X, and we're focused solely on healthcare and life sciences. And our mission is to take the world's health information and make it useful so that patients live healthier lives. And the example that I'll talk about today focuses on diabetes and really lends itself to the conversation that Lily started. But I think it's very important to pause and think about health data broadly. Right now, any individual who's in the audience today has about several gigabytes of health data. But if you think about health in the years to come and think about genomics, molecular technologies, imaging, sensor data, patient-reported data, electronic health records and claims, we're talking about huge sums of data, gigabytes of data, and at Verily and at Alphabet, we're committed to stay ahead of this so that we can help patients. The reason we're focusing initially some of our efforts on diabetes is this is an urgent health issue. About 1 in 10 people has diabetes. And when you have diabetes, it affects how you handle sugar or glucose in the body. And if you think about prediabetes, the condition before someone has diabetes, that's 1 in 3 people. That would be the entire center section of the audience today. Now, what happens when your body handles glucose in a different way? You can have downstream effects. You heard Lily talk about diabetic retinopathy. People can have problems with their heart, kidneys, and peripheral neuropathy. So this is the type of disease that we need to get ahead of. But we have two main issues that we're trying to address. The first one is an information gap. So even the most adherent patient with diabetes, and my grandfather was one of these, would check his blood sugar 4 times a day. And I don't know if anyone today has been able to have any of the snacks. I actually had some of the caramel popcorn. Did anyone have any of that? Yeah, it's great, right? Except probably our biology and our glucose is going up and down. So if I didn't check my glucose in that moment, we wouldn't have captured that data. So we know biology is happening all of the time. When I see patients in the hospital as a cardiologist, I can see someone's heart rate, their blood pressure, all of these vital signs in real time. And then people go home. But biology is still happening. So there's an information gap, especially with diabetes. The second issue is a decision gap. You may see a care provider once a year, twice a year, but health decisions are happening every single day. They're happening weekly, daily, hourly. And how do we decide to close this gap? At Verily, we're focusing on 3 key missions, and this can be true for almost every project we take on. We're thinking about how to shift from episodic and reactive care to much more proactive care. And in order to do that, and to get to the point where we can really use the power of AI, we have to do 3 things. We have to think about collecting the right data, and today I'll be talking about continuous glucose monitoring. How do you then organize this data so that it's in a format that we can unlock and activate and truly help patients? So whether we do this in the field of diabetes that you'll hear about today or with our surgical robots, this is the general premise. The first thing to think about is the collection of data. And you heard Lily say garbage in, garbage out. We can't look for insights unless we understand what we're looking at. And one thing that has been absolutely revolutionary is thinking about extremely small biocompatible electronics. So we are working on next generation sensing, and you can see a demonstration here. What this will lead to, for example, with extremely small continuous glucose monitors where we're partnering to create some of these tools, this will lead to more seamless integration. So again, you don't just have a few glucose values, but we understand how your body is handling sugar or someone with type 2 diabetes in a more continuous fashion. It also helps us understand not only what happens at a population level, but what might happen on an individual level when you are ingesting certain foods. And the final thing is to really try to reduce costs of devices so that we can really democratize health. The next aim is how do we organize all of this data? And I can speak both as a patient and as a physician. The thing that people will say is data is amazing, but please don't overwhelm us with a tsunami of data. You need to organize it. And so we've partnered with Sanofi on a company called Onduo. And the idea is to put the patient in the center of their care and help simplify diabetes management. This really gets to the heart of someone who is going to be happier and healthier. So what does it actually mean? What we try to do is empower people with their glucose control. So we turn to the American Diabetes Association and look at the glucose ranges that are recommended. People then get a graph that shows you what your day looks like and the percentage of time that you're in range. Again, giving a patient or a user that data so they can be the center of their decisions. And then finally, tracking steps through Google Fit. The next goal then is to try to understand how glucose is pairing with your activity in your diet. So here there's an app that prompts for the photo of the food, and then using image recognition and using Google's TensorFlow, we can identify the food. And this is where the true personal insights start to become real. Because if you eat a certain meal, it's helpful to understand how your body ends up relating to it. And there's some really interesting preliminary data suggesting that the microbiome may change the way I respond to a banana, for example, or you might respond. And that's important to know because all of a sudden, those general recommendations that we make as a doc, so if someone comes to see me in clinic and they have type 2 diabetes, might say, okay, here are the things you need to do. You need to watch your diet, exercise, take your oral medications. I need you to also take insulin, exercise. You got to see your foot doctor, your eye doctor, your primary care doctor, and the endocrinologist. And that's a lot to integrate. And so what we try to do is also pair all of this information in a simple way with a care lead. This is a person that helps someone on their journey as this information is surfaced. And if you look in the middle of what I'm showing you here on what the care lead and what the person is seeing, you'll see a number of different lines. And I want us to drill down and look into that. This is showing you the difference between the data you might see in an episodic glucose example or what you're seeing with the continuous glucose monitor enabled by this new sensing. And so let's say we drill down into this continuous glucose monitor and we look at a cluster of days. This is an example. We might start to see patterns. And as Lily mentioned, this is not the type of thing that an individual patient, care lead, or physician would end up digging through. But this is where you start to unlock the power of learning models. Because what we can start to see is a cluster of different mornings. So maybe we'll make a positive association that everyone's eating incredibly healthy here at Google I/O. So maybe that's a cluster of the red mornings. But we go back into our regular lives and we get stressed and we're eating a different cluster of foods. But instead of, again, giving general advice, we can use different models to point out it seems like something is going on. With one patient, for example, we were seeing a cluster around Wednesdays. So what's going on Wednesdays? Is it that the person is going and stopping by a particular location? Or maybe there's a lot of stress that day. But again, instead of giving general care, we can start to target care in the most comprehensive and actionable example. So again, thinking about what we're talking about, collecting data, organizing it, and then activating it and making it extremely relevant. So that is the way we're thinking about diabetes care, and that is the way AI is going to work. We heard this morning in another discussion, we've got to think about the problems that we're going to solve and use these tools to really make a difference. So what are some other ways that we can think about activating information? And we heard from Lily that diabetic retinopathy is one of the leading causes of blindness. So even if we have excellent glucose care, there may be times where you start to have end organ damage. And I had mentioned that elevated glucose levels can end up affecting the fundus and the retina. Now we know that people with diabetes should undergo screening. But earlier in the talk, I gave you the laundry list of what we're asking patients to do who have diabetes. And so what we're trying to do with this collaboration with Google is figure out how do we actually get ahead of the product and think about an end-to-end solution so that we realize and bring down the challenges that exist today. Because the issue in terms of getting screened, one of it is accessibility, and the other one is having access to optometrists and ophthalmologists. And this is a problem in the United States as well as in developing worlds. So this is a problem, not something just local. This is something that we think very globally about when we think about the solution. We looked at this data earlier, and this idea that we can take algorithms and increase both the sensitivity and specificity of diagnosing diabetic retinopathy and macular edema. And this is data that was published in JAMA, as Lily nicely outlined. The question then is, how do we think about creating this product? Because the beauty of working at places like Alphabet and working with partners like you all here today is we can think about what problem are we solving, create the algorithms. But we then need to step back and say, what does it mean to operate in the space of healthcare and in the space of life science? We need to think about the image acquisition, the algorithm, and then delivering that information both to physicians as well as patients. So what we're doing is taking this information and now working with some of our partners. There's a promising pilot that's currently ongoing both here as well as in India, and we're so encouraged to hear the early feedback. And there are two pieces of information I wanted to share with you. One is that looking at this early observations, we're seeing higher accuracy with AI than with the manual grader. And the thing that's important as a physician, I don't know if there are any other doctors in the room, but the piece I always tell people is there's going to be room for healthcare providers. What these tools are doing is merely helping us do our job. So sometimes people ask me, is technology and AI going to replace physicians or replace the healthcare system? And the way I think about it is it just augments the work we do. If you think about the stethoscope, so I'm a cardiologist, and the stethoscope was invented about 200 years ago. It doesn't replace the work we do, it merely augments the work we do. And I think you're going to see a similar theme as we continue to think about ways of bringing care in a more effective way to patients. So the first thing here is that the AI was performing better than the manual grader. And then the second thing is to think about that base of patients. How do we truly democratize care? And so the other encouraging piece from the pilot was this idea that we could start to increase the base of patients treated with the algorithm. Now, as it turns out, I would love to say that it's really easy to do everything in healthcare and life science, but as it turns out, it takes a huge village to do this kind of work. So what's next? What is on the path to clinical adoption? And this is what makes it incredibly exciting to be a doctor working with so many talented technologists and engineers. We need to now partner with different clinical sites that I noted here. We also partner deeply with the FDA as well as regulatory agencies in Europe and beyond. And one thing at Verily that we've decided to do is to be part of what's called the FDA pre-certification program. We know that bringing new technologies and new algorithms into healthcare is critical, but we now need to figure out how to do that in a way that's both safe and effective. And I'm proud of us at Alphabet for really staying ahead of that and partnering with groups like the FDA. The second thing that's important to note is that we partner deeply at Verily with Google, as well as other partners like Nikon and Optos. All of these pieces come together to try to transform care. But I know that if we do this correctly, there's a huge opportunity, not only in diabetes, but really in this entire world of health information. It's interesting to think about it as a physician who spends most of my time taking care of patients in the hospital. How can we start to push more of the access to care outside of the hospital? But I know that if we do this well, and if we stay ahead of it, we can close this gap. We can figure out ways to become more preventative. We can collect the right information. We can create the infrastructure to organize it. And most importantly, we will figure out how to activate it. But I want everyone to know here, this is not the type of work that we can do alone. It really takes all of us together. And we at Verily, we at Google, and we at Alphabet look forward to partnering with all of you. So please help us on this journey. Lily and I will be here after these talks. We're happy to chat with all of you. And thank you for spending time at I/O.
Hey there, I/O Live. I am Todd Kerpelman, and I am here inside the very crowded and popular Flutter Firebase Dome, talking to Michael Thompson, product manager of Flutter. Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. So there's a lot going on here inside the dome, as well as some stuff going on outside. Tell me, what are we looking at here? What's going on behind us?
So this is our showcase wall that illustrates the wide selection of different types of apps you can build with Flutter. So Flutter, of course, is Google's multi-platform SDK for building mobile apps for both iOS and Android. So what we're seeing here are some apps that look very traditional iOS look and feel. We're seeing an app from Google over here from our Atlas team that has a much more traditional material look and feel. And we're seeing a number of apps that have a much more custom look and feel, where they've tried to create this more brand-specific extension, and where the layout of the app really is an extension of that brand.
And so what else can an attendee find if they're exploring the Flutter Dome?
Yeah, so what we're seeing here is the end result. And the thing that's really interesting is that's just one of our key components of our offering. The other thing is we have a great developer experience. So when you try and create UI, whether it's more traditional or more custom, we found that there's a lot of iteration going on. You may have one notion of what your screen should look like, but it's really helpful to take that and tweak it, and step by step to build up your UI. So for that, we built something called Hot Reload, which is the ability to update the current screen you're looking at, and in just a few hundred milliseconds, push a small change to that running application, preserving the whole state without having to re-navigate back in. And that's actually an example of all the great engineering we do in this project. So when you use Hot Reload, you're running against a virtual machine, which is how we can do those quick reloads. But when you're running these apps in production, very importantly, we compile these to native ARM machine code. So you get the combination of fast iteration speed at development time with fast execution speed in production builds.
The thing about Hot Reload that I think maybe not everyone gets at first is this is actually running on a real device. Like the game, you're editing real code.
Yeah, so this is, we do a lot of really cool engineering in this project, I think. So when you run during development time with your Flutter app, we run on a virtual machine, so we can push these tiny updates to the running app and see that effect right away. But when you're running all these apps behind us in release mode, we actually compile straight to native machine code. So we get the combination of this fantastic performance with 60 frames a second in production apps and amazing stateful Hot Reload, where we can update the UI in just a few hundred milliseconds.
Wow, I have to say that is great. As a developer, like, I know
Oh, thanks.
Hey everyone, I'm so glad that you can make it today to our session, and I hope that you're having a really awesome Google I/O. My name is Zachary Senzer, and I am a product manager on the Actions on Google and Google Assistant teams.
And I'm Barry, and I'm a program manager for Google Assistant focused on discovery. We really want people to find your content and use it on Google Assistant. And today, We're here to talk about how your content can reach millions of devices on Google Assistant, really without much work at all for you. So by day 2 of I/O, this may be a refresher, but just a quick overview of the opportunity that presents itself to you with Google Assistant. Assistant really helps people get things done with over 1 million actions. Actions is the word that we use to describe things that Assistant can do. And Assistant is ready to help wherever users are, with over 500 million voice-activated devices like Google Home, eligible mobile phones, and other devices with screens where Google Assistant works. Assistant's available across the globe in more than 25 locales, and by the end of this year, in 80 countries and 30 languages. So that's a lot of devices and a lot of actions that Assistant can do, and a lot of potential users for your content. So how can you bring your site's content into this ecosystem? Google's presented ways for you to optimize content for search since what my kids would call the 1900s. For sites with content in popular areas like news, podcasts, and recipes, the same kinds of optimizations that you have likely made already for search will also help your content become discoverable in Google Assistant. So we'll be explaining how to use structured data and AMP in your content to help drive traffic to your site for both Assistant and for search at the same time with the same work on your part. So our research shows that users are accessing information in new ways with different kinds of use cases throughout the day. We know that users are accessing media and news content in their morning and in their commute routines, and then in the evening around meal preparation, recipe content becomes interesting. Google's put a lot of thought into how to be there for the user throughout the day in these different kinds of use cases. So as a user, I can be in conversation with Google Assistant throughout the day to get things done in my world. Let's take, for example, Zach at the center of his world. Let's say Zach missed the latest episode of his favorite podcast. He can just ask his assistant to play it. Or, if he's not sure what he wants to listen to, he can explore different podcasts to try. At dinner time, when Zach is hungry for ideas and isn't sure what to make, he asks his assistant for recipes. Assistant on mobile presents a carousel of recipes that are easy to browse and load quickly, and with a single tap, he can choose a Food Network recipe to send straight to his Google Home. So Zach doesn't have to worry about handling his phone in the kitchen when he might be busy using his hands to cook whatever it is that he's making for dinner. And Google Assistant is there throughout the day to help with lots of other use cases too, like reading the news, translations, getting directions, sorting through photos, and more. So let's have a look at how some providers are getting content to users like Zach and many others throughout the day. Here are 3 examples. So structured data markup can produce carousels and rich results in Google Assistant by asking a voice-activated device to hear the news or listen to a podcast or find a recipe. A user is connected to content right away. On the left, a user is asking for top stories in business and right away gets a carousel of the latest headlines, rendered quickly with nice imagery from the source site of the New York Times. In the middle, a user is asking for and gets recipes from Food Network. Easy to browse and select a recipe to send straight to Google Home. And then on the right, another user asks her Google Assistant to play Planet Money. And immediately she starts hearing the latest episode from NPR. So this is the Actions directory. You might know that the Actions directory has a listing for each and every action that users can do on Assistant. When recipe, podcast, and news providers optimize your content using structured data, you become eligible for an auto-generated page listed in the Actions directory. the Actions directory is organized both by category, like food and drink, and it's also organized by things that users are trying to do, like find food recipes or play a podcast. So that means that your action, your content, could be presented in multiple places in the directory, depending what users are trying to do. We built the Actions directory to be accessible with a single tap from Google Assistant, like you see here, on mobile. And there's also a version for web, available on the desktop and also for mobile browsers. And each page is shareable, so you could promote your action, or your current users could share it with their friends or with their followers. So there are 3 things that you can choose to do to get your content best integrated with Assistant. Structured data and AMP are key to optimizing for search and for Assistant with the same work to do both. When you invest in structured data, you enable more discovery on more devices and help users get things done throughout their day. Also, implementing best practices with structured data can make your content eligible for carousels and rich results, like you just saw, and for a page on the Actions directory. When you further enhance your content using AMP, it helps your mobile pages to load quickly and take advantage of Google AMP Cache. We'll also talk about how you can take things further and claim your Actions directory page to make it your own and participate in additional features like user reviews. And you can consider going further to build your own custom action using the Actions on Google developer platform. We'll cover all 3 in the talk. So I've mentioned structured data markup and AMP a few times already, and let's just make sure we're all on the same page about that. AMP stands for Accelerated Mobile Pages, and the AMP icon is an indication to users that this mobile page will load quickly and smoothly. When a user selects an AMP mobile page, search retrieves it from Google AMP Cache, which enables a variety of load optimizations. Google uses structured data markup on the web to best understand the content on each and every page. Structured data markup is a standardized format for specifying information about a page and classifying it. So if I have a recipe page, what are the ingredients, the cook time, nutrition information, and so on. You help Google Search understand content on your pages by giving explicit clues that come when you conform to the standards with structured data markup. There are really well-documented standards for structured data that vary by content type, and the standards are consistent with open standards for schema.org. So we're going to look at examples for news, podcasts, and recipes today. There are a few different ways to specify your structured data for web pages. JSON-LD, or JavaScript Open Notation with linked data, is encoding that's used by Google's Knowledge Graph. JSON-LD shows up like a big blob of code near the head of each page, and it starts with a script tag that says, hey browser, calling the JavaScript that contains some JSON-LD. So this really simple snippet of markup says, this is a website type. I'm using the vocabulary from schema.org, and the website has this URL. Another implementation of markup would be with HTML extensions that places different syntaxes throughout the page with tagged attributes that name the properties and expose the structured data in both the head and the body of the pages. But we're going to focus on JSON-LD as a preferred method to use wherever possible. And you can also use Google's examples to create your JSON-LD markup rather than starting from scratch. So in order to bring this to life, we're going to use a case study example of a family recipe site. Structured data markup in AMP works for large publishers like Food Network and the New York Times, as you've seen, and it also works for anyone, including a small family recipe site. And in fact, this is not just any small family recipe site. This is my own family's recipe site. Recently, my husband and I optimized our existing family recipe site using structured data markup in AMP. So there are a few characters in the story so you can follow along the plot that I'll introduce first. First, the stroopwafel. you might know that a stroopwafel is a Dutch cookie with some caramel inside of some waffles, and it'll show up in pictures. And then Sander's Dutch stroopwafels. Sander is my 12-year-old son, and Kort Vonk is the site owner, and he's my husband. And he's also Dutch. So our site features a lot of Dutch family recipes, like the ones that you see here in the carousel, including Sander's Dutch stroopwafels. This rich carousel of search results from our recipe site appears when you ask Google Assistant, find recipes from Kort Vonk. And then you can choose one and send it to your Google Home. So here's the before and after with our recipe site. Before we made the changes for structured data, a page like on the left would show up in search for a specific query, like Sander's Dutch stroopwafel recipe. You can see there's pretty ordinary search result with a blue link and some unremarkable text. After we optimized it with structured data on the other side, we started to participate in rich results and carousels for the same query. And you can spot a few more differences. Because of structured data markup, search is so much smarter about the data that it finds on our site and on this page. The generic blue link is gone. You can see a row of chips to select relevant content under the title Recipes. Search better understands our recipe content, of course, from the way the data is passed in the markup. With structured data markup for recipes, we were able to increase discovery for search and for Google Assistant at the same time with exactly the same work. And true story, at the end of April, we got an email, so it's like last week, from Google Assistant saying that our site traffic, although still pretty small, had increased more than 300% in the month of April, with 72% of user acquisition coming through organic search. So after our site was indexed and successfully converted to structured data, we noticed a page in the Actions directory. Earlier, you saw the Actions directory page for Food Network, and this is the Actions directory page for our family site rendered on web browser or a desktop. The other one was obviously on mobile. Later on, we'll see how this page can be claimed, and we can go on to customize it with our own images and information. So for a closer look at what it takes to use structured data markup in AMP, let's look at the code. And we'll continue to use the family recipe site as an example. So first, the generic JSON-LD structured data snippet for type recipe. In addition to the general structured data guidelines, you'll need to follow the specific guidelines for the structured data type that you have in order to be eligible in rich results displays in both search and assistant. So most search structured data uses open standard schema.org vocabulary, as I've mentioned, although what Google search might require could differ a little bit as what's required by schema.org. So Google is able to read JSON-LD data when it's dynamically injected into a page's contents, and that's what we're doing in the family recipe site architecture. Here, the server-side PHP helps generate an AMP recipe page with markup using recipe data, details that are pulled out of the MySQL database. When a recipe page is requested by the web browser, PHP responds by consulting the database for the recipe details, then marks it up as HTML and returns the dynamic page results. This also inserts the structured data we added as JSON-LD inside the script in the page in its head. So the highlighted part on the slide is the essence of what is new after optimizing with the structured data markup. Obviously, for a recipe collection, the type of structured data we used was the recipes type. So let's have a closer look at that. This is the first section of markup for the page recipe, specifically Sander's Dutch stroopwafels. Each page carries markup that's specific to it. So we see the result of where the recipe information from the database is pulled to generate markup. Going down the page, you can easily parse the resulting markup and see the name, description, author, recipe yield, prep time, and cook time. the format is always expressed as a set of attribute value pairs. So name, Sandra Stubbs stroopwafels. You use recipe property markup for a single recipe at a time, not a category of recipes or a whole list. And there are 15 total recipe properties that are recommended, although only name is actually required. Going into this, we didn't have an image for every recipe in the collection, so that's something we're working on. But you can see the highlighted URL is the block of markup for a photo that would be for the big stack of gooey stroopwafels. So continuing the markup for the same recipe page, we have ratings. Inspired by structured data, we added ratings to the site, which isn't something that had been a feature before. You can see here the markup for ratings that includes data for the rating value, a count of reviews, and the best and worst rating for the recipe page. And now on the right, you can see how ratings will render in search results. And this is the direct result of adding the structured data markup for ratings on the page. You see the stars and the rating, etc. And now the last part of the markup, still for the same recipe, shows the rest of the format truncated a little bit to fit on the slide. Here we tag the recipe ingredients and pull the recipe instructions. And finally, the nutrition information. So for us, nutrition information was something we had in the database, but many of the fields were empty. And so adding more data has been a good enhancement here. And then at the end, you see we closed the script. And now you've seen the full format for structured data for the recipe, for the type recipe. The structured data testing tool helps you to format your data correct to standards for whatever type you're using. Structured data testing tool is really easy to use. It's open. You can find it easily on Google Search. And so running the page URL through the tool shows any anomalies as compared to the standards for the type that I'm testing. So you can see here that I have an error where the cook time was formatted in some way that I might just type it as a person, as compared to the ISO format that structured data requires. It's easy to go through and fix errors one at a time, and it would be recommended to do this really after just you have a few pages to check the format. So to summarize, our family recipe site optimization process with structured data, we followed the structured data guidelines to create the markup using JSON-LD. And remember, you can follow well-documented examples rather than starting from scratch. We then validate our code using the structured data testing tool, which is probably going to be an iterative process where you find and fix errors. Make sure to unblock robots.txt, no index, or any access controls, which might keep the crawlers from getting to your markup. And you're going to fix and monitor errors and re-index the site as you change it. So there are a few things that are special about using structured data markup and AMP to optimize for news content. Let's have a look. There's a special type news article with just two properties that are recommended in the case of non-AMP pages, the headline and the image as highlighted. For news articles, when you are optimizing with AMP mobile pages, additional properties are required. And those include the publisher, publisher name, the logo, URL, date published, date modified here and on the next slide. When AMP pages that have structured data, or AMP pages that have structured data can appear in a carousel of stories, like the ones that you saw from the New York Times earlier. Without the structured data, AMP pages can load fast, but they won't have that formatting. They would show up as standard blue links in search results. Also for news content, if you offer subscription-based access to your web site, or if users need to register for access, there's a guideline that's specific to implementing structured data for subscription and paywalled content. If your site is marked up with structured data and AMP, following the standards for the type news article, and also follows the Google News index guidelines, you could apply to be included in Google News. So now I'm going to hand it to Zach to talk to you about how to leverage structured data markup for your podcast content.
All right, so let's walk through an example. This is how NPR's Planet Money podcast appears in the Actions directory, and Google Search, which was all generated with some simple markup. By structuring your podcast content, you can enable your podcast to appear in Google search results, along with individual episode descriptions and even an embedded player for each episode. Additionally, your content may be automatically turned into an action on the Google Assistant with a dedicated page in the Actions directory. In order for your podcast to be properly indexed, you'll need to first expose a valid RSS feed that conforms to RSS 2.0 specifications. Second, ensure that your feed has at least one episode. And third, have a dedicated homepage for your podcast that points to your RSS feed. We'll now cover the essential podcast level, episode level, and homepage markup requirements to make sure that your content is set up for success. This code shows the podcast level tags that need to get configured for your podcast RSS feed. This example takes us through the markup for NPR's Planet Money podcast. First, make sure that you have a tag that defines your podcast title. Here, this is Planet Money. The only two other requirements are tags that define your podcast homepage, along with episode tags, which we'll cover next. Optionally, you can also add tags that state the author, description, image, category, and language for your podcast. These are the episode level tags in your podcast RSS feed that would then need to get configured. The only two requirements here are the title of the episode and an enclosure tag, which points to the URL of the episode's audio file. Optionally, you can also configure a description, publication date, duration, and more for each episode. The last step is to make sure that your podcast has a homepage that very clearly describes what the podcast is about. NPR's page for Planet Money is shown here. Make sure that this page has a link that points to your podcast RSS URL. And then once that's all set up, you're on your way towards being optimized for both Google Search and Google Assistant just by configuring a few RSS tags. So we just reviewed structured data markup. Now, the next big opportunity is to then claim your page. Claiming your action will unlock 3 key capabilities for you. First, the ability to modify your directory listing. Second, the ability to view analytics on your action's performance. And then third, the opportunity for improved ranking and discovery. Here's the directory page that was created for Barry's recipe content using structured markup. Once a directory page is created for your content, you'll be able to claim the action simply by creating a project on the Actions on Google Developer Console, which is the hub for creating, managing, and optimizing your actions. Shown here, the Actions on Google Developer Console is the place where you'll be able to manage your actions after you claim them. Once you claim, you'll notice that there is a dedicated section for you to modify your directory information. You can use the console to change up your images and descriptions to more accurately reflect your actions and its content. Additionally, once your actions are claimed, you'll even be able to view these analytics in the console. The console can help you to quickly monitor your action's star ratings over time, along with directory page views. For claimed actions, users will have the ability to rate and submit written reviews for your content. This is all accessed using the Actions directory. So for example, this is how ratings and reviews will appear on the directory page for Barry's recipe content. User reviews are one of many quality indicators that we are used to impact ranking. Most importantly, though, ratings and reviews are benchmarks that users depend on when looking for authentic and relevant feedback. All of this functionality is accessible simply by using structured data markup. Now that we just covered claiming your action, let's discuss by how creating a custom conversational action. You can take advantage of the best that both Actions on Google and the Google Assistant have to offer. So, you can either use markup to optimize your existing content for a more assistive experience, or you can decide to build custom actions with a much more conversational and AI focus. To take full advantage of the Google Assistant, the best path is to build a custom conversational action. We'll now discuss the thought process, rationale, and overview of creating these custom actions. To start, you will most likely need to revisit your content's identity for the AI-first world. Your action will need more than just graphics. it will need a fully developed personality. So for example, is your content funny or serious? What voice will represent your content? And how can you tailor the personality of your action to stand out in a conversational environment? Users are not just looking to access your website in an audio form. The more rich your conversational interaction, the more we can then suggest your action to increase discovery. The assistant learns from the directory and other information about which actions may be best for assisting the user with their needs. So rather than needing to include your brand's name, your content may be recommended to the user. Our goal is to recommend actions that provide users with a really high-quality end-user experience. And the best way to create this more tailored branded experience is to visit the Actions on Google Developer Console and create a custom action from scratch. Many providers, both large and small, have elected to go the custom action route. We've been working with partners like Food Network to enhance their user experience with custom actions. So as you see here, Food Network's custom action is being triggered.
I can help you find recipes by name, ingredient, or chef. What would you like?
What's on now?
Right now on Food Network, we've just started an episode of The Pioneer Woman. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives is coming up at 11 a.m. Pacific. You can ask for episode details or for recipes. Which would you like?
How about some episode recipes?
Recipes from The Pioneer Woman, The Middles.
The first one.
Bow tie skillet Alfredo.
Email it to me for later.
Okay, I've just sent this recipe to your email address. Delish. What else can I help you with?
Food Network's custom conversational action, which you just experienced, helps users find inspiration in the kitchen across devices with both displays and like ice-free surfaces such as Google Home. Not only can users find recipes from their favorite chefs and shows, but they can also send recipes via email and see upcoming show times. Food Network optimizes their content for the conversational world and creates several opportunities for re-engagement. First, users can ask when their show is on air. Then, they can ask for the recipe currently being prepared on the show. And then finally, they'll have the ability to share the recipe outside of Assistant to enjoy later. In natural language, all elements of a conversational flow are usually woven together in a coherent thread that includes context. Food Network helps guide users to relevant information and anticipates their behavior. This is the new Actions on Google Developer Console, which makes it easier than ever to create custom actions for your content. When you create a project, you can choose from several categories that will tailor your workflow. So whether you're a podcast provider trying to allow new users to discover your content, or a news provider attempting to re-engage with your followers, the Actions on Google Developer Console is the place to get started. The console's workflow glides you through the different stages of development. First, set up some initial information about how you would like to be discovered. Build actions that will help users get things done with the information that they both want and need. Then test your actions, either on devices or by using our new web simulator to run through user flows. Then deploy your actions either to production or to limited alpha and beta audiences. Then finally, measure the success of your actions with additional rich analytics on usage, errors, and discovery channels. It's as simple as setup, build, test, deploy, and measure. There are numerous surfaces that you could target with your custom actions, including those with audio output and those with screen output. Building custom actions will allow you to tailor the experience based on the device being used. For devices with screens, including phones, televisions, or smart displays, you can craft special responses that really take advantage of the screen. If you're a podcast provider, consider showing video clips and images that can play alongside the audio. News and recipe providers can render rich graphics that add even more meaning to a story or recipe. However, don't forget to also optimize for the eyes and hands-free experiences that speakers have to offer. Whether it's getting ready in the morning or running out the door to commute to and from work, users won't always have the ability to interact with the display. Users won't have the time to browse a website for information if they need to keep their eyes on something else or if their hands are full. These are critical opportunities throughout a user's day that you'll be able to present some really key information, such as news stories or a brand new episode of your podcast, for example. We built the assistant leveraging the latest advances in machine learning, AI, and natural language processing, along with Google's technology stack, to create a really advanced assistive experience. And you too can leverage this power while creating your actions in a multitude of ways. To start, actions are full of endless opportunities. You can use our vast array of cards to display substantial on-screen information in the form of text, hyperlinks, and images for your content. You can also leverage speech synthesis markup language, or SSML, to make your responses even more lifelike. Then play around with our brand theme customizations to control your content's visual appearance, especially in some of our beautiful new smart displays. So here's an example of what Barry's custom action could look like running on a smart display by leveraging theme customizations that were configured in the Actions on Google developer console. This is an awesome opportunity for Barry to show off a nice big photo of stroopwafels along with a link to the full recipe to truly help her content stand out. Actions are personal. Custom conversational actions allow you to use Google Assistant's location and context awareness alongside account linking and user storage to tailor your experiences for individual users of your actions. If you're a content provider, the Google Assistant presents a special opportunity for you to interact with your users. The signed-in nature of Assistant will allow you to provide personalized podcast, recipe, and news story recommendations. You can also use the Assistant to augment the content consumption experience. For podcast providers, you can give additional information about guests and stories being discussed on a given episode. If you're a news provider, use Google Assistant to help guide users and provide them with augmenting information about people and places being discussed, along with relevant recommendations such as articles and news stories. Barry can also leverage personalizations for the custom actions for her recipe content. So there might be conversations that would benefit from knowing a user's name or location. Suppose Barry wants to suggest to her users where they can find and purchase ingredients and supplies for a recipe. She can also suggest common ingredients that might appear in a recipe, or pairing drinks and sides that would go well with a recipe. Barry could then use localization to provide recipes to her users in a wide variety of languages. Actions are re-engaging. With custom conversational actions, you can use action links to share a URL that will deep link users directly into your action. For your content, you can also implement our Updates API to inform users about upcoming shows, stories, and special events using push notifications. The Updates API can also allow Barry to send daily recipe recommendations to her users. Custom conversational actions are even transactional. By taking advantage of our Transactions API along with account linking, you can leverage transactions to allow users to seamlessly purchase premium content, merchandise, and other physical or digital goods. This was just an overview of the few of the things that you could do by creating custom actions, and there's much, much more. Even when you're at best, there's always room to grow with custom conversational actions. In conclusion, structured markup in AMP allows you to take your existing web content and optimize it for both Google Search and Google Assistant. You will also be eligible for having a page in the Actions directory. In fact, many of you have already completed the necessary markup for your content. If so, you'll notice that there is already a page in the directory for you to then claim your action. Claiming will allow you to modify your directory listing, view analytics, and receive ratings and written reviews for your content. However, to go above and beyond the limitations of markup, visit the Actions on Google Developer Console to create a custom conversational action. Doing so will allow you to use many exciting personalization, re-engagement, and transactional features and APIs as you build out your custom actions. The opportunities for what you can create for your content are truly endless. We cannot wait to see what you can build with custom conversational actions to leverage the full power of both Actions on Google and the Google Assistant. And if you haven't done so already, you've also seen how to get started with structured data markup and reach Google Assistant users looking for answers and help getting things done throughout their day. To see some really awesome demos, go ahead and check out our Assistant Sandbox and attend our office hours to have one-on-one assistance with any of your questions. Thank you, and we hope you all continue to have a really great Google I/O.
Hey there, IO Live. Todd Kerpelman here, and I'm here with Jen Tong, who is apparently using the power of the cloud to like find new planets. No big deal, you know.
Yeah, why not?
Sure. So Jen, what is going on here at this booth?
So behind us, we see Project Panoptes, which is an open source project that includes open source hardware that is composed entirely of commercial, off-the-shelf components. And it is intended to be low cost enough for educational institutions and hobby astronomers to build these robotic telescopes and contribute to the project.
And so what happens once they build these robotic telescopes? How are they discovering stars, or planets, I should say?
So the way they discover planets around other stars is by combining their efforts using the cloud. So what happens is each night the telescopes will all wake up and look at the sky, and they'll get a bunch of great images of the sky. And then when the day comes, they'll go to sleep, but not really. They're going to start uploading all of their data to Cloud Platform. And from there, we can combine all the data together, aggregate it, and then from that, we can infer the existence of planets around other stars.
And how do you infer the existence of planets?
So planets are very hard to see directly because their stars are very bright and there's lots of glare and they're very far away. In fact, a star only looks like 1 pixel on the camera. So we have to use some trickery to do that. So instead of looking for the planet directly, we look for a dimming of the star when the planet moves between us and the star, kind of like an eclipse, or we call it a transit in a more general case.
And so the general idea is you've got hundreds of telescopes all around the world taking pictures of the night sky. They combine all those images up to Google Cloud, which analyzes them all and looks for a star that dims on a regular enough basis that you think it must be because there's a planet passing in front of it.
That is exactly correct. So we're able to infer that just by having a whole bunch of samples from having a very large fleet of telescopes.
Wow, that's very interesting. Now, if I remember from being 3 years old, stars do twinkle. How can you tell that a star is dimming because of a planet passing in front of it versus like, you know, normal star twinkling, which is totally a technical term?
Totally technical. And that's a great question because that's part of the stuff that makes Panoptes special. Because we're using commercial off-the-shelf cameras instead of specialized astronomy sensors, we have to compensate for the fact that those cameras are designed to take color photos. Because when a camera takes color photos, it filters some of the light out using this thing called a Bayer filter. And when the star twinkles, it moves around that Bayer filter, and it makes it much harder to count the number of photons, because we don't know how much are getting filtered out by the Bayer filter. So the way we compensate for that is we look for another star in the same picture that has the exact same amount of twinkle. And from that, we can do a relative brightness measurement, because we know how bright those stars should be, because we can identify the star. And that's how we kind of cancel out the twinkle.
And I'm contractually obligated to ask, what awesome Google Cloud Platform features are you using to power Project Panoptes?
Yeah, Panoptes definitely kind of illustrates that boring uses of the cloud can enable really cool stuff. So we are using some simple stuff. We're using some of the simple security controls. We're putting a service account on each one of the devices so we can control access to a specific telescope, can access a specific part of our storage buckets. And then we're using Google Cloud Storage to store all of that data, and then we're aggregating it on Google Compute Engine.
And so the general idea is anybody can get involved, they can build their own telescope, and they can be part of this project, and then if they find a star, they can name it after themselves. Is that basically it?
Well, naming stars is a more complicated issue. And individual Panoptes telescopes don't actually discover a star themselves. It's kind of like a team that collaboratively accomplishes a goal. But yeah, anybody can get involved. We especially like to work with hobbyist astronomers and educational institutions because we want to kind of inspire a love of astronomy in the youth around the world.
That's good. And how would I get started if I wanted to?
So I encourage you to go check out projectpanoptes.org.
All right, so you heard it here. Go to projectpanoptes.org, and you too can name a star after you. Jen totally promised that you can do that. Hello, IO Live, and I am coming to you from the cloud, or I guess more specifically, the cloud section of the IO space. And we're just going to do some demos. So I'm here with Sarah Robinson. Sarah, what is this that we're looking at here?
We are looking at a demo of our cloud machine learning APIs, specifically highlighting our video API, speech API, and translation API. So what these let you do is they let you access a pre-trained machine learning model with a single REST API request. So you don't need to know anything about how machine learning works to use them.
Awesome. And what is this game that we have set up?
So we're going to see how we compare to our video API. Should we take a look?
You mean like me against a computer?
You against our pre-trained model.
So, hello everybody. Hey, my name is Jeff Posnick, and I'm a member of Google's developer relations team. So I'm here to talk about an important but potentially misunderstood topic: the architecture that you use for your web app, and specifically how your architectural decisions come into play when you're building a progressive web app. So what do I mean by web architecture? Well, one way to think about it is to ask yourself the following questions. When a user visits a page on my site, what HTML is loaded? And then, what's loaded when they visit another page? The answers to those questions are not always straightforward. And once you start thinking about progressive web apps, they can get even more complicated. So my goal during this session is to walk you through one possible architecture that I found effective. Throughout the talk, I'll label the decisions that I made as being my approach for building a progressive web app. You're free to use my approach when building your own PWA, but at the same time, there are always other valid alternatives as well. My hope is that by seeing how all the pieces fit together will inspire you, and that you'll feel empowered to go out and customize everything to suit your own particular needs. So, what I ended up building to accompany this talk is a Stack Overflow PWA. So I personally spent a lot of time reading and also contributing to Stack Overflow. And I wanted to build a web app that would make it easy to browse through frequently asked questions for a given topic. It's built on top of the public Stack Exchange API, and you can try it out live and view the source code by using the URLs on that slide. Okay, so before we get into the specifics of how I built that web app, let's define some terms and explain pieces of underlying technology. First, I'm going to be talking about what I like to call multi-page apps, or MPAs. You can think of MPAs as a fancy name for the traditional architecture that's been used really since the beginning of the web. Each time a user navigates to a new URL, the browser progressively renders HTML specific to that page. There's no attempt to preserve the page's states or the content in between navigations. Each time you visit a new page, you're starting fresh. This is in contrast to the single-page app model for building web apps, in which the browser runs JavaScript code to update the existing page when the user visits a new section. Now, both SPAs and MPAs are equally valid models for you to use, but for this talk, I wanted to explore PWA concepts within the context of a multi-page app, something that we haven't really talked about too much in the past. So next up, you've heard me, and certainly countless others, use the phrase progressive web app, or PWA. But what do I mean by that exactly? So you can think of a PWA as a web app that provides a first-class user experience and that truly earns a place on a user's home screen. The acronym FIRE, standing for fast, integrated, reliable, and engaging, sums up all the attributes to think about when you're building a PWA. For the purposes of this talk, however, we're going to focus on a subset of those attributes: fast and reliable. While fast means a lot of things in different contexts, we're going to focus on the speed benefits of loading as little as possible from the network. But raw speed isn't enough. In order to feel like a PWA, your web app should be reliable. It needs to be resilient enough to always load something, even if it's just a customized error page, regardless of the state of the network. And finally, we're going to rephrase the PWA definition slightly and look at what it means to build something that's reliably fast. Now, it's not good enough to be fast and reliable only when you're on a low latency network. Being reliably fast means that your web app speed is consistent, regardless of the underlying network conditions. So PWAs introduce a high bar for speed and resilience. Fortunately, the web platform offers some building blocks to make that type of performance a reality. And I'm talking, of course, about service workers and the cache storage API. So a service worker sits in between your web application and the network, acting as a proxy that could intercept incoming requests. And what that service worker does is completely up to you. In this basic illustration, the service worker takes incoming requests and forwards them onto the network. It then just returns the network response to the page as is. Now, this trivial service worker doesn't actually add any value versus the default network behavior. But once we add the cache storage API into the mix, the power of service workers shine through. So we could build a service worker that listens for incoming requests, like before, passing some onto the network, but instead of just returning the network response to the page, we could write a service worker that stores a copy of the response for future use via the cache storage API. Next time our web app makes the same request, our service worker can check its caches and just return the previously cached response. So avoiding the network whenever possible is a crucial part of offering reliably fast performance. One more concept that I want to cover is what's sometimes referred to as isomorphic or universal JavaScript. There's not a great name for it. Simply put, it's the idea that the same JavaScript code can be shared between different runtime environments. So when I built my PWA, I wanted to share JavaScript code between my backend server and the service worker. There are lots of valid approaches to sharing code in this way, but the approach that worked for me was to use ES modules as a definitive source code. I then transpiled and bundled those modules for the server and for the service worker using a combination of Babel and Rollup. So in my slides, when you see an MJS file extension, we're talking about code that lives in an ES module. So keeping those concepts and terminology in mind, let's dive into how I actually built my Stack Overflow PWA. We're going to start by covering our backend server and explain how that fits into the overall architecture. So I was looking for a combination of a dynamic backend along with static hosting, and my personal approach was to use the Firebase platform. Firebase Cloud Functions will automatically spin up a node-based environment when there's an incoming request, and it integrates with the popular Express HTTP framework, which is already familiar with. It also offers out-of-the-box hosting for all of my site's static assets. And let's take a look at how that server handles incoming requests. So when a browser makes a navigation request against our server, it goes through the following flow. The server routes the request based on the URL, and it uses templating logic to create a complete HTML document. We use a combination of data from the Stack Exchange API, as well as partial HTML fragments that the server stores locally. So once we know how to respond, we start streaming HTML back to our web app. So there are two pieces of this picture worth exploring in more detail: routing and templating. When it comes to routing, my approach was to use the Express framework's native routing syntax. It's flexible enough to match simple URL prefixes, as well as URLs that include parameters, such as the question ID as part of the path. As mentioned earlier, we're using ES modules as a source of truth for my isomorphic JavaScript code. Here, we create a mapping between route names and the underlying Express pattern to match against. I can then reference this mapping directly from the server's code. When there's a match for a given express pattern, the appropriate handler with templating logic specific to the matching route is given a chance to respond. And what does that templating logic look like? Well, I went with an approach that pieced together partial HTML fragments in sequence, one after another. So this model lends itself really well to streaming response back to the browser. The server sends back some initial HTML boilerplate immediately, and the browser is able to render that partial page right away. As the server pieces together the rest of the data sources, it streams them to the browser as well until the document is complete. So to illustrate what I mean, let's take a look at the express code from one of our routes. By using the response's write method and referencing locally stored partial templates, we're able to start the response stream immediately without blocking on any sort of external data source. So the browser takes this initial HTML and renders a meaningful interface and loading message right away. So that loading please wait message gives important context to our users, but it's not the sort of thing that you might expect to see in a multi-page app. Rather than rely on JavaScript, I'm using the empty pseudo class in the page's CSS to display that message. And then it'll automatically disappear once the real content starts streaming in. So going back to our route handler, the next portion of our page uses data from the Stack Exchange API. Getting that data means that our server needs to make a network request. We can't render anything else until we get a response back and process it. But at least our user isn't staring at a blank screen while they wait. And once we've received the response from the Stack Exchange API, we call a custom templating function to translate the data from the API into its corresponding HTML. Now, templating can be a surprisingly contentious topic, and what I'm presenting here is just one approach among many. You'll definitely want to substitute in your own solution here, especially if you have legacy ties to an existing templating framework. But what made sense for my use case was to just rely on JavaScript's template literals with some logic broken out into helper functions. So one of the nice things about building an MPA is that we don't have to keep track of state updates and re-render our HTML as things change. So a basic approach that produced static HTML worked fine for me. All right, so here's an example of how I'm templating the dynamic HTML portion of our web apps index. As with our routes, the templating logic is stored in an ES module that can be imported into both the server and the service worker. And just a reminder, whenever you're taking user-provided input and converting into HTML, it's crucial that you take care to properly escape potentially dangerous character sequences. If you're using an existing templating solution rather than rolling your own, that might already be taken care of for you. OK, so these template functions are pure JavaScript, and it's useful to break out the logic into smaller helper functions when appropriate. Here, I pass each of the items returned in the API response into one such function, which creates a standard HTML element with all of the appropriate attributes set. A particular note is a data attribute that we add to each link set to the Stack Exchange API URL that we need in order to display the corresponding question. Keep that in mind, and we'll revisit it later on. OK, so jumping back to our route handler, once templating is complete, we stream the final portion of our page's HTML to the browser. and we end the stream. This is the cue to the browser that the progressive rendering is complete. OK, so that's a brief tour of our server setup. And users who visit our web app for the first time will always get a response from the server. But when a visitor returns to our web app, our service worker will get a chance to start responding. And let's dive in there. Now, this diagram should look somewhat familiar. Many of the same pieces we previously talked about are here in slightly different arrangement. Let's walk through the request flow for the service worker, taking all of its logic into account. So our service worker handles an incoming navigation request for a given URL. And just like our server did, it has to use a combination of routing and templating logic to figure out how to respond. The approach is the same as before, but with different low-level primitives like fetch and the cache storage API. We use those data sources to construct our HTML response, which the service worker passes back to our web page. So rather than starting from scratch with those low-level primitives, we're going to build our service worker on top of a set of high-level libraries called Workbox. So I'm a member of the Workbox engineering team, and this is not exactly unbiased, but I think using Workbox provides a solid foundation for any service worker's caching, routing, and response generation logic. Throughout the next set of slides, we'll see how Workbox is put to use. First, let's cover service worker routing. Just as with our server-side code, our service worker needs to know how to match up an incoming request with the appropriate response logic. My approach was to translate each express route into a corresponding regular expression, making use of a helpful library called regex_param. Once that translation is performed, we could take advantage of Workbox's built-in support for regular expression routing. So after importing the module that has our regular expressions, we register each one with Workbox's router. Inside each route, we're able to provide custom templating logic used to generate a response. Templating in the service worker is a bit more involved than it was in our backend server, but Workbox helps with a lot of the heavy lifting. So first, we need to make sure that our partial HTML templates are locally available in the cache storage API and are always kept up to date whenever we deploy changes to our web app. Cache maintenance can be error-prone when done by hand, so we turn to Workbox to handle pre-caching as part of our build process. We tell Workbox which URLs to pre-cache using a configuration file, pointing to the directory that contains all of our local assets, along with a set of patterns to match. This file is automatically read by the Workbox CLI, which is run each time we rebuild our site as part of my build process. So Workbox takes a snapshot of each file's contents and automatically injects that list of URLs and revisions into our final service worker file. Workbox now has everything it needs to make sure our pre-cache files are always available and always kept up to date. For folks who use a more complex build process, Workbox has both a Webpack as well as a generic node module interface, in addition to its command line. All right, so next we want our service worker to stream that pre-cached partial HTML back to the web app immediately without any delays. This is a really crucial part of being reliably fast. We always get something meaningful on the screen right away. Fortunately, using the Streams API within our service worker makes that possible. Now, you might have heard about the Streams API before. My colleague, Jake Archibald, has been singing its praises for years now, made this bold prediction back in 2016. And the Streams API is just as awesome today as it was 2 years ago, but with a crucial difference. While only Chrome supported the Streams back then, the Streams API is much more widely supported now. All right, so now careful observers might note that asterisk. So here are the caveats for today. Firefox's support for Streams is behind a flag, and it's not yet enabled by default, but you could try it out if you go in and manually make that change. And there's also a known bug that could lead to issues with Edge's current Streams implementation. But the overall story is positive, and with appropriate fallback code, there's nothing stopping you from using Streams in your service worker today. Well, there might be one thing stopping you, and that's wrapping your head around how the Streams API actually works. It exposes a very powerful set of primitives, and developers who are comfortable using it can create really complex data flows. But understanding the full implications of code similar to what's on the screen right now might not be for everyone. Rather than parse through this logic, let's talk about my approach to service worker streaming. So I'm using a brand new high-level wrapper provided by Workbox. I can pass it in a mix of streaming sources, both from caches and runtime data that might come from the network. Workbox will take care of coordinating the individual sources and stitching them together into a single streaming response. Moreover, Workbox automatically detects whether the Streams API is supported, and when it's not, it creates an equivalent, though non-streaming, response. This means that you don't have to worry about writing fallbacks as Streams inch closer to 100% browser support. All right, let's turn our attention to how our service worker deals with runtime data from the Stack Exchange API. So we're making use of Workbox's built-in support for a stale while revalidate caching strategy, along with expiration to ensure that our storage doesn't grow unbounded. Let's take a look at how those concepts translate into code. Here, we set up two strategies in Workbox to handle the different sources that will make up the final streaming response. In a few function calls and some configuration, Workbox lets us do what would otherwise take hundreds or even thousands of lines of handwritten code. So the first strategy will be used to read data that's been pre-cached, like our partial HTML templates. The other strategy implements that stale while revalidate caching logic, along with the least recently used cache expiration once we reach 50 entries. Now that we have those strategies in place, all that's left is to tell Workbox how to use them to construct a complete streaming response. We pass in an array of sources as functions, and each of those functions will be executed immediately. Workbox takes the result from each source and streams it to the web app in sequence, only delaying if the next function in the array hasn't completed yet. So the first two sources are pre-cached partial templates that read directly from the cache storage API. And so they'll always be available immediately. This ensures that our service worker implementation will be reliably fast in responding to requests, just like our server-side code was. Our next sorts function fetches data from the Stack Exchange API and processes the response into the HTML that our web app expects. The stale while revalidate strategy means that if we have a previously cached response for this API call, we'll be able to stream it to the page immediately while updating the cache entry in the background for the next time that it's requested. Finally, we stream in a cached copy of our footer and close our final HTML tags to complete the response. So Now that we've run through the service worker code, certain bits hopefully look familiar. The partial HTML and templating logic used by our service worker is identical to what our server-side handler uses. This code sharing ensures that users get a consistent experience, whether they're visiting our web app for the first time or if they're returning to a page that's been rendered by the service worker. That's the beauty of using isomorphic JavaScript. OK, so we've walked through both the server and the service worker for a PWA. But there's one last bit of logic to cover. There's a small amount of JavaScript that runs on each of our pages after they're fully streamed in. This code progressively enhances the user experience, but it isn't crucial. The web app will still work if it's not run. So one thing we're using client-side JavaScript for is to update a page's metadata based on the API response. Because we end up using the same initial bit of cached HTML for each page, we end up with generic tags in our document's head. But through coordination between our templating and our client-side code, we could update the Windows title using page-specific metadata. So as part of the templating code, we include a script tag containing the properly escaped string. Then, once our page is loaded, we read in that string and we update the document title. Now, if there are other pieces of page-specific metadata you want to update in your own web app, you could follow the same approach. So the other progressive enhancement we've added is used to bring attention to our offline capabilities. And we've built a reliable PWA, and we want our users to know that when they're offline, they could still load previously visited pages. We do this in 2 stages. First, we use the cache storage API from within the context of our client-side JavaScript. It gives us a list of all the previously cached API requests, and we translate that into a list of URLs. Remember that special data attribute we talked about, containing the URL for the API request needed to display a question? So we could cross-reference those data attributes against the list of cached URLs and create an array of all the question links that don't match. And this gives us all the data we need to create handlers that respond to the browser going online or offline. So when a browser enters an offline state, we loop through the list of uncached links and dim out the ones that won't work. So keep in mind that this is just a visual hint to the user about what they should expect from those pages. We're not actually disabling the links or preventing the user from navigating. And when the browser comes back online, we restore those links to their original opacity. All right, we've now gone through a tour of my approach to building a multi-page PWA. There's a lot of factors that you'll have to consider when coming up with your own approach. And you may end up making different choices than I did. And that flexibility is one of the great things about building for the web. But there are a few common pitfalls that you may encounter when making your own architectural decisions. And I wanted to call them out in advance to hopefully save you some pain. So first, I'd really recommend against storing complete HTML documents in your cache. For one thing, it's a waste of space. If your web app uses the same basic HTML structure for each of its pages, you'll end up storing copies of the same markup again and again. More importantly, though, let's say you deploy a change to your site's shared HTML structure. Each one of those previously cached pages is still stuck with your old layouts. You can imagine the frustration when return visitors come back and see a mix of old and new pages, depending upon whether they've previously visited a given URL. So the other pitfall to avoid involves your server and your service worker getting out of sync. My approach was to use isomorphic JavaScript so that the same code was always run in both places. But depending upon your existing server architecture, that's not always possible. Whatever architectural decisions you end up making, you need to have some strategy for running the equivalent routing and templating code in your server and your service worker. So what happens when you ignore those pitfalls? Well, all sorts of failures are possible, but the worst case scenario is that a user returns to your site and navigates around, eventually revisiting a cache page with a very stale layout. So it's jarring when you see it happen during a presentation, and it's just as distracting for your web app's repeat visitors. So do everything you can to avoid this. Alternatively, they might come across a URL that's handled by your server, but is no longer handled by your service worker. An experience full of zombie layouts and routing dead ends is the opposite of shipping a reliable PWA. But you're not in this alone. The following tips can help you avoid those pitfalls. Try to use templating and routing libraries that have JavaScript implementations. Now, I know that not every developer has the luxury of migrating off your current web server and templating language. But a number of popular templating and routing frameworks have implementations in multiple languages. If you could find one that works with JavaScript, as well as your current server's language, you're one step closer to keeping your service worker and your server in sync. Next, I recommend using a series of sequential templates that could be streamed in one right after another. It's okay if later portions of your page use more complicated templating logic, as long as you could stream in the initial parts of your HTML as quickly as possible. For best performance, you should pre-cache all of your site's critical static resources. You should also set up a runtime caching route to handle dynamic content, like API requests. Using Workbox means that you can build on top of well-tested, production-ready strategies instead of implementing it all from scratch. And related to that, you should only block on the network when it's not possible to stream a response from the cache. Displaying a cached API response immediately can often lead to a better user experience than waiting for that fresh data. So if you follow the general guidelines that I've covered today, you're on your way to building a first-class PWA experience. An experience that's fast, loading as little as possible from the network. In the case of my Stack Overflow PWA, almost all the bytes we're loading are for actual content with almost no overhead. And building an experience that's reliable by displaying something meaningful, even when you're offline. Our PWA uses visual cues to reinforce that we're providing a reliable experience. And an experience that's reliably fast by streaming in our initial HTML immediately, followed by page-specific content, regardless of the network conditions. So that about wraps it up for me. We're interested in your feedback on this presentation. Please go to our website or use the Android or iOS apps to let us know what you think. And if you want to learn more about the topics covered, these links will help. So thanks to everybody for watching. Thank you. And special thanks to everybody here in person. If folks have any questions, I'll be at the web sandbox area afterwards, and I'd really love to chat. So thanks again. Cheers.
I need one. Awesome. So then, let's see, we have our data, it's labeled, and I guess now there's only one thing to do, hit the training.
Yeah, so training is next.
So with all these kind of steps, Can you just outline kind of how they all connect together?
So I drew the bounding boxes around my images, got them into the Pascal format.
Right.
And then once they're in that format, I wrote a script to convert them to a TF record, which I can then use to feed into my model.
Gotcha. Okay, so all of these kind of steps, now they're all connected. We've gone from the raw image to a, well, not just a label image, but specifically TF record, so it's even formatted correctly. So now we're ready for our training, I guess, right? And so in this case, we're going to do our training on ML Engine, it looks like, based on your blog post here.
Yep.
How was that process, and kind of what did you have to do to make that work?
So it was similar to the process I used for running the training locally. The main difference being I needed to put all of my data in Google Cloud Storage and tell ML Engine where to find it. So the first thing I needed to get in Google Cloud Storage was the model checkpoints from the pre-trained model I was using. I used a model called MobileNets, which is optimized for mobile, obviously. So I put those checkpoints in my cloud storage bucket. I also needed my training and test TF record files, which I talked about before, how I generated those. And then I have a config file, which tells the object detection API where my training and test data is located. And it supports ML Engine and Google Cloud Storage.
Great. And so that whole thing kind of comes together and I guess just takes care of all the training for you then? Awesome. And how long did that training kind of take? Everyone wants to know, if the training takes a long time or a little time, and how long you had to wait for that.
I think it took about 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay, that's
not too
bad.
long.
Yeah. Given what you're getting out of it, that's quite nice. So once training's done, what do you have kind of as your result? What do you have in your hands?
So you have a model checkpoint, which is just a binary file, similar to the pre-trained model checkpoint that I used to start training. This is now going to be the final model checkpoint, which has been updated with all of my training data.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's very nice. And then you, I guess, would now kind of flip it over the wall to the serving side.
So to serve it, I can use a gcloud command with ML Engine to deploy my model. I just need to point it at where those checkpoint files are of my final trained model.
Okay.
And then in just a couple of minutes, I have my model available for serving, and I can use that to generate predictions against the model.
Fantastic. And so I guess this kind of brings us to the next phase of this project. We've gone from our data, we've pre-processed it, we've done the training, and we have this kind of API that can serve up predictions at scale.
Exactly.
So now we're ready to call that endpoint. And what did you end up kind of architecting here? It looks like you have a couple of pieces.
It's using a couple of different Firebase SKs. So the client is a Swift app. It's an iOS app that's written in Swift, and it's a pretty thin client. So all the client is doing is it's uploading an image to Firebase storage.
Oh, okay. So that's what that arrow is for.
Gotcha. Exactly. And then we're using the Firebase SDK for Cloud Functions. So a function is triggered whenever an image is uploaded to a specific storage bucket.
Ah, very handy.
So the function is written in Node.js, and that function does a bunch of different things. It downloads the image, and then it resizes it. It base64 encodes it, which will prepare it for the ML Engine online prediction request.
Okay.
So I make that prediction request. If the confidence that I get back is greater than 70%, that's just a threshold that I've chosen, I'm going to draw a box around that image.
Okay. So and the box drawing it looks like it's happening here in your Node code.
Yeah, I'm doing that using ImageMagick, which is available in Google Cloud Functions.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, very convenient. And so then once the box is drawn, do you how do you get that information back to your client then?
So once the box is drawn, I write the image to Firebase storage, and then I also write some metadata on the image to Cloud Firestore, which is a database. So I'm writing the confidence of the detection along with the path of the image in Firebase storage.
Gotcha. So that's why you kind of have these two write operations coming from your Cloud Function.
Exactly. And the reason I'm using Firestore is in my client, I can create a listener on the ID of that image path. And so then I get updates whenever new data has been added to that collection in Firestore.
Oh, perfect.
So I don't have to keep pulling that to see if the detection is finished. So right when it's finished, my client will get an update, and then I can then download the new image with the box around it, along with the confidence detection score.
So that's really neat that you've managed to use the kind of architecture to signal in both directions, right? You upload to cloud storage, and that triggers the Cloud Function. So on upload, something happens, and it happens right away. And then coming back, once the response from ML Engine is received, you're using Firestore to basically give that real-time update to hit your phone right away as well. So you kind of keep that loop tight, even though you've managed to do this while all the while maintaining this kind of thin client. That's really nice, that the way you've kind of leveraged the existing technology. You didn't have to write anything to make sure everything happened nice and quick, but async.
Yeah, one thing that's great about Firebase is I get those real-time updates whenever new data comes in that path.
Fantastic. So I guess zooming out a little bit, you've built a mobile app that builds a custom machine learning model. You've collected your data, you've annotated it, you're training, and you're serving at scale to your mobile client. What did you find to be kind of the most interesting part of all of this?
I would say definitely learning to tie together all these different tools. So there's a lot of different things I use to build the app from end to end, from TensorFlow object detection to Cloud Machine Learning Engine, which had a couple of different components. It had training, serving, and online prediction. And then the client piece using some Swift SDKs and the Firebase SDK for cloud functions.
Yeah, I mean, just along the way, you're hitting Python, Node, Swift, JavaScript. Oh, JavaScript is there.
Even a little bit of Bash with the G-Cloud commands.
Right. That's right. Outstanding. And so on the whole, what did you find to be most challenging kind of out of all of this?
The most challenging part was getting all of the data into Google Cloud Storage, because there's a lot of different pieces that needed to be there, from the pre-trained model checkpoints, the TF records, and then that config file, which tells object detection where to find these different pieces.
Right. And these are all coming kind of from different places, and just getting it all arranged. Yeah, I could see how that could be challenging. And I guess, was there some fun parts as well, hopefully, along the way?
It was pretty fun to build. One thing that was kind of funny was, as I labeled all the images myself. So there was a day
Hard
where
work.
I know it was a tough job. So there was a day where I had pictures of Taylor Swift on my computer. People walked by, were probably wondering what I was doing.
Yeah, just perusing photos all day. Right?
Exactly, generating those bounding boxes. And the most fun thing was definitely the final result of seeing on the iOS app the prediction with the bounding box come back in real time.
Definitely, yeah, that's a long journey.
It was.
Awesome. And as I understand, you've actually open sourced your code on GitHub.
Yeah, it's all available on my personal GitHub repo, and there's instructions in the README if you want to build the same model yourself.
Awesome. So that's so great that our audience can go out and build their own model. And I want to thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming in today and chatting in the studio.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for watching this episode of Cloud AI Adventures. Today, we saw how to go from raw data to training to a mobile client. You can use Sarah's GitHub repo to not only recreate this, but extend it with your own data, a different model, or a different client app. For more details, we've included links to all the resources we discussed in the description, so check it out. And if you've enjoyed this episode, please like it and subscribe to get more episodes right when they come out.